Hey friends, this video is intended on being a start to finish step-by-step journey into natural farming for home gardeners and small-scale growers. We have taken many of the most helpful clips and videos that we published this year and have repackaged them into a bit of a mega course. And so in case you didn't see the video length and you just clicked this willy-nilly, I'll give you a heads up. This is going to be a pretty thorough overview of a lot of what we taught this year. However, with the length of this video comes a lot of value. I believe this is going to be well worth the time spent absorbing and conceptualizing and contextualizing this information for you and your needs. This is for serious gardeners, whether you're starting out or wanting to dive deeper. And by the end of this video, I believe that you'll have a pretty good foundation of how we grow, why we chose to grow in such a way, and what you can do to join in on the regenerative agriculture movement, even from your backyard. So consider this video as a reference, a return to in the future sort of video. You might want to save it to your watch later so that you remember to revisit it. We'll have everything time-stamped, so you can feel free to skip certain sections if you feel like you've got that thing down. If you've been with us for a while, parts of this will certainly feel familiar, but I've often found that as helpful as it is to be taught, it's oftentimes more helpful to be reminded. So to begin, we are going to hop into understanding soil biology. And that is really going to give us a good foundation that we can start to work from as we understand the context into which our practices will actually work. You may have heard that soil is alive, but if that's true, what does that really mean? And how does it impact the way that we garden? Well, the answer is undeniably yes, the soil is alive, and it actually may be one of the most important factors in growing healthy plants. So after watching this video, you should walk away with a deeper understanding of how plants interact with microbes in the soil, along with some easy and practical things that you can do right now, truthfully any time of the year, to nourish the soil biology in your garden. And something that we need to appreciate before we start looking at soil biology is really how recent much of this understanding is in terms of scientific history. I highly recommend that you check out the book The Hidden Half of Nature by Anne Bickley and David Montgomery. This was a tremendously informative book, and it helped me understand a lot of what we're looking at here today. We won't go into the book too much, but one thing that it really did for me was that it gave me an appreciation for how recent much of this understanding of microbes really is. It's worth looking at the Linnaean classification system, because when I learned about the 8 levels of taxonomy in middle school, the category of domain, which is the broadest category, was a very recent addition, and very little was taught on it. Prior to 1990, the broadest category was kingdom, which consisted of Monera, Protista, fungi, Plantae, and Animalia. But in 1990, Carl Woese and his colleagues proposed a 3-domain system, broadening the scope to match newer understanding of the microscopic world into archaea, bacteria, and eukarya. That being said, it's only been until even more recent that a more full understanding of microbiology in the soil has been fully appreciated. So with that out of the way, let's jump into this cutting-edge science, starting with the basic question, who lives in the soil? And this is hard to fully narrow down, so I'll start with the broad categories, and then we'll work our way into more specifics. So broadly speaking, we've got our bacteria, our fungi, protozoa, nematodes, and our arthropods and earthworms. So 5 broad categories for our soil biology 101, and there's one more category of living beings relevant to our discussion today, plants. Plants live in the soil. Now that we've got our major players in view, there's a key concept that we really need to appreciate when it comes to the way that all of these guys live their lives. The name of the game when it comes to plants and microbes and microscopic animals is collaboration. If we wanted to use a fancy word, we could say symbiosis. So let's dive into how these guys collaborate exactly, starting with a brief reminder on the process of photosynthesis. This is really important. Photosynthesis is kind of a superpower. Plants figured out that they could take light, turn it into energy, and then trade that energy with the little tiny invisible creatures swimming around them. Wild. How it works is plants absorb water through their roots, water gets transported into their leaves, and then using the energy from the sun, the cells in the plant leaves split apart water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen gas they release into the air so that we can breathe and live, yay. Meanwhile, the plant uses the hydrogen atoms with their electrons to make two energy-carrying molecules called NADPH and ATP. We won't go into any more specifics here, it's a bit over my head to be honest. The second part of photosynthesis though happens when other pores of the plant leaf absorb carbon dioxide from the air. The plant uses the energy from the last part of the NADPH and ATP to transform CO2 into a storable sugary food source, carbohydrates. These energy bars are what the plant uses to build itself. Now, when I was in high school, this is about where we stopped. And I say this again because so much of the research on soil biology and microbiology in general is incredibly recent. So, carbohydrates. These are what our plants use as energy to build their bodies. But they're also used for other purposes. And the very vital purpose that we're looking at is back down at the root level in the soil. For a variety of reasons and in a variety of ways, plants use this food source to stimulate activity in the soil. The sugary liquid is exuded through their roots in specific ways that send messages to the underground soil network. And those messages signal a wide range of activity. A few of the main things that they do are, number one, they attract microbes who will gladly take the carbohydrate in exchange for nutrients and minerals that they have been able to extract from the soil. This is one of the most important interactions within the whole set of processes. Two, they also alter the pH of the soil immediately surrounding the plant's root system to create hospitable conditions for beneficial microbes who engage in the exchange, or the change in pH creates inhospitable conditions for pathogenic microbes. And three, finally, the plants also use the energy source to exude chemicals that repel other unhelpful soil microbes, other competing plant roots, and diseases. And these are just a few of the ways that plants interact with the soil via their root exudates that we know about. This is also a place where we could dip into the carbon sequestration conversation. However, it's such a nuanced topic with a lot actually happening, so we'll maybe just save it for another video. For now, let's hone in on the nutrient exchanges that are happening. Just like most living creatures, plants need a balanced diet. And the potato chips that they're able to make from sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide aren't going to give them all of that on their own. So how are they going to round out their diet? For the most part, plants are not going to be able to extract raw nutrients straight from the earth without some help. There are 17 essential nutrients, 9 of which are considered macronutrients and the other 8 micronutrients. And these are all needed by plants to grow healthily. Again, I'm just speaking in generalities here, very simplified, but a way to think about this is that a plant is only able to get so far without any one of these essential nutrients. Now, the good news is that by many soil scientists' estimations, the vast majority of soils contain all 17 of the essential nutrients. The bad news is that not all of them, in fact, most of them, are likely not present in a form that is available for plants to consume. This will become really relevant when we discuss practical measures that we can take to address soil nutrient deficiencies. So how do plants gain access to the nutrients that they need to grow? Well, we already mentioned that one of the purposes of these root exudates is to attract microbes who will feed them. So at this point, let's take a look at which microbes we're talking about. And for starters, we're going to look at the big three: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, or NPK. You might have seen this ratio or set of numbers on a fertilizer at the store, on a potting mix or something. These are only 3 of the 17 essentials, but they are pretty key. And when it comes to plants receiving N, P, and K from soil microbes, we're talking largely about bacteria and fungi. Starting with phosphorus, we've got microbes like mycorrhizal fungi. These are long-distance nutrient transporters in the soil, along with some bacteria such as pseudomonads and bacilli. So how does this work? Well, from the bacterial side of things, we've got these little guys swimming around in the soil releasing organic acids. And the acids do a couple things. They lower the pH around soil particles, they bind metal ions like calcium, iron, and aluminum that are hanging on to phosphorus, and then they release the phosphorus into the soil water where roots can absorb them. On the fungal end of things, we've got this incredible system where mycorrhizae colonize plant roots and then send out long hyphae into the soil.
This sort of serves as an extended root system where now the plant increases its reach into the soil substantially. These fungi also secrete organic acids and enzymes that unbind phosphorus from other minerals and organic matter. Then they absorb the phosphorus and transfer the nutrient through the network directly into the plant's root system, again in exchange for some sweet sugar. In summary, the problem with soil is often not that it's lacking in phosphorus, rather that the phosphorus is unavailable and out of reach. With the help of these two large groups of microbes, the locked up phosphorus becomes not only available to the plant roots, it gets delivered directly into the roots systems. Looking at potassium, we find similar processes at work in the soil. Bacteria and fungi secrete acids that break up potassium from minerals in the soil, and then they exchange the potassium with the plant for root exudates. And when we look at nitrogen, we can see similar things happening. And by see, of course, I mean that scientists see them with microscopes. But unlike phosphorus or potassium, microbes aren't excreting acids to free nitrogen from minerals to then feed to plants. Instead, some microbes specialize in pulling nitrogen out of the air and converting it into ammonium. These microbes consist largely of bacteria and archaea. Ammonium also enters the soil pool when decomposer microbes break down organic matter. Other microbes specialize in oxidizing ammonium, converting it first to nitrite, and then still others convert nitrite into nitrate, which plant roots can absorb. Both ammonium and nitrate are bioavailable forms of nitrogen to plants, but in different ways. Ammonium tends to stick to soil particles, while nitrate moves with water, making it highly accessible but also highly leachable. When soils are waterlogged, still different microbes, largely the anaerobic facultative bacteria, step in and convert nitrate back into gases that escape into the atmosphere. And this isn't ideal for us gardeners because it means we're losing nitrogen from our soils, but it is a necessary part of the bigger cycle because without it, ecosystems would overload with nitrogen. Now, I want to talk through the specifics there so that we can begin to appreciate how involved many different types of microbes are in the processing of a single ingredient, albeit one that is very crucial for plant health. In short, various microbes are responsible for shepherding nitrogen through its transformations from the air into the soil, into plants, and eventually back into the atmosphere where it can be recaptured and processed again. We won't go through the unique types of microbes that mine and convert the other 14 essential nutrients, but I do want to touch on a few of the other types of soil microbes that we find abundant in the soil. Protozoa, nematodes, arthropods, and earthworms are all considered major players in the soil food web. Protozoa are grazers. They largely eat bacteria, which they process and excrete the excess nitrogen in the form of ammonium directly into the plant rhizosphere. These guys are like little microscopic fertilizers. Nematodes get a bad rap because one of the types, the parasitic nematodes, attack plant roots, but this is just a small slice of this phylum. Nematodes also feed on bacteria, fungi, as well as other nematodes and protozoa, all regulating microbial populations, releasing ammonium into the soil and stimulating root exudation. Arthropods are your mites, beetles, ants, and such, which shred dead plant material into smaller bits, mix organic matter into the soil, and release nutrients in their poo. Which finally leaves us to the fam favorite, earthworm. These guys mix up organic matter in the soil, they eat microbes, and process their nutrients. They burrow in the soil, improving aeration and drainage and root pathways, and they fertilize with their castings. And this is still a very brief, simplified overview of all that is happening in your soil to get your plants what they need to survive and thrive. But what does all of this mean for us as gardeners? Well, at its core, just knowing a bit more about what is happening down there is probably going to change the way that you garden. You're hopefully a little bit more conscious about what you're putting onto your garden beds and spraying onto your plants. In another video, we'll talk about some concerns that we should have when it comes to the industrial agricultural practices that have infiltrated our food systems, our gardening habits over the past 100 years.
Now that we understand a little bit more about how microorganisms in the soil interact with plants and work together to create an optimal growing environment, let's take a look at the way that many of our modern agricultural practices are leading us. Natural farming poses a legitimate threat to big ag, and this may seem like a bold claim, maybe even a silly one,
And I can understand why someone might think that. But while the idea that a framework like natural farming could actually threaten the giant agricultural companies that hold the key to global food production may be a bold claim, it's hardly a silly one. And by the end of the video, I intend on convincing you why. In this video, I'm going to explore a few of the challenges facing modern growers, both home gardeners and large-scale farmers alike. Then I want to provide a case for how and why natural farming techniques and inventions pave a way toward an all-around healthier and more economically viable future for agriculture. One of the biggest reasons that I believe change will come is because of the desire for hope in a better future for farming. And likely no one understands and feels the need for hope more than farmers. In a 2019 study among young Midwestern farmers, 53% met criteria for major depressive disorder and 71% met criteria for generalized anxiety disorder, compared to the general US population at the time, where respective percentages sat at 7.1 and 2.7. Some studies performed by the NRHA and the CDC estimate that farmer suicide rate to be approximately 3.5 times that of the general population. One of the undeniable overriding causes of this mental illness epidemic is financial strain and crushing debt. Finally, and this brings us to the heart of the matter, among the biggest causes of economic instability amongst farmers is the rising cost of farming inputs. Fertilizer costs, pesticides, herbicides, and seed prices have spiked dramatically over the past decade. And when it comes to facing climate and environmental related challenges, the risk of farming at all only rises. I'm making some big claims here, so we'll be linking to a number of resources that you can read on your own to see where I'm getting my data. But beyond just the United States, I'm led to believe that this is more or less a global issue. One of the primary impetuses for Young-Sung Cho's book, JADAM Organic Farming, is to address the same issues of mental health amongst Korean farmers. I know we have an international audience here on this channel, so if you're watching from another country, please share in the comments what you know about farmers' mental well-being in your country. The point is, farmers are facing economic uncertainty, mental health struggles, and as a result, they're not replacing themselves. Beyond the farmers themselves, our soils are rapidly depleting and are headed for a steady stream of decreasing yields until eventually we may struggle to pull anything from the soil. We need new systems that don't rely on our current resources. So for the rest of this video, I'm going to detail the three main pillars of modern agricultural practice that I believe pose the biggest risk to soil health and the associated crop failure. And then we'll look at where natural farming presents a genuinely compelling way forward toward soil regeneration, increased crop yields, decreased cost of running a farm, and an overall more hope-filled life for the average farmer. If you're growing on a smaller scale at home or perhaps on an urban or suburban homestead, this will likely be relevant to you as well. One way that we could think about the soil is that it sort of functions like the garden's digestive system. And here I'd like to share a small personal story to illustrate the point. In my late teens and early 20s, I suffered from major gut-related health issues. I had leaky gut syndrome and irritable bowel syndrome, and my overall health was suffering as a result. My skin was bad, I felt uncomfortable all the time, and I was constantly getting sick. But after years of research paired with significant dietary and lifestyle changes, I was able to turn around my health, and I'm now IBS and leaky gut free. My skin has recovered substantially, and I rarely get sick anymore. Now, in my research, I came to realize a couple of things about my health that had been compromised. Firstly, I had taken numerous antibiotics over the years without replenishing my gut with probiotics. Second, I was eating foods that were difficult on my digestive tract, damaging my gut lining and allowing harmful substances to pass in my bloodstream. All of this led to other health issues, mentally, hormonally, and immunologically, which was I was constantly fighting off inflammation in my body without a meaningful defense. What I did to repair my gut falls into two additions and one subtraction. The first thing I added was beef bone broth, which is high in collagen, glycine, gelatin, and other compounds that strengthen the intestinal lining. Still drink bone broth regularly to this day. And the second addition was regular probiotic consumption. I started making and drinking kombucha, raw milk, kefir, along with some other fermented foods like sauerkraut and lacto-fermented foods. Finally, what I subtracted was as much as what I could find that was disrupting my digestion. The main things being inflammatory seed oils, A1 dairy, and super refined sugars and grains. All of this led to a rapid recovery over the course of 6-month span, and then a gradual but a steady recovery to where I am today. Of course, I share none of this as medical expertise. This is just what worked for me, and I'm really grateful for it. But having gone through that experience, I was given the ability to see soil health in a very personal light. I said previously that the soil is like the garden's digestive system. It's where food is processed, broken down, converted, absorbed, utilized. It's where diseases and imbalances are dealt with, and so much more. And so, as was the case for me when I was recovering my gut health, if we're going to take care of our garden's microbiome, we need to consider what we are feeding it and what we might need to remove from its diet, namely what is disrupting the microbial systems at work and causing them to break down. So let's start by defining a clear goal for a growing space that would indicate a healthy soil microbiome. At the most ideal state, we'd see a field where plants are growing strong because they're getting all the nutrients they need. Abundant microbial communities are continually engaging in the plant root exudate exchange for every nutrient that the plant needs. Because of this, hypothetically, any plant that is grown in this field is going to provide a more nutrient-dense food source, unlike soils where microbes haven't had access or ability to break down and deliver nutrients to plants. Plants in our ideal field are also able to access water readily because the soil retains water easily. It's high in organic matter, there's minimal compaction, and millions of little tiny waterways created by arthropods and earthworms help slow down and catch water in the soil. We might notice a small degree of pest damage in a field with healthy soil, especially if we've planted a variety of native perennials in a nearby field, because they're designed specifically to provide a food source for wildlife. But no one insect is able to get out of control. Robust communities of microbes enhance a plant's sensory responses, so when an insect or pathogen does attack, the plant can respond with aid from various microbes in various ways. They can help stimulate a rapid immune response that helps repair damaged plant cells. They can release antibiotic chemicals that either deter or even kill pathogens and insects. Bacillus-generated lipopeptides and surfactants can actually punch holes in pathogen membranes. Not sure if you knew that, but that's pretty cool. Similarly, nematodes and fungi can defend the plant rhizosphere, the area that surrounds a plant's root system, by infecting insect larvae in the soil before they have had the chance to cause too much damage to a plant's root system. So what might stop these microbes from doing this incredible work? If you're a regular on this channel, it will be no surprise for you to hear most of these, but in order to achieve an ideal soil microbiome, we need to start by removing tillage, sides, and fertilizers. These are what I consider the big three disruptors. But what about each of them specifically harms soil biology? Let's start by looking at how tillage might set us back. When a plant first germinates or is transplanted in the soil that contains mycorrhizal fungi spores, those spores germinate in response to the plant root signals. Fungal hyphae grow toward the roots and penetrate within the first 2 to 6 weeks of planting. Once the roots have been colonized by this fungi, it takes between 1 to 3 months for the fungi to start forming their mycelial networks. The hyphae extend 10 to 20 times farther than the plant roots. They're engaging in nutrient exchange, and over the course of a full growing season, these hyphal networks start linking multiple plants together, even across different plant species. This allows plants to communicate with each other within the field and potentially even beyond. And because many plants work symbiotically, they will even share nutrients, plant defense chemicals, and other signals within the network of mycorrhizae. Now, in perennial systems like forests and grasslands, these fungal networks stay awake indefinitely. And more than that, they will likely become stronger and stronger as the years pass. And this is why permaculture enthusiasts are so enthralled with food forests, because year after year, without disturbance, their fungal networks are running rich and deep, and everything in the field is tapped in. Without a plant host, however, the mycorrhizal fungi will largely go dormant and become spores within a few weeks to a month. Not entirely though. Some hyphal fragments will remain, and some of the fungi will live overwinter inside plant root fragments. So for an annual garden bed, what does tillage do? Well, first of all, it slices up the remaining hyphal fragments and kills them off. It also mixes up the residual fungal spores in the soil, which seems like it would be a good thing until you remember that spores germinate in the root zone, where the germinating seed signals that it's time for them to start helping each other. So some spores may end up back in the root zone, but many will end up deeper in the soil, out of reach, and others will end up on the soil surface where they get zapped by the sun. A one-time till won't set you back too far, especially if you don't have tons or any mycelial development in the soil yet, but annual tillage is like hitting the reset button every year. And chronic tillage has been shown to result in worsening compaction in soil, making it difficult for delicate fungal networks to travel. Another negative effect of tillage is that it destroys earthworm and arthropod habits, at best collapsing the tunnels that they've created in the soil, and at worst directly slicing or crushing them. Numerous studies have shown that decreased earthworm activity in frequently tilled soils. Let's take a look at our sides. These are our herbicides, insecticides, pesticides, fungicides. Anything that you can buy with the word side on it is unlikely to bring biological flourishing to the garden. And it should be obvious because side means to cut off or to kill, and biology is about living. We're not gonna take a look at every single side available to modern growers, but a few are worth our attention. The most ubiquitous and controversial being glyphosate, street name Roundup. This is one of the most popular weed killers of all time. It's remarkably effective in targeting metabolic pathways of select plants, but all plants are going to be affected at some level, and most of the microbes are as well. Here's why. Glyphosate targets a plant enzyme called EPSPS. This enzyme is part of a pathway which plants use to make essential amino acids. When that pathway is disrupted, amino acid production stops, proteins aren't formed, growth stops, plant dies. So unless you're planting Roundup Ready or genetically modified glyphosate-resistant plants, you don't want to be using Roundup at all. But what about killing off those pesky weeds early in the season, before you plant your spring garden? Well, the thing about glyphosate is that it binds itself to soil particles, meaning that it stays in the soil for weeks or even months after being applied. Some growers have found glyphosate residue persisting season to season. But what's really scary about glyphosate is how disruptive it is to the microbial communities that we've been talking about. Many beneficial microbes use the same metabolic pathway that glyphosate targets in plants. Glyphosate has been shown to bind micronutrients in the soil, meaning it's weakening microbial communities and locking out essential nutrients from plant roots. We're not even going to get into the negative effects of glyphosate on human health. Toxic pesticides have been shown, not surprisingly, to harm arthropods and earthworms. They can accumulate in the soil and harm predatory nematodes and protozoa. And some insecticides are even toxic to nitrogen-fixing bacteria and other beneficial microbes. Fungicides are meant to target fungal pathogens, and small amounts of very clean sulfur-based fungicide might be able to keep pathogenic microbes in check. But most fungicides are not clean, and additional fungicidal compounds in these sprays have been shown to kill mycorrhizal fungi, trichoderma, and other species that can cause imbalance in the fungal bacterial dynamic. Now, with all of those chemical killers flying throughout the air and absorbing into the soil, one might wonder how the surviving plants in that soil will ever be able to access the nutrients needed to actually grow and produce a crop. And this is where the third piece of the puzzle comes into play: synthetic fertilizers. Now, we just released a video explaining the basics of soil biology, but in case you didn't catch it, here's a quick refresher. In healthy soils, microbes digest organic matter, release nutrients gradually, and deliver them to plants at the root zone in exchange for root exudates. But what happens when these microbial communities are weakened or non-existent, say from repeated tillage and herbicide application? Well, science has found a way to do the pre-work of synthesizing nutrients, making them bioavailable to plants in a lab, meaning that we can purchase plant-ready nutrients that are already water-soluble and then just reapply those directly to the root zones of our plants. No need for the nitrification cycle, no need for microbes to mine for phosphorus and potassium in the depths of the earth. Instead, with pre-made blends of N, P, and K, you can feed your plants directly. And I'm not going to pretend that this isn't remarkably impressive and kind of an essential invention for modern ag. It's because of these techniques, all of them really, that we've been able to produce more food for more people over the past 100 years than ever before. However, it's really worth looking at what's happening in the soil over the long term when these synthetic fertilizers are applied. Fertilizers are obviously going to be required if the ground has been tilled and sprayed, because microbial populations that would ordinarily be able to deliver the nutrients may be significantly reduced. But what if the soil wasn't tilled or sprayed? What would happen to microbial communities if only plant-available sources of N, P, and K were provided? Remember that plants and microbes live symbiotically. They rely on each other for nourishment. Plants exude simple carbohydrates for the microbes. Microbes deliver nutrients in the rhizosphere or even directly into the root. But if all the nutrients are pre-made and ready to consume by a plant, it doesn't actually need the microbes anymore. So there's no need for a root to secrete carbohydrates. It just uptakes the nutrients that it needs. Without the root exudates, microbial communities starve. Without microbial communities, we start losing the secondary benefits of immune help and building soil structure. And beyond that, when microbial communities decline, it means that until you work to reestablish those communities, you have to purchase more fertilizer. And this is what we call a bottleneck. If at some point we were to lose access to fertilizers, whether it's because of rising costs or we deplete our sources, we then lose access to growing plants because we've been reliant on the IV drip without nurturing the soil biology. Beyond causing the microbial communities to atrophy, repeated fertilizer usage can lead to groundwater pollution, neglect of micronutrients, leading to overall less nutrient-dense food, and other challenges in growing healthy plants. Here's the main point that I'm trying to make with all of this. Tillage, herbicidal, pesticidal, fungicidal applications, and synthetic fertilizer usage are kind of a package deal. Tillage disrupts soil structure and fungi, reducing natural fertility. Pests and weed killers suppress soil biology even further, resulting in plants losing their microbial allies. Synthetic fertilizers step in as a crutch that bypasses biology to keep plants alive, but continues to weaken soil over time, making it more necessary to rinse and repeat. You do one, you become highly incentivized to do them all. I'm not saying that you have to or that everyone does. And honestly, I'm not trying to blame anyone or shame anyone who is trying to grow food for their family, community, or country. It's not the growers that are the problem. The problem is that we've inherited a system where a small number of companies control a large percentage of most of the global seed, pesticide, and fertilizer markets. It's in their best interest to get growers stuck on their products. That's how they make money, and is by bringing you back year after year after year. They're disincentivized from helping you regenerate your soil because then they would have nothing to sell you. And trust me, this is not meant to be an anti-capitalist, anti-business rant. We just need to look at where the market is taking the soil. The future doesn't look bright for farming, which is why regenerative growing techniques have become so popular in recent years. We're able to see where our current system is taking us.
Now, before we start exploring some of these solutions, I want to take one more look at a conventional or big agricultural operations so that we can further understand more of the risks that we're facing.
When you think about environmental damage, you might imagine pollution, birds going extinct, or industrial smokestacks sending black fumes into the atmosphere. But there's something that sits right below our feet, invisible to most, but on which everything relies, that is at risk of disappearing entirely. And if you're a frequent visitor of this channel, you'll be able to guess right away that I'm referring to the soil. I want to highlight a very real crisis that our planet is facing. So let's get into it. Now, I'll say that I want to give this data as simply as possible because I'm highly aware, first of all, that there are many crises in our world, many of which deserve attention. And so my goal is not to give you just another thing to worry about and add to the noise. But secondly, I also know that there are many ways to interpret this data. And of course, that's what I'm going to be doing here. And then I'm going to be packaging it and presenting it to you in such a way that is meant to convince you of my point of view. But of course, you are entitled to your own point of view. In fact, you're more than entitled. You kind of need to be forming your own opinion on this stuff because frankly, if you only ever hear my finished thoughts at this moment, and then you just blindly accept that, you may or may not do anything about it. And even if you do take some sort of action, you might wake up months or years down the road and think, do I actually believe this? So there you go, disclaimer made. In this video, I'm looking specifically at how much topsoil is lost each year, how it's being lost, and what the implications of that loss are going forward. And while I know that this is a worldwide concern, I live in the United States, so that's where much of my concern currently lies. And that's where a majority of the practices are that I'll be critiquing. So topsoil, what is it? Why should we care? Well, there are 4 main layers of soil on the earth, plus a bonus layer of sorts. Starting at the bottom, we've got the bedrock, which is solid, unweathered rock, on top of which sits parent material, which is bedrock broken apart a bit, on top of which is the subsoil that contains minerals that have leached out from the upper layers, and is typically pretty dense material, helps with water retention and drainage. And then we've got our topsoil, perhaps intuitively referring to the uppermost layer of the Earth's soil. And this is where the decomposed organic matter, broken down minerals, and tons of microorganisms live. It's where our plants largely grow, and it's created in part by the bonus layer of the Earth's soil horizons, which is just called the organic layer. And this stuff is like natural mulch, plant debris, decomposing leaves, insects, decaying animals. But that topsoil is the key thing to our survival as humans because it's basically the foundation of our food system, and maybe more importantly, it's sort of the foundation of all life on Earth. Plants, animals, insects, pollinators, microorganisms, we all rely on that soil, whether directly or indirectly, for survival. It also stores carbon as plants absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store the carbon in their roots, which then feeds microbes, and those eventually die and reimpart their stored carbon into the topsoil. So where does topsoil come from exactly? In nature, it's said that topsoil generates at approximately 1/10 of a millimeter per year, and that occurs through subsoil weathering and breaking down into smaller particles, which microorganisms colonize, break down further, and carry upward gradually, and then mixing with the decomposing organic layer, further processing, and then there we got topsoil. And it's incredible how complex this process actually is. So if you think about the way that we got the majority of our topsoil, we're looking at tectonic plates shifting, grinding, water traveling downward, freezing, thawing, microorganisms doing their thing for eons. The point is, at best, nature gets an inch of topsoil pumped out every 100 years. So we've got this vitally important, valuable substance that all life on Earth relies on, and it gets made slowly. Unfortunately, to put it very mildly, we're losing this soil. Now, maybe you've heard this before or maybe not, but either way, numbers are pretty easy to become numb to. So when I say that our topsoil in the US is being depleted at an estimated rate of 1 millimeter per year on the conservative side, it's really hard to appreciate what that might actually result in or what that would look like. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, we have one clear image of what that results in American history, an event called the Dust Bowl, which occurred a little over 100 years ago. Agricultural practices in the 1920s and 30s, such as deep plowing and intensive tillage, replacement of grasslands, and agricultural overexpansion onto poor land, resulted in one of the most devastating losses of topsoil in American history, with over 850 million tons blown off the southern plains in 1935 alone. This was equivalent to 8 tons of soil per US resident at the time, and an estimated 75% of topsoil was stripped across 100 million acre land. Now, the Dust Bowl was such an extreme and obviously devastating event that the US government stepped in to figure out ways to mitigate and remediate the damage. And this came in the form of mild yet sweeping agricultural reforms, such as encouraging contour plowing, terracing, and planting trees to reduce wind erosion. They also encourage farmers to practice cover cropping and a few other techniques, all of which are valuable, but don't replenish really what was lost exactly. And today, erosion is still claiming topsoil, albeit in slightly different ways. Tillage is still commonplace in conventional agriculture. Deforestation and natural habitat removal are still happening across the country. Even urban development and construction projects contribute to topsoil loss, since when homes are built, the first step in prepping the land is just to wipe away the topsoil to level the site. And if you're growing on residential land, you've probably faced the reality of starting with bad gardening soil that needs some work. Or you've opted to install raised beds, which is a legitimate solution. But there are other solutions, which we'll get to a little bit later in this video, that actually focus on replenishing the topsoil itself. The question that we need to be asking is, where is this loss of topsoil taking us? Well, from my perspective, and I don't think that this is much of a leap, we're heading toward greater food insecurity, nutrient-depleted food, and severe economic risk. The fact that farmland is degrading and losing topsoil far faster than it's able to replenish it means that if nothing changes, we're on a timer. And there are many different estimates here, so it's hard to know exactly what timeline we're truly facing. But currently, were nothing to change in our agricultural practices, some of the experts are saying that we're looking at 2050 for nearly complete loss of topsoil. Now, the good news is that things are changing. It's not as though everyone is just plowing ahead, pardon the expression, head down, not paying attention. Many attempts are being made to push back the time horizon. However, what many people feel, myself included, is that it's not really enough to just kick the can down the road, which is what our country seems to be very comfortable doing in a variety of spheres. I'm interested in solutions, specifically solutions that can be explored now, and there are two components that need to go hand in hand here in my mind. The first thing is obviously our practices when it comes to the way that we farm. And the second thing has to do with consumer expectations. So starting with our practices, I said a moment ago that when houses are built in America, standard practice is to scrape away the topsoil, level the site, and build the house, which is great for creating a stable structure in which people can live. But the next step is typically to finish things off with the landscaping equivalent of a bone-dry, flavorless birthday cake slathered with plain white frosting. I'm referring, of course, to the sod lawn that contractors roll out across the non-existent soil. Now, when we first moved to this house, the lawn was way past its prime, and while it grew thick and healthy in some places, in others it was patchy and weedy at best. When we first dug up a patch of lawn to install our first garden bed, we had no idea what we were doing, so we didn't even try to improve the quality of the soil before planting into it. We just set up our tomatoes and watered them once in a while, and needless to say, that soil didn't have much to offer our plants. We didn't have much of a yield that year. But over the next few years, we explored many natural soil building techniques: sheet mulching, compost making, homemade liquid ferments and teas, cover crops, adding biochar. And after another year of growing, these practices had drastically improved the quality of our soil. So much, in fact, that I'd guess it was the best the soil had felt in decades. Now, it's not as though this was easy to do. We'd improved and drastically increased our topsoil, but it took a fair amount of effort, and we were doing it, most of it by hand. But it was possible. And there's something that I noticed when it comes to many amazing farmers in my area and those across the country that I've been able to observe across the internet. And that is that many of these farmers are growing on a scale that would be considered minuscule to most conventional growers. Rather than growing on tens of thousands of acres as a standard practice for conventional commodity crop growers, the regenerative growers that I've observed intentionally limit their growing space to as much as a few thousand acres for livestock and as little as a tenth of an acre for fruit and vegetable market gardeners. And even on these small scale growing operations, with a lot of intentionality and strategic marketing, farmers are able to feed a decent amount of people and earn a living. And the reality is that many of these soil building practices can scale, but the effort and education required to advance them seems to be outpaced by the losses caused by the big agricultural operations. I'm speaking in generalities here, and I know that this is not true across the board. What I'm drawing attention to is that there are a few key things that I believe we'll need to characterize the future of agriculture if we're going to sustain and replenish the soil that we're losing. First, and there's a lot of headway in this direction already, at least in my part of the country, Washington State, but I think that the future is more, smaller, better. So more farmers, smaller farms, better practices. The industrial era, huge manufacturing plant, centralized, no-name style is and needs to fade into obsolescence. And instead, knowing by name the individuals who are growing your food needs to become more commonplace. Now, I'll admit that this is a challenging task, many of us, myself included, because we're simply not used to knowing our farmers. But getting to know them is a pretty worthy task, and one of the reasons for that is because of the ownership that it brings. I choose to support a local farm, Lazy R Beef, because I believe that Beth Robinette is growing in such a way that takes care of the soil and leads to regeneration. She and her family practice rotational grazing for their beef and lamb, a practice that is an incredible way of managing the land so that the soil gets better year after year. Another way to participate in this more, smaller, better revolution is to do what most of you are already doing now, growing some of your own food. And in fact, it might be some of you who decide to expand your growing operations so that you can provide food for your neighbors, your broader community, your city even. With many of the techniques that we demonstrate on this channel, the possibility to scale up your growing operation for the sake of increasing your yields becomes very real. We actually need more home gardeners who have access to possibly unused land to take a step forward toward contributing to locally available produce. Another thing that happens when people take ownership over growing some of their own food, at least, is that they become more aware of the cost to produce such food. And this brings us to the second part in this section, consumer expectations. It's my belief that as remarkable as many of these industrial practices are in generating large amounts of food with very little, for little, as is the case with most shortcuts, there's a bill that needs to be paid somewhere. And that bill can come either now or later. If we do nothing, some estimate that we will have 25 years before a significant loss of food. At that point, food prices will have already raised substantially along the way, not overnight, but we'll find ourselves with a greater deficit to make up when it comes to replenishing our topsoil. On the other hand, the more that we can pay that cost up front, pay more to the farmers who are growing smaller and better, the lighter the financial burden will actually feel in the long run. The problem is that we've been lulled into some false expectations when it comes to the actual cost of food. And so, especially over the past few years with the supply chain and climate-related issues exposing the fragility of our systems, we've begun to feel suffocated at the rising cost of food. And no doubt this is also due to the mega corporations who are blaming phantom issues and then raising prices when they don't need to for the sake of making more money. Egg prices, for example, have been infamously out of control over the past year, and the leading cause that experts point to is the bird flu. When there's an outbreak of avian flu, flocks are culled and egg production goes down. And then we're into the basics of supply and demand. Of course, if supply goes down, then the cost is going to go up. But what's sketchy is that whereas you'd expect profits to stay somewhat level for the US's biggest egg producer, Cal-Maine, the reality is that their profits tripled last year. Not their total revenue, their profits. In other words, it's not as though supply chain shocks and inflation and avian flu aren't to blame for the rising cost of food. It's that those words are kind of the new normal and are now being used against consumers to justify increased prices. So who would you rather pay higher prices to? The mega producers or the farmer a few miles down the road? It's obviously not as simple as I'm making it out to be here. I'm not saying that we need to tear down the whole system, but even gradual spending changes over the course of years will lead us at least closer to a more sustainable food system. As I wrap things up, ideally this video leaves you with equal parts hope and urgency. The loss of topsoil at the current rates is unsustainable. The ecological and economic risk of this loss is leading us toward discomfort at best and disaster at worst. But there are ways forward, and that begins with personal responsibility, in my opinion. As gardeners, any amount that you can participate in the process of restoring the soil is a step in the right direction. As consumers, any amount that you can find and support farmers who are growing using regenerative approaches is a huge step toward us recovering our soil.
And so now that we understand a bit about how the soil works, why many of our current agricultural practices are destroying healthy soil, and some of the associated risks, I want to introduce what has become one of my favorite frameworks for alternative agriculture, Korean natural farming.
Korean natural farming has the potential to transform your garden this year. It is one of the most promising hopes for the regenerative agriculture movement. But whereas Korean farmers and gardeners have readily applied its principles, Westerners like myself have been hesitant to embrace it with open arms. And I believe that a lot of that is due to a lack of clarity regarding the principles, functions, and doctrine of natural farming. So I wanted to take the opportunity to break down what I've come to understand about KNF, Korean natural farming, in one cohesive perspective. And then I'd like to offer some suggestions for how you might start to think about ways that you can apply these concepts to your unique context. So what is natural farming and why should you be paying attention to it? Well, at its core, natural farming is a rejection of modern agriculture and an embrace of ancient wisdom. Modern agriculture prioritizes speed and efficiency, utilizes isolated, synthetically derived nutrients to feed plants, whereas natural farming embraces natural processes, sustainability, and the complexity of nature. It also appreciates plants and animals' need for a much wider spectrum of nutrients. Each of these dichotomies could be its own video, but in essence, what many are coming to realize, and what many have known for quite some time now, is that there's a particular harm being done to the earth through many of our modern agricultural practices. So as someone who is concerned for the well-being of our planet, I really believe that natural farming offers some incredible paths forward to restoring biodiversity, ecology, and the resilience that the earth once had. Maybe after watching this video, you'll feel similar. So let's take a look at issue number 1 and we'll see what solutions Korean natural farming has for you in your garden. The first problem with conventional agriculture is that it has taught us gardeners and farmers that there are only 3 nutrients needed to support plant health. We've got nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, also referred to as NPK. If you've ever bought a bag or a bottle of fertilizer from the store, you'll notice that these 3 nutrients are expressed in 3 numbers, known as the NPK ratio. This ratio is seen as the gold standard of plant and soil health. Now, I'm not saying that these 3 nutrients aren't important for plants. They are. They're called the big 3 for a reason. The problem with only applying these is immediately apparent, however, when you realize that there are a few more than 3 nutrients that a plant relies on for growth. This is debated, and the number is probably higher, but most will agree that there are at least 17 essential nutrients that support plant growth. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, of course, but also sulfur, calcium, magnesium, iron, copper, manganese, zinc, boron, molybdenum, chlorine, nickel, and not to mention carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So depending on when you see this video, we'll have another video outlining the effects of simply dumping NP and K on your soil. But suffice it to say, if you apply these synthetic fertilizers, you will likely experience a short-time win in the garden, followed by subsequent seasons of reliance on these expensive and environmentally suspect fertilizers. Initially, your plants will perk up, but because you neglect to tend to its other nutrient needs, your soil will start to rebel before long, and microorganisms will die off, leaving your plants in need of constant attention and highly susceptible to disease.
So if you're a home gardener or growing on a much smaller scale than a mega ag operation, you might be wondering if and how this applies to you. From my point of view, as you'll hear in a moment, conventional agriculture and home gardening have really developed hand in hand, sort of in tandem, and it's really worth asking the question, where are we?
For the most part, modern gardening mirrors industrial agriculture. It's obsessed with control. Insects are labeled as pests and killed indiscriminately. Deficiencies in the soil are force-fed, and plant diseases are eradicated without ever addressing the root problems. Soil is treated as a neutral substrate, not a living system. Plants are treated like machines, needing exact ratios of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium at precise intervals, rather than biological partners within a living ecology. Fertility has been replaced by sterility, and the more sterile our systems get, the more they require just to survive. Now, this is not just an agricultural problem, it's in our backyards. It's in our raised beds or container gardens. Whether we realize it or not, most home gardens are just miniature versions of the same sterile system. Alternatives like organic gardening, no-till methods, and permaculture have emerged to correct the course, and each has beautiful solutions to offer. But amongst these alternative approaches, Korean natural farming, or KNF, is one that needs to come into the spotlight, especially for home gardeners and small-scale growers. KNF sits at the intersection between the natural and the practical. No form of agriculture, from a 100,000-acre farm to a simple patio garden, is ever going to be entirely natural. Growing plants is nothing that a human being can do. We cultivate the conditions in which a plant can grow in order to achieve a specific result, namely a crop. This is not natural, as though it were happening all on its own. Our role, though, is very small in comparison to the millions of microbes at work to facilitate each of the functions within a plant's life cycle. We may provide nutrients, but the microorganisms process and deliver them to plants. In KNF, natural processes are seen and appreciated, borrowed and crystallized, imparted and propagated. The way that this is accomplished is via a series of homemade or collected inputs that perform unique functions at various times throughout the growing season. The exploration of these inputs and the contextualization for the home gardener is why I'm making this video. It's worth saying that there are plenty of great resources out there on KNF, on YouTube and elsewhere. However, it's hard to find all the relevant information simplified and in one place, and that's what I'm hoping to do. I also have recognized that much of the material about KNF has been made and applies largely to large-scale growers, which is amazing, but it can be hard to contextualize for people like me who are used to growing in a smaller space. My hope is that I've been able to take many of the most relevant parts of KNF and adapt them for people who grow plants in containers, raised beds, suburban yards, and community plots. Most importantly, I want to help you succeed with KNF at home without needing a massive farm, a chemistry degree, or a huge budget. None of these inventions or recipes are mine. In fact, I've received no formal training on any of this. All that I've learned has come from the resources that I've been able to read, the videos I've seen, and mostly, above all, just figuring it out for myself, doing it, making the amendments and seeing how they work. Fair? I'm not an expert. I don't have any biology degree. I don't have any credentials to my name other than I've started and reformed gardens using these techniques for 5 years now. This is the video that I wish that I had when I was beginning to learn about the incredible world of natural farming. I don't consider KNF the only way forward for modern ag and gardening, but it is a way, and if perhaps we as gardeners could just begin to learn from KNF to understand and normalize microbial contributions in the garden, that would kind of be the bomb diggity.
Now, as bomb diggity as this would be, I'm going to take a moment to diverge from KNF and observe a quasi-parallel system that is derived from Korean natural farming, JADAM Organic Farming. And after watching this next video, perhaps you'll be able to make a more informed decision about which of these valuable frameworks will work best for you.
Both KNF and JADAM offer an approach to growing that focuses on curating the biology on the plants and in the soil, rather than the typical or the conventional approaches that often only focus on the chemistry at play when we're growing plants. Korean natural farming was researched and developed through the 1950s and 60s by a Korean farmer named Han Kyu Cho. And in the early 21st century, his son Young-sung Cho built on his father's teachings to develop his own adjacent framework, JADAM Organic Farming. The main and most prominent similarity that I see between the two, and probably the most important, is their commitment to the usage of acronyms. I've counted nearly 30 acronyms between the two systems, and it gets a little overwhelming at times. So in this video, I'll try to refer to everything by its non-abbreviated name, with the exception of KNF, which of course stands for Korean Natural Farming. Another almost equally substantial similarity between KNF and JADAM are their cultivation and the usage of indigenous microorganisms. And this is honestly one of the most elegant and important contributions of natural farming, and one that deserves a lot more scientific research because of how substantial the results are and the potential is for modern growers. At present, all I can reference is my personal experience using indigenous microorganisms in both frameworks, but I highly encourage you to experiment yourself. The essence of indigenous microorganism theory is that we're taking the best of what nature has produced and we're bringing it into our gardens. In case you weren't aware, microorganisms are involved in just about every process within the soil and in a plant's own biology. They facilitate growth at every level and as such can be considered an essential component of any gardening operation. Many, myself included, actually believe that curating microbial life in the soil is probably the most important thing you can do as a gardener. And so when we collect, culture, and apply the microbes from nature, where everything just kind of runs and thrives all on its own without any help from people, we're bringing in a lot of resilience, strength, and diversity to our gardens. We're helping them align themselves with nature more fully. And both JADAM and KNF build their frameworks on that foundation. Another similarity between these two frameworks is their emphasis on lowering the cost of inputs and reducing reliance on external resources. The subtitle of the JADAM Organic Farming book is The Way to Ultra Low Cost Agriculture. A big component of lowering the costs is that KNF and JADAM systems largely center around homemade gardening inputs and the overall DIY approach. We'll get into specifics here, but all of the inputs in theory can be collected or made either on site or nearby wherever you are growing, with a few exceptions. Both JADAM and KNF are fairly scalable in my experience because of the way that homemade inputs are utilized. A little really goes a long way, meaning that you make the input once per season or even once per decade in some cases. Of course, there's variation here, and some inputs are more time and labor intensive than others. But overall, these systems are designed to slot into conventional agricultural practices. Probably the main difference that gets JADAM and KNF apart from the conventional approaches, though, is rather than taking a heavy-handed, highly involved approach to growing, both frameworks at least attempt to take a step back and appreciate the natural processes that are at work apart from human intervention. And this manifests in the acceptance of nutritive cycle theory. Really simply put, nutritive cycle theory is the idea that a plant and an animal, for that matter, have different nutritional requirements and preferences at different stages within their life cycle. So rather than a consistent set of nutrients and growth stimulants, each relies on flexible and adaptive treatment. So during the early stages of a plant growth, when a plant's main goal is to increase its biomass so that it can photosynthesize more and beef itself out, certain inputs are applied that help with nitrogen absorption and stimulate leaf production. Later on in a plant's growth cycle, however, more calcium might be required, and natural pest defense systems might need to be activated, which dictate a different set of nutrients and compounds for application. The system is baked into the overarching philosophy of KNF and JADAM, which is biomimicry, copying and facilitating natural processes organically rather than forcing results at specific optimal times. Finally, the main similarity that I see between each iteration of natural farming is that neither encourage repeated tillage. Since nature relies on microorganisms for generating appropriate soil tilth, the need for mechanical tillage goes away. Let me know in the comments if you see any other similarities between KNF and JADAM that I missed. I'm certainly not the grand representative of either of these frameworks, and this is just my opinion at the end of the day. While there are a lot of similarities between each system, there are also a fair number of differences between KNF and JADAM. And while both share very similar philosophy that results in similar practices, there are three key distinctions between each system. again, that I see. Firstly, whereas KNF has quite a few different inputs that are used in various ways and at various times and in various contexts, it seems like one of Youngsung Cho's primary goals for JADAM was to simplify. Within KNF, there are 9 categories of inputs plus various application schedules, combinations, and variations on each input's usage. In JADAM, there are 5 core recipes to learn, one of which can open up into a variety of iterations, and one of which, the microbial solution, allows you to turn it into a shelf-stable form of itself. Now, there is also an entire extra book devoted to the pest management research that Youngsung Cho did in order to find natural, helpful remedies for fungal disease and pest damage, but in theory, only a few of those are going to be needed for each grower, since pests and diseases are going to be highly location dependent. And this simplified approach is by design. Youngsung Cho explicitly calls out his father's system as a bit overly complicated, and it seems to even potentially annoy him a little bit. Could be wrong there. The main area of simplification within JADAM, however, is in the way that it treats indigenous microbes, which brings us to the second and what I would consider the main core difference between each framework. To get into this, we need to actually understand how and where indigenous microorganisms exist. Microbes can be found on pretty much any surface in any part of the world, underwater, floating in the air, covering our skin, inside plant and animal bodies. But if we're going to find microbes that will most benefit our gardens and fields, we need to look in areas where the soil has been left undisturbed and protected for long amounts of time. Now, one of the easiest ways to find these undisturbed microbes is by following this 3-step process. Number 1, find a thick-trunked tree. Step number 2, scrape away the leaf litter below said tree. And step number 3, look for white strands of mycelium. This is your generally reliable evidence that the soil that you're looking at contains robust microbes that have learned how to live season to season through the hot and the cold, the rain and the drought in that specific area. Now also, generally speaking, if that tree happens to be growing in a higher elevation, it's possible that those soil microbes that are facilitating and sustaining the growth of the tree are going to be even a little bit stronger and more adapted to the general locale. Now in JADAM, we're simply taught to collect leaf mold soil, the soil underneath the tree's leaf litter, and then either to culture that soil through a simple process or to use it as a culture for other ingredients in various ways. And I've provided recipes that you can download for both of these processes linked in the description, so feel free to check those out and follow along. Here's what the JADAM approach looks like. For the microbial solution, we take the leaf mold soil, boil some potato, cool it down so it doesn't burn any of the microbes in the soil, and then we strain the cooked potato and soil through a fine mesh bag or cheesecloth or burlap into dechlorinated water. The potato is going to provide an easily digestible food source for the microbes in the leaf mold soil. And then for good measure, and because nobody likes their food unseasoned, we add a large pinch of unrefined, non-iodized sea salt to the brew. Let the microbes have their dinner. We watch as they start to multiply in number and in activity in the water. So once the foam is at its peak, that solution is ready to use, and it can be used for a variety of purposes, but the main ones being a soil drench or as a foliar application for plants. What this gives us is the microbes from the forest in a potent form that will go down into the soil and perform all of the functions they were performing back in the forest, but in your garden. And the key thing here, and this really matters for our discussion, is that the type of organism that we're getting, the 2 main microbes we're trying to culture for good soil health are bacteria and fungi. Now these are very broad categories of microbes, but essentially the role bacteria are going to play is fast-paced and short-lived, whereas fungi are hopefully going to take a while to get established, but last forever if left undisturbed. Bacteria is sort of like a roadwork crew, and the fungi are like the road, right? The crew comes in quick and only lasts a few days. Maybe that's a bad analogy, actually, but maybe you get what I'm saying. Bacteria come and go. It's not like they aren't important, they're essential, and the JADAM microbial solution provides really strong bacteria that do serious work for your soil and your plants. However, if we're going to capture and culture the long-lasting fungal microbes from the woods, we got to turn to Korean natural farming. And if you're unfamiliar with this process, please don't let it scare you off. It's more doable than it seems. Instead of removing leaf mold soil from the forest, we're going to take a little more subtle approach. To collect these fungal cultures, we're going to bring the meal to them, so to speak. And the most commonly used food source comes in the form of white rice. But I've come to find that white rice is very hit and miss for me in my climate. The fungi in my extremely dry and arid climate seem to enjoy something that holds onto a bit more moisture, like pearl barley or whole oats. And so to entice the microbes, we're gonna place the grains in a box after they've been cooked, this time unseasoned. We'll save that for later. And then we'll put the box on the forest floor underneath the leaf litter, and it's just gonna stay there for a few days, depending on how warm things get while it's out there. But once we return, we should find that the indigenous microorganisms have begun their feast at that point, and we're ready to take these guys home. Now, if we wanted to spread that moldy rice on our soil, we would get a nice dose of indigenous bacteria, maybe some protozoa and nematodes in there as well, similar to the JADAM microbial solution. But if we want to introduce the fungi, we can't jump to third base quite yet. Fungi requires us to go on a few more dates. And those dates are like preserving the microbes in brown sugar, feeding those microbes a new substrate like oats or wheat bran, and then gradually introducing them to our native garden soil microbes. This gradual integration is what is going to establish the long-term committed relationship between our garden's soil microbes and nature's microbes. And you can check out our videos detailing the process a bit more in depth if you want to get started yourself, or you can download the beginner's guide to IMO, linked in the description. But to back up and to remember why we're here in the first place, this is probably the main difference that many people will point to between the KNF systems and the JADAM system of inputs. And it's something that people really get up in arms about. I've seen people defend both sides of the fence on this one, and I've got a few thoughts of my own that we'll get into when we talk about my recommendations for you. One final distinction here when it comes to the uses of each of these microbial cultures. In JADAM, Youngsung Cho encourages using the leaf mold soil as an all-purpose inoculant for breaking down organic matter and minerals into bioavailable nutrients for plants. In the book, he details a simple process, for instance, of making a mineral-rich water by feeding the leaf mold soil rocks in water. So over time, the microbes in the leaf mold soil will acidify and break down these rocks into more plant-available minerals within the water. He also uses leaf mold soil as the culture that breaks down plant debris and food scraps, manure, eggshells, and more, all in water. That's the way everything decomposes in JADAM. In KNF, we really have three approaches to this kind of preparation of materials, none of which traditionally use the indigenous microorganisms. Instead, for plant debris and fish waste, we use brown sugar to gently extract nutrients and enzymes. For specific herbal extracts, we use a high alcohol content spirit like vodka. And for mineral supplements, we use a high-quality vinegar extraction process. This results in a range of solutions that all enter the soil and the plants in the soil in different ways, sort of rounding out the edges of the IMO culture that is the primary garden inoculant. At least that's the way I see it. This is definitely interesting because vinegar, specifically when applied at very low doses, produces a type of mild stress response within a plant that signals certain plant defense systems to come online without harming the plant. Alcohol, in the case of the herbal extracts, administers the nutrients in slightly different ways and crosses cellular barriers in ways distinct from how a fermented plant juice, for instance, made from osmotic pressure extracted enzymes would treat the same plant. If that last part didn't really make much sense, don't worry about it. Basically, KNF uses a variety of different substances to create its inputs, whereas JADAM relies almost solely on leaf mold soil for its fermented inputs. The third difference that I see between KNF and JADAM is an interesting one, but relevant, and that is, with the exception of maybe seawater, all of the inputs in KNF are supposedly edible at their recommended homeopathic level dilution rates. I'm not encouraging you to consume them necessarily, and please don't drink them undiluted, but practitioners will tell you that all of them are edible and even beneficial for human consumption. On the flip side, when it comes to JADAM, we're not dealing with inputs that are harmful to human health exactly, but none of them are considered edible. And if you have ever made JADAM liquid fertilizer, you probably know why. Now, with the primary similarities and differences out of the way, let's hop into some of the strengths of both of these systems, starting with JADAM. As someone who primarily utilizes KNF inputs for their growing, I love JADAM. And the main reason for that is that it's easy to start. It's pretty straightforward as far as natural farming approaches go, and it's also decently well documented. In the book, Youngsung Cho provides nutrient analyses of various amendments. He's received organic certification for each of the inputs, and he's gone to great lengths to record the results that he and many others practicing his techniques have achieved, especially in South Korea. The reason it's so easy to start is because it's a pretty low stakes operation. Collecting leaf mold soil and brewing up some microbial solution doesn't take that much effort, honestly, and that's probably kind of the 80-20, the 20% of the system that gets you 80% of the results. As far as KNF, I think its strengths lie in its long-lasting inputs on soil health, its nuance, and its adaptability. There are definitely several parts of the system that could be a bit more flexible, but all in all, KNF encourages you to experiment with a wider suite of inputs that allows for more variation and adaptability based on individual growers' growing needs. On top of this, the patient and gentle approach to indigenous microorganism cultivation is incredibly impressive, and a lot of work went into figuring out the best practices here. There's so much promise when it comes to using this ideology and practice to restore ecology on farms and home gardens. And the overarching long-term goal for KNF's IMO integration is that the soil gets brought back to a place where proper nutrient cycling is happening all on its own without much help from us gardeners. Now, while there are many strengths to each of these approaches, I want to be honest about what I see as the limiting factors for both, because there definitely are some significant ones. And starting with JADAM, perhaps the most upsetting limitation comes in the form of the foul odors generated when producing these inputs, specifically the JADAM liquid fertilizer and the JADAM sulfur. The fertilizer smells like something between really bad breath, like someone hasn't brushed their teeth in several years, and sewage runoff. And sulfur smells like sulfur. It's not pleasant, and I know Young Sung Cho has recommended for how to reduce these odors, but these inputs in particular give off quite a stench, and that can be a hurdle for someone trying to stay friends with their neighbors. Another limitation is when it comes to the wetting agent and the JADAM sulfur recipes. I think many home gardeners will find them unapproachable. I know I did for quite a while, and it's totally possible that I will use these more in the future, but I think that for a lot of home gardeners, again, these might be a bit too high of a hurdle to jump over. Lastly, as we've already discussed, the microbial solution is an amazing input and very easy to make. And this isn't really a drawback as much as it is just an actual limiting factor, but compared to IMO stage 4, the lasting microbial and especially fungal diversity is not something that's going to stick around long term. It just requires you to keep making it for it to do its thing. Of course, your soil health will stay good over time and your soil overall will be blessed by applying the JADAM microbial solution, but it's not really a one-for-one replacement of IMO. Speaking of IMO, when I think about the limitations of Korean natural farming, I do consider IMO pretty difficult for beginners to get on board with. It took me a lot of persistence trying to figure this thing out from stage 1 through stage 4. It's one of the main things that I try to help people with in our natural gardening group membership. And so I think it's a bit of a limitation within the framework. Similarly, there are some other inputs within KNF that can be relatively time and resource intensive. Oriental herbal nutrient, for example, is a 2.5-month process to make and costs a bit to get all the materials together. Fermented fish amino acids isn't exactly hard to make, but it can take a while to get things fully broken down and ready to use. So I think there's a bit of a limitation there. Now, aside from the limitations of JADAM and KNF, I have a few warnings to offer as you are considering going down this path, or perhaps you already have traveled for a while and are experimenting with some of these things. The main warning I want to give is against dogmatism. Whether that's listening to people who speak with extreme confidence and authority on the topic, or just taking a narrow-minded position yourself. People love to poo-poo JADAM and call it a shortcut that doesn't actually do anything. Others are going to swear their allegiance to JADAM and say it's the exact same, only easier than KNF, and people collecting IMO are just wasting their time. And the fact is that with pretty much anything in life, these are not black and white frameworks. What a lot of people are worried about, I think, is that growers will only partially try out the techniques and then claim that they don't work. And that's valid, and I would encourage you to actually try to learn the techniques the way that they are being taught, not just doing something similar and calling it JADAM or KNF. At the same time, these are frameworks. They're meant to be adapted and changed based on your own specific context and experience. Along with that, another warning I want to give is to not fear making mistakes when trying either of these frameworks out. These are really unique ways of growing. They're not exactly intuitive, and it takes a little time to wrap your brain around what's all happening in each framework. An encouragement I'd offer is to try something from these if you haven't already. We've got a lot of resources on this channel. You can check out our JADAM and KNF playlist to get you started, but the main point here is that while it can feel overwhelming to make your first batch of JMS, for instance, or to put a box of cooked rice in the forest, you can only wait so long. Try to actually overcome your apprehension by trying something.
And before we dive into starting that journey, I want to offer one caveat for the sake of full transparency as you begin to explore this way of growing. There's a video on YouTube of a farmer, Wendy Kornberg, describing her experience dealing with root aphids on her farm. She was experiencing crop failure, and when she went to examine the plant roots, she found what she thought, and were later confirmed, as root aphids. Now, root aphids live and feed on plant roots, causing damage to plants, yellowing leaves, wilting, and they pose a significant problem for growers because they can spread quickly and are hard to get rid of. Wendy got in touch with a company that sold an organic parasitic fungal spray that is particularly effective against root aphids, and this company ended up asking her to do a side-by-side test of a few of their products. She agreed, and by the time she received the product, a little over a week had passed. But when she went to find the root aphids, she started pulling up plants to find which areas that they were specifically located, and she couldn't find them. Knowing that root aphids don't just move along once they've begun infesting, she continued searching until she ended up pulling out her microscope to try to find them, and she made a startling realization. Under the microscope, she could see that what she had previously believed to be small chunks of perlite were actually root aphids, surrounded and suffocated by white fungi. And the second realization she made was that these were the plants to which she had applied her recently cultured indigenous microorganisms. Plants growing in soil in other areas where the IMOs had not been applied still contained aphid infestation. And after sending samples into labs at Cornell University and the company from which she had received her now unnecessary fungal spray, she was told that while they could identify the genus of fungi, they couldn't get more specific. The exact species of this fungi was completely unknown. This is an incredible example of both the helpfulness and the limitations that science brings when it comes to studying such a nuanced and complex topic as soil biology. And on the one hand, while science has helped advance so much of the understanding that we have when it comes to cultivating the conditions of healthy soil, there remains a substantial gap in its ability to fully legitimize and demonstrate the benefits of natural farming. As popular and as effective natural farming is becoming, it still faces a significant roadblock that could keep it from expanding. And that is that science can't prove that it works. Or more accurately, maybe science won't prove that it works. But to understand why, we need to look at how modern scientific research is designed, and maybe more importantly, how it's funded. Because the reality is, the very people who stand to gain the most from natural farming are largely incapable of formally legitimizing its efficacy, while the organizations that stand to lose the most from legitimizing natural farming could be the very ones who could fund the research. In this video, we're going to take a look at what natural farming is, how it works, and why it's one of the fastest growing forms of alternative agriculture. And then we'll look at the problems that it faces when it comes to receiving research funds, and how it's already found itself incompatible with the way that research projects are performed. As always, I'll end with some practical steps that you can take. Natural farming refers to a way of aligning with nature's processes and patterns in such a way that boosts fertility in the soil, in plants, and leads to less and less work over time, because have you noticed that nature just kind of runs itself? It would be pretty sweet to have a little bit of that momentum in our own growing operations. Now, natural farming is an umbrella term for many large categories of growing. Under this umbrella, we've got things like organic, regenerative, permaculture, syntropic, biodynamics, no-till, zero-budget natural farming, and much, much more. But some of the most compelling frameworks amongst these techniques, at least for me, come from the Korean natural farming world. And this framework was developed first by Han-Kyu Cho, Master Cho, who did extensive research and studied under natural farmers in Japan, while also examining traditional growing techniques across his home country of South Korea, and began the process of standardizing those techniques. A branch of Korean natural farming is JADAM Organic Farming, which is similar in many ways. It was developed by Master Cho's son, Young-sung Cho, and these guys are truly incredible. The work that they and their families have done and continue to do is an incredible blessing to the world of natural farming. But even with so many individual growers benefiting so widely, And even with all the promise of the systems, KNF and other natural farming methods are very hard to fully standardize and support from a modern scientific perspective. What that means is that for people willing to take the step into the unknown, to contextualize, observe, and persevere through trial and error, there are huge potential upsides to KNF. Practicing these techniques for many growers means that they don't have to rely on costly external gardening inputs, fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and expensive equipment. It means that over time, soil biology is brought toward a natural state where less and less input is required to grow healthy plants, and crop failure and struggles are greatly reduced or even eliminated altogether. But for many others, and probably the majority of growers, the lack of scientific backing is too high of a hurdle to jump over for them to pursue any form of natural farming. And at a certain level, I get it. This stuff is not always intuitive. It grinds against a lot of conventional thinking. It takes some work to figure out how it all works. And you're not going to look the same as most of the people growing around you. Now, for some people, like myself, these are actually mostly upsides. But I can also understand why formal scientific support is necessary for a lot of people to get on board. And you'll notice that I'm using the term formal scientific support because the fact is that there is plenty of informal scientific backing to these techniques. It's that the peer-reviewed, third-party, massively vetted scientific studies have not emerged yet. But this is what I refer to when I say formal. However, I also think that understanding how specific techniques and approaches to agriculture receive that formal scientific backing is well worth it, because just knowing how it works might change the way that you think about it a little bit. The first main thing that I want to point out is simply the way that scientific research is funded and what the benefits and limitations of that system are. I will be linking to a substantial number of articles and studies that you can find in the description if you would like to check out any of those yourself. But two that I want to point out for this section are the life cycle of a research grant article from the Conversation Journal online, and the Infonetica article, What is Research Funding? I found these very helpful as I was preparing for this video. In the US, there are many research organizations that receive grant and federal funds, the NIH, the NSF, and the DARPA, to name a few. But essentially, to receive funding from these government organizations, you first apply for a grant in such a way that meets the requirements for a request for proposal, or RPF. And this is a very thorough set of guidelines that weeds out a lot of potential projects. The projects that pass the RPF guidelines then undergo a rigorous merit review, where a council looks for conflicts of interest, debates the merits of various projects, and then decide how to dole out funds. And obviously this is a very simplified explanation, but once the funds are doled out, the red tape doesn't go away. These agencies have very strict and specific rules about how funds are spent, and deviance from these rules can result in a loss of access to funds. And this makes government-provided funding a challenging path to pursue. Academic institutions can also provide some funding, and some of them are the biggest research agencies in the world, but these are also federally funded in a lot of cases and also have strict rules about how funds are spent and how projects are performed. But this still leaves one major group of funding providers to fill in the gaps: private corporations. And these corporations don't always fill in the gaps as much as they bankroll projects. And when a research project receives adequate funding, they can hire the right people, scientists, researchers, writers, compilers, all of which result in a legitimate scientific finding. Thankfully, corporations have a long history of transparency for the projects which they fund. In case you missed it, that was a joke. Let's bring this into the real world. Let's say that a groundbreaking scientific study was released that showed that sugar consumption showed no correlation with coronary heart disease. This would be great news because everyone likes sweets, and it's nice to know that we don't need to worry about overconsumption. Well, this discovery was made in the 1950s, and it appeared that the science was showing no adverse effects on human health, specifically toward the emerging heart disease epidemic of the times. And the research continued to show this throughout the 60s and 70s, leading many Americans to believe that saturated fat and dietary cholesterol were the primary villains of the story, not refined sugar. Now, if you were a believer in science during these decades, again, this was great news because there was a clear path to weight loss and a healthy lifestyle that didn't involve restricting refined sugar in your diet. But what if I told you that the studies that were being published and the research that was being performed was largely funded and performed by an organization called the Sugar Association? Would that make you a tiny bit skeptical of the findings that refined sugar was a healthy part of the American diet? It probably should. And that's more or less exactly what happened. And this is one of the most well-documented cases of what we might call a good old conflict of interest in scientific research that misled the general public so completely that we still haven't really recovered from that mindset of saturated fat, bad, refined sugar. Now, in case you're wondering, the Sugar Association, previously called the Sugar Research Foundation, was founded in 1943, and it receives funding from sugar growers across America, over 140,000, who pay dues for this research to be done. And so, in case you're not catching it, if the people who are profiting from sugar sales are the ones designing and funding the research projects to determine its effect on human health, would we expect them to publish studies that show sugar in a negative light? Obviously not. Now, the problem here, I'll argue, is not necessarily the way these projects are funded. Research has to be funded somehow. It's more of an issue of transparency, so that as consumers, we know who's backing the research. Now, thankfully, we've come a long way since the 70s when it comes to scientific research transparency. Or have we? Well, a few years ago in 2019, a little over 13,000 cases were brought against a company called Monsanto that claimed their best-selling herbicide, Roundup, had been responsible for causing non-Hodgkin lymphoma, otherwise known as an aggressive blood cancer, to either the individual or a loved one. And due to the volume of cases, a thorough investigation was done into Monsanto that resulted in something called the Monsanto Papers, where it was revealed that Monsanto had actively silenced researchers whose results were not in the company's best interests, including scientists directly employed by Monsanto and scientists employed by public institutions. And since these discoveries, more and more evidence of secretly funded academic studies that present Monsanto's herbicide in an exclusively positive light have arisen. There's so much shady dealing here that they dropped their name when they were acquired by German pharmaceutical and life sciences company Bayer. But you can still buy Roundup straight off the shelf and poison yourself if you want to. And their chemical, glyphosate, is still sprayed on 100% of genetically modified crops. And guess who sells genetically modified seeds, by the way? I'll give you a hint. These seeds are labeled Roundup Ready. Now, Bayer, the new Monsanto owner, grossed a little over 46 billion euros, or around 27 billion US dollars in 2024. They've got decent means to fund whatever research projects they want, and also pay off anyone who wants to publish research that sheds a negative light on their product. So where exactly does scientific research funding fit into all of this when it comes to natural farming? Who stands to gain from demonstrating the benefits of culturing and applying indigenous microorganisms, for example, in any growing context? Big rice, wheat bran producers of America? It's just not quite something that monetizes and scales. The whole system of Korean natural farming is geared toward empowering growers to make their own inputs and become less reliant on repeat purchases. So a lack of scientific evidence for natural farming techniques may not be an indication that they aren't scientifically viable. It really might just mean that there's not enough financial incentive to fund a legitimate project. Now, that's not to say that research hasn't been done on any natural farming techniques. There's significant scientific evidence of the benefits of no-till growing and some organic farming techniques that have made the journey over to home gardening. And there's a little bit of research out there on Korean natural farming and JADAM Organic Farming, but not nearly enough for anyone to consider these as commercially viable approaches to agriculture. And even from what is out there, there's kind of conflicting data. And this gets into the challenge that natural farming faces when it comes to research project design. For modern science to effectively study a technique and publish findings, there's so many necessary factors that go into the study. Control groups, randomization, blinding, clear definitions and variables, sampling techniques, and data collection methods. All of these are helpful for deriving legitimate findings, but they become very tricky to implement when dealing with something as finicky as Korean natural farming. To remind you of Farmer Wendy's story from the beginning, the fungi that she had cultured from her Indigenous Microorganism collections didn't exist in the taxonomy database. So take this scientific study from the Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Projects, or SARE. The summary of this report says that they applied Indigenous Microorganisms, or IMO, to various plots and tested for soil nutrient concentrations, microbial communities, and leaf nutrient density at harvest. Their findings There was no impact on the IMO sprayed lettuce fields compared to the control group. Now, some people might read this and be convinced that there's no benefit to IMO cultivation, case closed. The science is spoken. But when you dip your toes into the study a little bit, it becomes immediately apparent no such conclusion could really be definitively made. First of all, the fields the IMO was applied to were left unmulched, which by the researchers' own admission was a likely detriment to the protection of these microorganisms in the soil. Additionally, the IMO that was sprayed on the fields was only brought to the second stage of cultivation, IMO 2, which is not something that KNF teachers or I would recommend. It's really important to gradually grow these microbial populations out onto multiple other substrates, most notably the native field soil, before applying it so that the microbes are properly conditioned by the time they make it to the field. And I'm not trying to overcomplicate things just to explain away the need for scientific research. I'm trying to point out that with so many variables at play, it's hard to guarantee a completely satisfactory design for such a study. Now, this project received one grant of nearly $12,000, and it occurred over the course of a single growing season. So we're not able to see what several years, or better yet, decades of using the properly cultivated IMOs would be. It's plausible that a better funded project would yield better results. Now, I want to clarify at this point in the video and say that my critique here is very specific. I'm not proposing any sort of conspiracy theory into the scientific community. And I'm not trying to suggest that we do away with the scientific processes that we have. My frustration is largely with the lack of transparency when it comes to who funds which projects and who buries which findings. But I also think that it would help us all to put off conclusions about what various scientific findings actually are showing us. I want to encourage healthy skepticism with regard to anyone's bold claim about whether something for sure works or for sure doesn't. I'm going to continue to make bold claims on this channel, and rather than nodding your head and blindly accepting what I have to say, I want you to actually stand up and try it out. Like, see for yourself how it works, if it works for you. If it seems to work for other people and not for you, why might that be? Are people lying to you, or is there more to learn? These are the basic questions that go into critical thinking and result in real lived out experiences. And in fact, I'll just acknowledge that on this channel, I really enjoy getting to play teacher. I enjoy getting to research and trial and experiment and then present my findings to you guys. But the whole reason that I do share this stuff is so that you can do something about it and get a better result in your garden. As gardeners, we're dealing with a very physical, tangible, real-world thing. And because of that, we need to focus equally on what works and why it works. Synthetic fertilizer works in the sense that it makes your plants grow bigger faster. But we also need to take the step of asking, I wonder why this is working. Same thing for any of the growing techniques that I teach on this channel. If you use our seed soak solution recipe, for instance, and your germination rates skyrocket, don't just say, great, that worked. Try to take one more step and learn about maybe why it worked. If you try something that we teach here and it doesn't work, I'd ask you to do the same thing. Ask why might that not have worked, and then proceed from there. There's so much yet to be discovered in this realm of gardening beyond what I can fully demonstrate. And so as we conclude, I want to return to Farmer Wendy's story one more time. Wendy tried something and it worked. Not only that, it worked before she understood exactly why, or even that what she had tried was what worked at all. At a certain point, she had inadvertently, accidentally even, captured and cultured a parasitic fungi that had emerged in nature all on its own, likely in an attempt to bring balance to the local ecology. A root aphid population is not an inherently bad thing. They exist for some reason, otherwise nature wouldn't allow them to stay. But as we can see in so many ways, nature keeps checks and balances. And this particular fungi from Wendy's area had evolved specifically to keep root aphid populations in check. Wendy happened to collect this fungus in her IMO collection. She applied her IMO 4 to the soil, and the fungus present in the IMO went to work. A fungus that no one knew it existed. And her story is one of many who have found indigenous microorganisms to do remarkable things in their soil. Chris Trump, one of the biggest leaders of Korean natural farming, developed an indigenous predatory microorganism technique on accident. And then he shared it so that people like you and me could try it. The point here is not to diminish science or to say that there's no need. The point is there's actually an even greater need for gardeners and farmers like you to explore. There's a whole world of discovery out there.
And sure, you could try and maybe you'll fail at catching IMO, or maybe you could try and make a groundbreaking discovery that science can't even catalog yet. Are you more willing to wait for the science to prove that this works, or are you willing to actually give it a try and advance the science in a more meaningful, practical, and helpful way? One more point that I hope comes through in our videos is that I expect that what you see me do or what I demonstrate in our videos is not what you are going to do verbatim. As is the case with most things in life, and certainly with Korean natural farming, there's a balance between copy-pasting into your life and contextualizing. If you hear me talk about something that I'm doing, it might make sense for you to do that exact thing, but it also is probably more valuable to listen to the why of what I'm doing so that you can apply that to your growing context, to what materials are available to you, to how your environment treats your plants and your soil. That's what makes this way of gardening pretty distinct from the conventional approaches. There's not an A plus B equals C approach that stays exactly intact no matter where you're growing. It's more about recognizing patterns, trialing, and making adjustments as you hit the roadblocks. I want to end by saying that transparency, or honesty, in the words of Billy Joel, is hardly ever heard. But it's also one of the things that we really need most in our world right now. I can't say that I'll be perfect on this channel, but Cassidy and I are committed, and have been since we started, to present the truth about what we find. And sometimes it's hard to know exactly how to share those things. Sometimes we try to share in more spunky and direct ways, as was the case for our video describing the brutal pest damage we experienced at the beginning of last growing season. Whatever it is that we experience, we want to at least attempt to honestly share what we're learning and going through.
Now, after posting this video, we got mixed responses from people who felt like I was bashing on the scientific process and all modern scientific systems. But hopefully, if you listened carefully, you caught my heart, which was not to critique science itself, but the methods by which science is funded and scrutinized. I hold to my belief that a greater transparency is always a good thing. And it's honestly something that the world really needs more of right now. It's also worth saying that plenty of science proves natural growing techniques in both the lived experience and the theoretical realm. So as we start to look at the many ways that we can begin to introduce natural growing techniques into our practice, keep in mind that all of these have been tested by growers in an informal capacity. So after a long build-up, let's start the journey of exploring these techniques, beginning with one of the easiest realms to dip your toes into: homemade fertilizer, teas, and ferments. Some of these liquid inputs require you to do some prep work before being able to make them, and so this video will serve as a sort of table of contents with various tangents as we explore each of the liquid inputs. In this video, I am going to teach you how to bring amazing fertility and strength to your garden for almost no money, all through the power of liquid garden amendments. I'm going to cover the 4 types of liquid garden amendments, and I've categorized them in order that scales from difficulty from easy to highly involved. I'll show you exactly how to make each of the 14 amendments that I use in my garden, what their uses and benefits are, and at the end you'll have a framework to think about what is going to work best for you this growing season, so that you can stop spending money on store-bought plant foods and start using these mostly free homemade liquid garden amendments to get an amazing growing season this year. Starting with our leachates. Now, a leachate is simply something that has drawn nutrients out of a substance through water. Pretty straightforward. So here I have 3 leachates. We've got compost leachate, worm leachate, and Bokashi leachate. These 3 liquid amendments are simply the results of me straining water through a nutritionally and microbially rich substance and collecting it out the other side. Now, for starters, to make compost leachate, you can do it a number of ways. But the best way that I've found is by making a sort of large tea bag out of a paint strainer or a fine mesh bag, putting some compost in the bag, and then steeping it in a bucket of water. You don't want to massage the bag or try to break up the compost too much. You're really just looking for a nice, gentle extraction that draws out some of the valuable nutrients and microbes. What you get when you do this is a mixture of humic and fulvic acids, soluble nutrients, and some beneficial microbial byproducts. Now, any one of these things is going to be useful for your garden, but the humic and fulvic acids especially. These acids have been shown to improve soil structure, increase water retention, and enhance nutrient availability to plants.
In addition to direct benefits on the soil health, humic acid is a really amazing addition to IMO 3 and 4, which we'll show how to make later on. But it essentially has been shown to be a particularly powerful fungal food, which we're always looking for since bacteria are often much easier to cultivate in the garden. We want a balance of fungi and bacteria if possible. And the second liquid that I've got here is worm leachate. It's basically everything that I mentioned about compost leachate, but more and better. It's got higher levels of humic and fulvic acids, more soluble nutrients, and more beneficial microbial byproducts.
So before we take a look at worm leachate, let's check out how to set up a worm bin.
With a worm bin, you are effectively turning trash into cash. Whether you're saving big in the garden budget, or if you decide to upgrade your operation and start selling worm and their poo, there are few reasons not to be cooking up some castings under the sink this year. So in this video, I want to lay out your options for how to start growing these guys, and hopefully whether you've been keeping worms for years or if you're still on the fence, you'll learn something new and be inspired to get started. So let's talk castings. What are they? How do they work in the garden? And why would you want them at all? Worm castings is a polite way of referring to the material that a worm casts from their body. Poo-poo, feces, manure, excrement. And like all excrement, worm doo-doo is crawling with microbial activity. Now this may not mean much to you, but if a plant were listening to me talk about this right now, they would be all ears because microbes are a crucial part of every plant's well-being. When a tomato seed, for instance, germinates, sprouts up, and sends its roots down into the soil, it almost immediately is reliant on microbes to keep it alive. You see, plants store 2/3 of their photosynthesized carbon in their root systems, specifically held there as an underground storage tank of carbohydrates that can be expelled in order to attract microorganisms in the soil who will bring them either nutrients or protection from disease or both. In short, robust microbial communities in the soil are responsible for keeping plants alive. Not only that, but they are able to act as a soil decompactor over time, and they break down organic matter and minerals in the soil into plant-available nutrients. Truly incredible. So, manure equals teaming with microbes. What's so special about worm manure? Well, to answer that question simply, there's just more goodies in the duties. Compared to something like horse, goat, or cow, or chicken manure, all of which I'm a huge fan of for garden fertility, worm manure contains higher concentration of nutrients, more microbial activity, less pathogens, higher humic acid content, and they just create better soil structure in the garden. You basically need far less of it to make a significant impact in your soil. Additionally, and perhaps most important benefit to worm castings is that you can grow and harvest the manure all under your kitchen sink, basically for free. Now, if all of this doesn't sound enough of a reason to hop into worm husbandry, stay tuned because later in this video, we'll talk about a few other ways that you can upgrade your worm farm and even get more value. But first, let's start building this thing from the ground up, starting with your options of a home for these little guys. I've got in front of me 3 examples of what a worm bin actually could look like for you: small, medium, and large. Easy to set up, no setup needed, and a little bit of work. But whichever option you choose, you can't lose. The design between these 3 is extremely similar. We'll almost certainly have future videos on a more complex type of bin that you could use. But in essence, a 2 or 3 tote system is going to do the trick. For each of these setups, basically what you're looking at is a level where the worms will live out their lives, nomming away at delicious kitchen scraps, and then a catchment level that will catch all of the worm poo juice. Yummy, I know. Let's start by taking a look at this first option. Here I've got 3 small clear plastic totes. These are what we use for winter sowing, our hardy annuals, and they work great as little worm bins. If you are a single person living in an apartment or a small home, this very well could be exactly what you need. Takes up very little space, easy to transport, very little effort involved here. You can buy these guys for a few bucks on Amazon. We'll put links in the description for all the stuff we talk about if you want to get started with these. Now, the only thing you'll need to do to prepare these bins is to drill some holes in the bottom of the container, each of these containers. The holes need to be big enough to let worms comfortably slide through without having to squeeze. You can make these holes with a 1/4-inch drill bit. Just put in enough so that your worms can actually find a hole easily if they're searching around trying to find a way out. If you're gonna go with this option, you will want to fill your first layer with your substrate. And we'll get into exactly what that might be in the next part. And then you'll plop your worms right on in. Then you just want to put the lid on, and whenever you dump some coffee grinds or carrot peels, you just open her up. There you go. Over time, this bin will start to fill up. The worms and microbes will have converted the organic matter into castings, and then you're ready to fill the 3rd layer. You can fill that up directly with your substrate, place it above your second level so that the bottom is touching the castings below, and start feeding your worms from this layer. They'll sense that the food is in the upper layer from down below, but, and we'll get to why a little bit later in this video, you'll probably just want to scoop out a few worms and castings from the second level and place them on top just to get things started. Now from this point on, you're going to let the middle layer age. How long depends on a lot of factors. It could take as little as a few months or as many as 6 months for them to fully mature, but it depends on a few things such as how big your worm population actually is. Big surprise, but more worms you got tearing up through the materials, the faster that it's going to break down into beautiful castings. Now don't hear me say that you got to go out and buy more worms. You actually just need to feed them more. Worms multiply to the extent that their food source is multiplying. If you're only feeding your critters once a week, they're going to adjust their population growth quickly to keep food on the table for everyone. If you increase your feeding regimen to every day, your worms will respond by having babies. The key is to not make drastic changes to their diet too quickly. You want to give them time to adapt little by little so they don't overcorrect or so they can't keep up and the food starts rotting. Another factor is temperature. Temperature affects how long it takes. If you've got a worm bin in a colder spot in your house, like between 50 and 60 degrees, decomposition will take longer. Whereas in warmer spots between 70 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, it could go a lot quicker. Another factor is the size of your materials that you put in the bin. If you've got huge chunks of melon and jumbo-sized wood chips, it could take a while for these to break down. If your materials are more shredded and fine, you'll be popping out usable castings in no time. Now the bottom layer that I already mentioned is going to be used to catch the worm leachate. Not to be confused with worm tea, which we'll talk about leachate in a later section. There you go. Let's take a look at the mid-tier option that I've got here. This is a very common style bin that you can buy on Amazon or from your local nursery or gardening store. This is referred to as the Worm Factory, and it's a great model. The features here are that they've got several bins with probably 1/4 inch plastic mesh. These trays are 18 inches by 18 inches, and they're gonna be the worm home. Kind of comes with a lid, a little feeding instruction guide, and a bottom section with 4 legs to keep it off the ground. In this bottom catchment area, they've got it readied with a spigot for you to drain out all the leachate. All ready to go. These guys are great. They're a little spendy, going for about $135 on Amazon right now. I bought this one 4 years ago from someone who's getting rid of it on Facebook Marketplace for 20 bucks. Great deal. So if you can find one used, it's probably worth it. They seem relatively sturdy. I've not treated mine with tons of care and it is still holding up. This bin is going to be a great option for you if there are 2 or 3 of you, and if you really just want to make more castings. It comes with 4 trays, so you've got plenty of time for the bottom layers to age as you're feeding your worms up top. Finally, if you want to go all in, we've got a couple of these 27-gallon totes. This is effectively just a larger version of the clear plastic totes. The only difference is that because of how much these can hold, I'm not super interested in stacking on multiple layers of bins. This can get heavy, and I've got a better solution. So we've got our bottom, which catches the leachate. Then we've got our feeder tote. And I just drilled some holes in the bottom here. These I actually don't want to be huge holes because they're not for the worms to transport themselves. It's just for water drainage. Once this tote has filled up to the point where it's getting pretty heavy, I will just transfer the bedding to a separate tote like this that will have time to age on its own. And then I'll fill this one back up with a layer of my substrate and kickstart it with a bunch of worms. You can pretty easily attract a ton of worms from a single clump of bedding just by putting down some melon rinds or sweet fruit and then waiting 24 hours. The worms are very attracted to this type of food. Now we're a family of 4, very soon to be a family of 5. So we cook nearly all of our own food. We are using this option just so that we can increase our worm population so that they can keep up with what we're giving them. We have plenty of need for a lot of worm castings, so this option is going to be ideal for us. If you're running a larger farming operation, you could use this approach and then just have multiple bins going at once. For us, we're probably getting 3 or 4 cubic feet of worm castings a year using this size bin. I haven't actually tracked it, so I'm not sure if that's fully accurate, but it's a lot. So there's your 3 options for a worm bin setup. Whether you're a single person living in an apartment with a windowsill herb garden or a large-scale farmer, you can find an affordable option to meet your needs. Let's talk materials, or as I've been referring to them, substrates. A substrate in this case refers to a medium in which a living organism or a community of organisms grow. The substrate facilitates the transportation abilities of the organisms. It can provide some nutrients, and in gardening circles, it mostly refers to a soil-like substance or some form of material that's high in organic matter. For a worm bin, you've got quite a few options for a suitable substrate. The main components it needs is that it has to have the ability to retain some moisture while also providing proper airflow, which involves drainage. and it has to be a material suitable for housing and cultivating microbial activity. If this sounds remarkably similar to the conditions of a good potting mix, you'd be correct. The worm bin substrate is very much like a potting mix. Now, if you want to learn more about how we make our potting mix, you can check out a recent video on that. We don't use our potting mix per se for our worms, but the conditions are similar for sure. So let's check out our options. Finished compost is going to be a great option for you, especially if you've made it yourself or if it's just a high quality material, because it's already got tons of good microbial activity in there that will kickstart the culture. Another one that we've used before is aged cow or horse or goat manure. You really just want to make sure that it's processed through a lot of its nitrogen so that you don't burn the worms. But if it's a year old or more, or you've already hot composted, it's probably going to be just fine. Leaf mold is another great option if you've got it. Although I would say you want to make sure that it's nicely shredded material, pretty much want it to look like soil if you expect your worms to be able to travel through it. And then we've got something like peat moss, or better yet, cocoa coir, which is the medium that we've been using most recently. Cocoa coir is a fairly nutrient neutral material. It's got a nice high carbon content, and the texture is great for worms to wiggle around in. I really like this stuff. We use it in our potting soil. The worms seem to do great with it. Another common material that people like to use is shredded paper or shredded cardboard. Again, this is a carbon-rich material. With these, you just want to try to avoid using paper and cardboard with a lot of ink on them. And of course, make sure to remove any tape or plastic from there as well. So those are your basic choices for the primary bedding. As far as some additions that you can make, you can also consider adding in some wood chips for added fungal development. Wood chips and shavings soak up a lot of moisture and nitrogen, so a little bit, maybe a small handful for the smaller bin, a few handfuls for one of these worm towers, and a few scoops for the bigger bins will do the trick. We are also adding in charcoal to our worm bin. Not too much at a time, but charcoal really is just a no-brainer for a worm bin. Keeps things dry, keeps odors down if things become unbalanced in the bin, and more importantly, they house microbes and nutrients, making your worm castings even more packed with goodies when you actually go to use them. Biochar is one of the best gardening amendments that you can make, and a worm bin is a great place to charge your charcoal to make biochar. And just a quick note here, when I say charcoal, I'm not talking about charcoal briquettes that you're using for your grill. I'm referring to a specific process of steam activating the charcoal embers of a super hot fire by dousing them while they're at peak heat. This creates a really clean product that is amazing for soaking up microbes and nutrients. Anyway, don't add barbecue charcoal to your worm bin. If you've got steam activated charcoal, this is what you can use. Here's what my material looks like. I'm mixing together some cocoa coir, some finished homemade compost, meaning its carbon content is higher and less nitrogenous than the younger compost. And then I'm adding in some activated charcoal. And the last thing I'm going to sprinkle in is some azomite. This stuff contains a lot of trace minerals. It's an organic, relatively sustainable source of those minerals. And we'll talk about in our section later on what worms eat. The minerals are going to help support a wider variety of microbial life in the bin. So we're going to add a nice handful of this. You could also add some finely ground eggshells for a similar effect. There we go. Now you can totally stop here and you'll have a wonderful worm bedding. I'm going to go ahead and add one more thing, which is some IMO 4, which stands for Indigenous Microorganisms 4, the fourth stage of cultivation. IMO is something that you can catch out in nature. These are microorganisms that have had the chance to develop and evolve and fine-tune themselves to the exact climate and weather patterns of your area. They're an extremely powerful source of microbes for the garden, and I'm incorporating some of them into my worm bin for some added microbial activity and resilience. If you want to learn about how to make some of this for yourself, you can check out our complete beginner's guide to IMO video. Okay, now that we've got all of these materials all together, I'm going to go ahead and mix them up all the way. And then before I add this to the worm bin, I'm going to place a piece of cardboard at the bottom of the bin just to block the holes a little bit. Again, these holes, they aren't really big enough for the worms to find easily, but I still don't want a ton of material to get through or to clog them up. So I'm just going to place them down, this down as a layer before putting my material on top. Now that I've got that in there, I'm ready to wet it down. We want worms to have water to drink and stay hydrated. The microbes need water, so we want to get this stuff well saturated, and then we'll just let it drain out into the tote beneath. And one more thing that I'm going to add to the bin, I'm going to add actually to the water, and that is a Korean natural farming input called LAB, or lactic acid bacteria. These are bacteria that I caught and cultured in a different way than IMO, different types of bacteria than those found in IMO. But to add these, I'm going to add a tablespoon to a gallon of water, mix it up, and then pour it through the bedding. This took about 5 minutes to mostly completely drain out, and I just want to point out the runoff. This stuff is full of bacteria and probably some fungi. If you're getting this stuff in the summer, you can pour this right on your garden bed. Maybe dilute it 10-to-1 in water to be safe, if it's particularly strong. But it's got a decent source of microbes in it. Additionally, compost and worm castings especially contain lots of humic acid, which is an overall dynamite substance for the garden. It does so many things. Helps chelate micronutrients for plants, feeds soil biology, it helps improve soil structure, enhances plant hormones, so many benefits to humic acid. So don't just toss this stuff in any random place if you're collecting it in the summer. Water it into your garden beds. If you have a compost pile, you can obviously pour it back on that. There you go. So now that the bedding has been wetted down and the worms are ready to move into their new home, let's talk about what kind of worms we actually want in our bin. There are a bunch of worm species out there, somewhere between 3,000 and 30,000 approximately. But really, there are just a few that you need to consider for your bin, and it kind of depends on exactly why you're housing worms in the first place. If you're keeping worms so that you've got a steady supply of fish bait, you will probably want to use night crawlers, because these guys are quite large. They can handle slightly cooler temperatures, but they don't breed very quickly, so they're not really ideal for making vermicompost. That said, the other two main options are going to be Indian blue worms and red wigglers. Blue worms breed a bit faster than red wigglers, but because of the wigglers' adaptability and resilience, I'm going to recommend that you go with those. These guys produce plenty speedily, and they can really work through material efficiently. They can withstand temperatures of up to 95 degrees Fahrenheit and down to 55, and even a bit below in my experience. Red wigglers are the best variety, especially for beginners. Whatever type of worm you choose, you will need something to feed them. And since we're here, it's really worth addressing the question that has a seemingly obvious answer, but that I've only come to realize more recently the answer to, which is that what do worms actually eat? Of course, we might say that they eat organic matter, but that's a bit too broad and too narrow. Worms do eat certain types of plant debris, and we'll discuss which ones they particularly enjoy and which ones they avoid consuming at all costs. But it's really worth pointing out that a sizable portion, likely the majority of a worm's diet, is microbes. It's difficult to determine what exact percentage of a worm's diet, but most scientists agree that based on the microbial contents of a worm's castings, there's almost no way that the average worm is relying on the food scraps themselves as their primary food source. That being said, when you feed your worms your kitchen scraps, it actually might be more helpful to use the language of feeding your worm bin your kitchen scraps, since the whole environment is what you are feeding on the materials that you add. The bin acts as a SCOBY, a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, similar to a kombucha or kefir SCOBY. The cultures present in the SCOBY require a food source to store enough energy to reproduce and convert the fed materials into a cultured product. Microbes decompose food scraps, worms eat the microbes decompose some food scraps in the worm's gut, deliver nutrients to the worm, and they come back out the other side, decompose more food scraps. It's an incredible process. So with that in mind, what worms eat? Well, for starters, and with a few exceptions, vegetables and fruits are going to make up the bulk of a worm bin's diet. Things like carrot peels, squash, apple cores, melon rinds are easy materials for healthy bacterial cultures to colonize. These foods tend to decompose quickly on their own, even without any particular microbial inoculant, and they don't smell strongly as they decompose, which indicates the aerobic bacterial cultures. Things like meat products, on the other hand, require specific types of bacterial cultures that are often at odds with the cultures that colonize fruits and veggies. So adding animal protein or fat or cheese to your worm bin is not going to promote a healthy or a fresh smelling environment. There are really only a few key exceptions to the fruit and veggies that your bin can tolerate. For fruit, citruses can be problematic as part of a worm bin's diet. Citrus fruits can be acidic, competing with the worm's appreciation for a pH neutral environment. They also decompose a lot more slowly than other fruits due to their thick, waxy peel. And the longer that it takes for something to decompose, the more it runs the risk of becoming a harbor for disruptive molds that can throw off the bin's microbial balance. So don't give your bin oranges, limes, lemons, grapefruits. And while we're on the topic of off-limit fruits, I should mention that pineapple can be problematic for worm bins when fed in high doses. There are a few compounds that worms can struggle with that are found in pineapple, plus the skin can be quite fibrous and tough, making it difficult for the microbes and worms to work their way through it. Personally, I've noticed that my worms seem to avoid pineapple when I offer it. That said, probably added in small doses, it's going to be all right. As far as veggies go, we've got a few that should be added sparingly, if at all, and these are primarily located in the allium family. So things like onions, shallots, leeks, and garlic are going to be a no-no for the bin. These contain highly sulfuric compounds along with allicin and garlic, which is going to be an unpleasant smell and environment for the worms. Think about how your eyes feel when you chop onions. Imagine chopped onions as big as you are sitting throughout your house. That would be a miserable place to live. Hot peppers are another no-no. The capsaicin in chilies and spicy peppers are going to irritate the worm's skin. And then finally, tomatoes are best, if added at all, to be added in small amounts. Tomatoes are acidic. We've been over this. Worms, no like acid, but a few tomato slices or peels probably aren't gonna hurt them. And the last thing I'll touch on that you can feed your worm bin is Bokashi food scraps. Now this one, like some of the other things that I've talked about, it's all about slowly introducing it. You don't wanna overwhelm your bin with acidic material all at once. Add in a little bit, maybe a cup, depending on the size of your bin, and give your worms time to adjust to the material. I would also recommend mixing the Bokashi scraps with crushed eggshells or something that is more alkaline in quality, because Bokashi scraps are on the acidic side. That said, this is a great use of your Bokashi. Your bin is getting a hefty amount of nutrients and microbial activity, which means more food for the worms. Just take it slow and you shouldn't have a problem. When you do add the Bokashi, wait until you've seen it disappear before adding more. This is a lot of info, so again, feel free to download our worm bin checklist found in the description. You can print this out, have an easy guide next to your bin or on your fridge while you're first getting it figured out. There you go. That's what feeding a worm bin mostly looks like. Of course, you can feel free to leave more questions in the comment section and we'll be happy to answer those. Speaking of frequently asked questions, at this point in the video, it feels appropriate to go over some things that you should watch out for in your bin, some warning signs that you might observe, and some techniques that you can employ for saving or recovering your bin. So some things to watch for. The first and primary thing I'm going to recommend is that you watch out for your moisture content. I'll start off by saying it's probably unlikely that your bin is going to dry out, considering every time you add food scraps, they're giving more moisture to the bin. But that being said, the bin needs to be moist so that the worms and microbes can effectively transport themselves to the food. The flip side of this coin is a bin that is too moist. This is probably one that's more common. You really don't want a bin that could have the word mucky applied to it. If you've got a stinky muck in the bin, you're probably running the risk and probably already have a bin that has gone anaerobic, meaning that aerobic microbes have fled or died due to lack of oxygen. A healthy worm bin has a nice earthy smell that is typically pretty pleasant. You really shouldn't want to be anywhere close to gagging when you open up your bin. You want to balance moisture and airflow in the bin, so keep an eye out for sogginess. If things are getting a bit soggy, there's a pretty easy fix. You can usually solve this problem by adding more carbon-rich material like cocoa coir or some wood chips or shavings or leaf mold. Too much nitrogen-rich material with not enough carbon can cause a disbalance and things will go anaerobic. The other cause of this could be that you've accidentally overfed your bin too quickly without giving the worm population time to catch up. If you're ruffling through the bin and you noticed that most of your food scraps are not decomposing, you may need to work some carbon material into the bin and then give your bin a break for a little bit so that the SCOBY can catch up. Another issue that you might find yourself facing is an invasion of other critters like fruit flies or mites. These are likely being attracted to your bin because it's gotten too wet. Again, if you notice fruit flies are starting to swarm around your bin or flying out every time you pop open the lid, toss some carbon material in, mix it up a little bit, maybe ease up on the feeding regimen for a few days or a few weeks for the worms to catch up. You might also have fed the bin something outside of the bounds a worm bin can handle, like some onion or acidic fruit. Just take these things out, toss them in the compost bin, or better yet, into the Bokashi bucket, and give it a few days to recover. Now, if you notice that your worms are dying off or diminishing in their population, there are a couple things that you want to look for. One is the temperature appropriate for the worm's survival? I remember one summer I left my worm bin outside and then I left town for 5 days. Sadly, and I feel terrible for doing this to my poor worms, but unfortunately the temperatures happened to be drastically spiking while I was gone. It went from being a high in the 80s to the high in the hundreds. When I came back, my worms were all gone from the bin. And when I took the bin apart, I could actually see a ton of their scorched bodies on the inside of the catchment system because they were trying to work their way down to a deeper level of the soil to escape the heat. Yikes. I'll never make that mistake again. Luckily, I had given some worms to a few friends and family members who were more than willing to give some back so I could start to regrow my population. But yeah, watch out for high temperatures, watch out for low temperatures too, especially if you're keeping your worms outside. If temps drop much below 45 degrees, your worms will not be happy and they may try to escape the bin to warmer, deeper soil. Now let's assume that you did everything right. You assembled your bin, filled it with well-balanced bedding, you're feeding your worms consistently, managing your moisture levels, waited 2 to 3 months for castings, and now, after all that work, you've got your first batch. What do you do with them? This is a question that I had for some time when I first started, and I've come to find 3 primary ways that I like to use them in the garden. First, before you do anything with them, it's going to be important to prepare them with one final step. And that is that you're going to want to mix them with a carbon source to keep them aerated and shelf stable. This carbon source can be any of the ones that I mentioned previously: cocoa coir, leaf mold, shredded hay, or straw, wood shavings, whatever it is. It just needs to be really fine material. You don't want to be mixing up castings with full leaves or chunky wood chips. Make sure the material is fine and mixable. Here's what some finished castings look like after I mixed them with some really decomposed wood chips. The chips were already mostly broken down, plus I ran them through a sifter so they got pretty fine. These feel great, they smell incredible. They're ready to use for any application. From here, you've got 3 main options. The first one and most obvious one is that you can just toss them down in the soil and mulch over the top. You can also mix them into the top layer of the soil by hand if you want to do that a little bit, but mostly you just want to make sure that you cover them up with a thick mulch so the sun doesn't zap them. Vermicompost is what we might classify as an inoculating compost. It's not really a mulch in and of itself, like a bulkier or store-bought compost might be, where you're just trying to add some organic matter to the soil. Your worm castings are more going to act as a microbial inoculant for the mulching compost, which will help those materials break down further more quickly. Another way that you can use these castings is in your potting mix. This is a great way to get healthy plant starts. We haven't been doing this a ton this year because we don't have a ton of finished worm castings on hand right now. Adding in a cup of castings for every gallon of potting mix or so is going to have a great impact on baby plant seedling health. And the third main way that we use our worm castings is in an aerated tea form. We've got several videos outlining this process, but essentially we're taking a handful of the castings, placing it in a paint strainer or a fine mesh bag, hanging it in water, and aerating it for a day or 2 with a bubbler. This process makes aerated worm tea, which can then be diluted at a ratio of 10:1 in water and then used as a foliar spray on your plants or on your soil. The process of culturing the castings a further time in this aerated liquid form enhances the potency of the microbes, and it leaches them out of the castings so that they can be sprayed or watered directly onto the plants that you're growing. Again, if you're interested in how this works, you can watch our video on aerated compost tea or our beginner's guide to IMO, where we show you how to make aerated compost tea out of IMO 4. The process is pretty much the same. You can also use this aerated tea as an inoculant for biochar. We'll have a video on that probably later this year, but basically you're soaking the biochar in your aerated worm tea and letting the microbes find a home inside the charcoal, which can then be used in your garden. Another use for worms and their castings is to earn some cash. Worms, depending on your market and what you're selling them for, can go from between $20 to $50 a pound, and high quality castings can go for $1 to $3 a pound. You can start by just selling them on Facebook Marketplace or other local outlets. A lot of people have started small side businesses out of selling worms, all for a very low startup cost and the ability to do it in your house or your backyard. We probably won't be selling them this year because we've got so much need for them. We're growing on a relatively new plot of land that needs some help. But if your soil is doing great and you're just doing maintenance, selling your castings might be a great reason to make them in the first place. And even if you're not selling them, you're earning money back with your time in keeping the worms by not having to buy them from some company who's feeding them who knows what. Of course, there are plenty of amazing companies that are making high quality worm castings that are well worth buying. But if you don't mind keeping worms yourself and you want to reduce your waste, your worms are going to save you some money.
Now that you know about a few options that you have for setting up a worm bin, not to mention how worm bins work in the first place, let's take a quick look at that worm leachate. To make worm leachate, you can use the same method as the compost leachate, but with worm castings. Or more simply, you can just run water through your worm bin and then catch it out on the other side. If you have one of these with a fancy spigot, you can catch it there, or if you're using a multiple tote system, you can just collect the water from the collection bin. And last up is Bokashi leachate. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Bokashi, this is an anaerobic fermentation of organic material, typically kitchen waste and food scraps. The reason that Bokashi is such a powerful tool is that it allows you to compost or turn into soil meats, fats, cooked foods, and dairy products. And as you may have guessed, we're actually going to go a lot deeper on this one so that you can get a sense of what Bokashi really is and how we actually turn food waste into soil. And if you don't know how to make lactic acid bacteria, we will return to that in our overview of the different fertilizer, teas, and ferments.
This LAB is what we're going to use to pre-ferment and prepare our food scraps to become soil. To do this, we need three things: a fermentation bucket, our LAB, and our food scraps. Pretty simple. For the fermentation bucket, you can make one of these really easily with just two 5-gallon buckets, a drill, and a sealable lid like this. Drill holes in the bottom of one of these buckets. These can be 1/4-inch wide holes, but probably not much larger than that. And then you're just gonna put that bucket on top of the other bucket. And the reason that you need the holes in the bottom of the top bucket is because the food scraps are gonna go in there, and as they ferment, they will accumulate moisture. And we don't want that moisture to build up in the bucket. We wanna drain it off so that we can easily pour it off from the bottom bucket. This is the only finicky part of the process here. Managing the moisture content of the bin is key, and we'll get into that later on in this video. So we've got our fermentation bucket, we've got our food scraps, and now we just need to dilute our LAB a little bit before spraying it on our food scraps. You can spray it undiluted if you want, but I like to water it down to make it go a little bit further. You can mix it 1-to-1 in dechlorinated water and keep the spray bottle in the fridge. To use this, you're just trying to get the food scraps covered in the LAB. They don't really need tons of it, just enough so that every part of your food scraps are covered. If you can, you may want to chop up food scraps into smaller pieces if you're able, but it's not completely necessary. I've done this with a whole chicken thigh that I left in the fridge too long, and it eventually made soil. So anything is possible, you just have to believe. Once your food scraps are covered in the LAB culture, you want to press them down into the bucket. For this, you can use a potato masher or a tamper of some kind. You can even use a gloved hand or a bare hand if you have no fear. Just make sure to wash your hands well after handling raw meat and rotten food. And I should say, if you find a Tupperware in the back of the fridge and it's growing a planet's worth of blue-green mold, you probably shouldn't toss this in the Bokashi bin, because the molds are going to interfere with the LAB and might outcompete them and compromise your bin. A few colorful spots here and there are probably fine. Once you've pressed the LAB-coated food scraps into the bucket, seal up the top so that the scents stay locked in and the fruit flies stay out. And then you can just fill the bucket using the same process over and over and over again, tamping down the food scraps and pouring off the leachate food juices as you go. If you want to, you can pour the Bokashi juice onto garden beds with no plants in the ground. You can pour it onto your compost pile. Wouldn't really recommend spraying it on your plants, even diluted, because it's sort of a gradually accumulated microbial soup, which means that those microbes go anaerobic pretty fast. But it's totally fine to pour where you're gonna plant later on, or like I said, on the compost pile. And once the bucket has filled up to the brim with food scraps, you're gonna want to seal it and let it fully ferment for 2 weeks. And that's gonna allow the lactic acid bacteria the chance to fully acidify the food scraps and culture them really good, get them ready to turn into soil. And by the way, you can totally add other things to the bin, like nitrogen-rich plant debris, comfrey leaves, crop residue, grass clippings. All of that is actually great to ferment because it preserves all of the nutrients so that they can be used as a source of nitrogen in a compost pile. After those 2 weeks are over, you can bury these scraps in a garden bed or, like I said, in a compost pile, and then make sure that they're covered with soil. Over the next month, the food scraps will slowly decompose and turn into nutrient-rich soil, pretty much disappearing and leaving behind a few biological remnants. They're also really good for your soil. You can bury these pretty much anywhere, just keep them maybe away from where your dog likes to dig. Animals are not going to be particularly attracted to these buried food scraps because of their acidic quality, so you don't need to worry about them digging them up. That said, it's probably not best to leave them out on the soil surface. Dig down a little bit and let them decompose in peace, at least a few inches down or even deeper. As I just mentioned, if you're using these in a compost pile, you can treat them as a source of nitrogen. If you're lacking nitrogen to make a hot compost pile, Bokashi fermented food scraps are a great way to give your pile that nitrogen boost to get it to heat up. And if you want to take this whole process a step further and use your LAB to make a fully shelf-stable, versatile, and microbially diverse bran, we'll go into that in the last part of this video. But for now, let's walk through why this works in the first place. We're culturing food scraps with LAB. Well, why does this work exactly? And if this is the first time that you've ever heard about LAB, or maybe the first time that you've spent so much time thinking about it, you might not realize that lactic acid bacteria is actually way more common than you think. If you've ever eaten yogurt, cheese, sauerkraut, kimchi, sourdough bread, or even something as common as Tabasco hot sauce, you've either consumed lactic acid bacteria directly or have at least benefited from it. In fact, our guts store lactic acid bacteria to help us break down and digest fibers, plants, and lactose. And believe it or not, this is a tiny list of all of the places that lactic acid bacteria can be found. It's on fruits and vegetables, grains and leaves. It's in the soil naturally, it's floating through the air, and more than likely, whether you like it or not, lactic acid bacteria are on your body right now, which is a good thing because that actually keeps your skin slightly acidic so that molds don't start growing in your armpits and between your toes. If there is mold growing in your armpits or between your toes, please get that checked out. Now, to cover my bases, I will clarify and say that when I refer to lactic acid bacteria, I'm using an umbrella term to refer to the order Lactobacillus, which I'm probably mispronouncing. But this houses 25 genera, over 400 species, and likely thousands of subspecies and strains, each of which is uniquely responsible for various roles in the microscopic world. But what does that have to do with turning your food into soil, you might ask? To answer this, I'll start by going over what would happen ordinarily if we just buried food scraps directly into the soil without taking them through this LAB fermentation process. The first thing that would happen, depending on where you live, is that animals would be attracted to the food that you just buried. Raccoons and rats, if you're in a suburban or urban environment, maybe other larger scavengers if you're out in the country a bit. And regardless of your location, flies would be a-swarming. These food scraps would act as a bit of a homing beacon for pests. Not the ideal. The reason that they don't go in for Bokashi food scraps, as I mentioned earlier, is that the LAB culture acidifies the food scraps, making them far less palatable for wild animals. Another thing that would happen if you were to just bury raw meat in the ground is that it would start to release ammonia and methane gas into the atmosphere, which would not smell great, and also would result in a slight loss of nutrients that could otherwise have been utilized by soil microbes. With Bokashi food waste, the organic matter is in a much more stable place from an acidity and microbial perspective. That nitrogen locked up in the food waste stays in the soil because it's been processed by the lactic acid so that it doesn't off-gas. The other thing that would happen with untreated food scraps in the garden is that they would break down very slowly and probably unevenly. The meat scraps and cheese would break down way later than the veggie peels, and you'd probably be left with decomposing, smelly food in your garden for months. With Bokashi, we've compressed that timeline into like a quarter of the time that it would take on its own. And that's really what Bokashi is doing. We're taking what nature does on its own, removing certain parts of the process, and then speeding up the beneficial parts. Lactic acid bacteria is going to help decompose organic matter in the wild. Other microbes are also going to go to work. With Bokashi, we're removing the competitors, giving LAB the ideal environment to do its part, and then introducing the organic material to the soil so that it can reimpart its nutrients. But how does that happen exactly? Well, the moment our fermented food scraps hit the soil, acid-tolerant bacteria and fungi in the soil are going to wake up, and they're going to start consuming the lactic and acetic acids directly as food. Within a few days, they'll begin to raise the pH, breaking down the organic matter and releasing carbon dioxide and heat as they respirate. Once the acidity has dropped a bit, other microorganisms such as actinomycetes, saprophytic fungi, and nitrifying bacteria are going to join the party. All of these are basically breaking down the materials into simple sugars, amino acids, and organic acids further. And again, this would all happen on its own under ordinary circumstances if food waste was just buried in the soil. It's just that we're skipping the line with Bokashi, so to speak, and avoiding the messy process that gets the organic material ready for decomposition. The result is microbially rich humus that's full of organic carbon compounds, stable nutrients in plant-available and microbe-available forms, improved soil texture, which helps with water carrying capacity, and a surge of microbial diversity in the soil or compost. And on top of all of that, you get to feel good about keeping food waste out of the landfills, which we are frighteningly and increasingly numb to. We really do need more solutions like this that replace our bad habits of seeing anything that's not immediately usable as waste. It's a really, really long shot, but it would be incredible to see more people wake up to the missed opportunity there to actually use your food waste to build lasting fertility in the soil. What if Bokashi became a normal part of our culture? We're probably a very long ways away from that, but it starts with each of us leading the way. Okay, let's talk about next steps for our Bokashi. I should say at this point in the video that in case you were unaware, you are more than able to purchase your own Bokashi microbe spray from a number of companies. I'll link to one in particular in the description if you'd like to get started ASAP without going through the trouble of making your own LAB. They also have shelf-stable Bokashi bran, which is an inoculated rice or wheat bran using the common culture EM1, which stands for Effective Microorganisms 1. And they can also get you set up with Bokashi bins and other stuff to get you started. However, if you would like to make your own bran, that is what this part of the video is going to be for. And I'll just briefly go over why you might want to do this by highlighting a few reasons. Number one, when you inoculate a bran material with LAB, it becomes a much more stable form of the culture and can last years or more if properly stored. So you can make huge batches all at once and then have a lot on hand ready to use when you need it. Two, bran is going to help manage moisture levels in your Bokashi bucket a bit better. It acts the same as the LAB spray, but it also absorbs moisture from the food scraps and helps balance out the environment for fermentation. And three, this bran can be used for other purposes than just Bokashi. You can use it directly on your soil, in your worm bins, in your livestock feed, pretty much anywhere in your garden as a way to increase microbial diversity in your garden. And then the last main reason for making a Bokashi bran is that you actually get the opportunity to create an even more microbially diverse finished product, which, you know, sometimes the term diversity or microbial diversity gets used a lot without explaining it too much. And I won't go all the way into why we want microbial diversity, but in essence, the more types of good bacteria and fungi we can have in our gardens, in our lives, the better chance that we have to be able to adapt to environmental disturbances. More diversity grants extra resilience to our gardens. It gives them resources to utilize when temperatures fluctuate, when rainfall is minimal or excessive, when soil is sketchy, when pathogens risk creeping in, when pests are attacking. Microbes are the backbone of the garden in so many ways, and we want a wide net spread so that we can handle the diverse situations that arise. For making your bran, you really only need LAB and a wheat bran or rice bran. And then there are probably other things that you could use to sub in. I'm considering experimenting with cutting the bran with sawdust to see if I can stretch it a bit further. If you're not sure where to find wheat bran, you can go to your local farm supply store or feed store, and they should either be able to supply you or point you in the right direction. You can also use Azure Standard, which is a great resource for all kinds of things, one of which is organic wheat bran. This stuff that I'm using here is currently $12.50 for a 25-pound bag. So I will say I'm going to try out the dark wheat bran next time. It's a little bit more expensive, but I've made Bokashi bran out of this stuff a few times now, and there are a few problems that I've had with it. Still results in a great product, but it's just not quite the ideal, which I'll get into why in a little bit. The basic recipe here is 1 part LAB that has had sugar added, equal parts weight to the LAB, and then 10 parts water, dechlorinated as always. As far as exact amounts of liquid to bran, I can't really quite help there because everyone's bran is going to be different. You're just going to have to trial it out for yourself. What you're looking to do is saturate your bran with the LAB water solution so that it's just damp but not sopping wet. Just like if you're making compost, damp, not wet. Now, before we do this, I'm going to show you a few other things that we can add to our liquid inoculant at this point to culture our wheat bran. And those ingredients are fermented plant juice, fermented fish amino acids, azomite, and sea salt. Allow me to explain. While lactic acid bacteria contains tons of helpful microbes, I'm always looking for ways to maximize the benefits of my inputs, especially when they don't take that much additional effort. So I'll say here that if you don't have any of these things on hand, there's no need to go and get them or make them unless you want to. I just want to showcase how you can use these. For the ratio here, I'm using the ratio here on screen. For this batch of liquid inoculum, I'm using about 5 liters of water or around 5 quarts. And then to that, I'm measuring out my other ingredients. I like to use a scale because it's a bit easier for me and a little bit more precise, but you don't have to be this precise if you don't want to. First, I'm adding my LAB, about 250 grams or about 250 milliliters. Then I'm just adding my fermented plant juice, about 125 grams, and then 125 grams of fermented fish amino acids. Here I had to scrape the jar a bit because I was running out, so I didn't get to quite the full amount, which is okay. And then I've got my sea salt and my azomite, and for those I'm adding 13 grams of sea salt and 31 grams of azomite. Then I whisk this up really good to make sure that it's all combined, and you might want to let this sit for a little while to let the sea salt and the azomite sort of dissolve, but I didn't That's okay. And then I've got my wheat bran ready to be hydrated. And for this batch, I added my wheat bran to this big bowl and then just poured all of my liquid nutrients in. Not the ideal way to go about that, especially if you don't have any more wheat bran. Luckily I did, so I added more wheat bran until the moisture levels were about right, or I felt like it was good at least. And that said, in retrospect, for this batch of bran, it may have been a tad oversaturated, just barely. You can see that when I squeeze the bran hard in my hands, that a small amount of moisture comes out. That's kind of an ideal look. Once the bran is saturated, it's time to let it ferment. And the way that this works is that we want it to ferment in an environment that lacks oxygen, because that's where the LABs are going to optimally feed on the carbohydrates and the proteins in the bran. The way I accomplish this is by bagging it up in garbage bags and then forcing the air out so that it's sealed tight. If you had a vacuum sealer, you could use that for this part of the process, I guess. Although you probably don't want to seal it completely airtight because those bags are going to fill up with carbon dioxide as the LABs consume the carbohydrates in the bran. I like to double bag it for this very reason, in case the inner bag pops or breaks or something. I let this sit for a few weeks to fully inoculate. In warm weather, this happens a bit faster, but 1 to 2 weeks is about how long you want to wait. I waited 2 weeks and sadly, something happened. And to tell you the truth, I'm not exactly sure what exactly happened. I left my Bokashi bran behind the shed, and I think that whereas I thought my bucket was sheltered from the small amount of rain that we had, in reality, it appeared not to be. So I'm pretty sure some rainwater got in there. Also, the inner bag ruptured, which caused some seepage. Whatever happened, I found my bucket with a bit of excess moisture soaking the plastic bags, and when I removed the bran from the bags, it was quite soppy. And the next step here is to dehydrate the Bokashi bran so that the LABs go dormant again, and that's what helps this stuff keep indefinitely. But rather than throw this stuff out and start again, I decided to give it the old smell check, and I'd say it passed with flying colors. Smells sweet, pickly, and citrusy, like grapefruit almost, and it had no foul odors whatsoever. Not only that, but it passed the sight test in that it didn't have any colorful molds growing on it, indicating that the LABs had taken hold of the bran substrate and properly established themselves. However, the bran was still pretty soaked, so it took a while for this to dehydrate. Usually this takes place over the course of a week or even a little less, but this stuff took nearly 2 weeks to dehydrate fully. With this particular bran, and I alluded to this earlier, I find that it clumps pretty easily, which is not ideal. You really want it to sort of stay siftable. 1 week into the dehydration process, I scraped it up a bit off the kiddie pool that I'm drying it in, and I put it in a blender to break up the clumps. This took a little while, but I'm glad I did it because in the past I've been left with hard clumps that are difficult to break up, and this just makes the product a bit more usable.
So that's Bokashi, and now that you have a full understanding, we'll hop back into our discussion on leachates.
What happens is that as the food scraps ferment, they lose moisture, and that moisture filters through the food scraps, and then it can be collected and utilized as a garden amendment. So what are the main ways to use these? Well, I'm going to recommend a couple of options, but first I want to suggest several that I wouldn't recommend. First of all, I do not recommend applying these leachates anywhere in your garden without proper dilution. It is very hard to test or calculate the exact strength of a leachate, so you don't really know how much is actually in there. My advice is to mix these with water at a bare minimum of 1 to 30. So 1 part leachate, 30 parts water. In a typical 2-gallon watering can, this would be about 8 ounces of leachate and 2 gallons of water. For Bokashi, I might recommend by diluting it even more, 1 to 100 if you're applying it on your soil, and 1 to 1,000 if you're incorporating it into a foliar spray. And speaking of foliar spray, something that you do need to be aware of with all of these leachates is their freshness. You can usually get a good sense of their freshness by the smell. Fresh compost and vermicompost leachate will smell earthy and maybe a little bit sweet. Bokashi has a distinct smell that I would call sweet pickly, but if you ever get rotten scent or putrid, vomit, poopy, any of those means that the leachate has gone anaerobic. And this means that the bacteria that have come to dominate the leachate are going to be harboring less of the aerobic bacteria and fungi that you're looking to apply to your plants, and they run a chance of containing pathogens. Besides just the smell, a general rule of thumb is that you want to use your leachate in your garden, especially when you're applying it foliarly, directly on plant leaves within 24 hours of harvesting the leachate. Otherwise, the bacteria can die off and start to harbor nasties, even ones that you can't smell. Now, that being said, as we'll cover in our next section on anaerobic ferments, these bacteria are not all unhelpful. many of them are actually essential to organic matter decomposition and soil tilth improvement. So don't pour your leachates down the sink if you've waited too long. I like to pour them directly onto my compost pile or on the garden bed if there are no plants growing in it. If you are able to capture the leachate and use it the same day, a great use for the vermicompost and compost leachates is it as an ingredient in liquid IMO, which we'll cover in the last section on aerobic ferments. So keep that in mind. The humic acid in the compost leachate is an excellent food source for the fungal dominant liquid IMO brew. So there are the three main leachates that I use in my garden. Leachates are not categorized or even very similar to a tea as people like to think. They serve a specific purpose. They're a quick and easy extraction of some of the healthy microbes and nutrients. It's a great starting place if you're dipping your toes into making your own liquid amendments. But now that we have dipped our toes, let's get up to the ankles and check out the anaerobic fermented amendments. We've got 4 types of anaerobic ferments. Big words here. Anaerobic means lack of oxygen. Ferment means that a lot of microbes have transformed organic matter by partially digesting it. Yum. Now, this is important to understand. Anaerobic bacteria are what perform anaerobic fermentation. I know, crazy. The reason that I bring this up is because, as we discussed in the last section on leachates, anaerobic liquid is sometimes considered an unfavorable thing. Aren't we opting for aerated or oxygen-loving organisms? Well, yes and no. And this concept didn't become clear to me until I read this book called JADAM Organic Farming. And in this book, Young-Sung Cho points out that soil contains both aerobic and anaerobic microbes. And in nature, no anaerobic microbes result in disease or plant destruction. Instead, he suggests that in nature, anaerobes and aerobes work and coexist synergistically. In fact, anaerobes are highly effective in breaking down organic material and cycling nutrients. They're sort of like nature's essential decomposers. If all of this sounds controversial, first of all, I would encourage you to read the book. We'll leave a link to it in the description. I'm not an expert on exactly how all of this works. I'd also point out that if you have ever had a fermented beverage like kombucha or kefir, or even a naturally lacto-fermented pickle, you have consumed anaerobic microbes because each of those brews is fermented anaerobically. But I would also challenge you to consider how nature operates. There are plenty of spaces in nature where things decay in a very stinky anaerobic way. When an animal dies, for instance, microbes move in immediately and start to decompose the body. This is not a clean, fresh scented compost smell. It smells rotten. And that's how nature handles the decomposition process. It needs those fast-acting anaerobic microbes to break stuff down into soil nutrients so that something else can live. So as we're preparing and applying our anaerobic ferments for the garden, there are a couple things that you want to keep in mind. The main thing to remember, as was the case for the leachates, is that they are applied to the soil and to plants with restraint. We're not trying to go overboard and throw our plants off balance with a sudden surge of large quantity of nutrients. Instead, we follow very specific dilution protocols, all of which will be provided in the resources linked below. Another thing is appreciating the context and the quality. If this is not something that's interesting to you, you can just take my word for it and skip to the recipes. But as far as quality, jar of worm leachate that has gone anaerobic. It smells a bit off. As leachates go anaerobic, their pH rises, meaning that they are losing acidity. The reason that this is relevant is because harmful bacteria or pathogens struggle to survive acidic conditions, which is why vinegar, for instance, is often used as a natural household disinfectant. So let's take a look at the 4 types of safe anaerobically fermented garden amendments. First up is JADAM liquid fertilizer, or JLF. This is the simplest and most easy to make of the fertilizers. All we have to do is select a plant or multiple plants debris, mix it up with some leaf mold soil, and cover it with water. 3 ingredients all playing a vital role. The plant debris is going to serve as a food source for the microbes that are living on the plant debris, as well as the microbes living in the leaf mold soil. Leaf mold soil refers to the soil found underneath the leaf litter of an undisturbed deciduous forest. These microbes living in this soil are super strong and adapted to live perfectly in your climate. When you mix these guys up in water with the plant debris, you're encouraging anaerobic bacteria and fungi to eat and multiply. These microorganisms are going to digest and poop out ready-made bioavailable plant nutrients that can then be watered into plants that would benefit. And the coolest thing about JLF is that you can customize your fertilizers to fit the exact needs of each individual plant in your garden or the specific plants that you grow on your farm. Tomato JLF can be made from tomatoes as plant debris. Even rotten or diseased crops or pieces of crop can be used to make one of these customized JLFs. And if you want to dive deeper into the world of JADAM liquid fertilizers, you can check out our free mini course, Deep Dive Outlining the Needs, talking about how to make it and properly dilute it, or you can just download our easy natural liquid fertilizer PDF. Whereas JLF belongs to the suite of JADAM Organic Farming based inputs, the last three in this category are found in the JADAM adjacent Korean natural farming. So Youngsung Cho, the creator of JADAM, drew a lot of inspiration from his father's principles, his father being Han Kyu Cho, the creator of KNF. So the first main anaerobic ferment in KNF is something called fermented plant juice, or FPJ. FPJ also has a counterpart called fermented fruit juice, or FFJ. Both are created by weighing plant debris and adding equal parts brown sugar by weight, mixing them together and allowing the brown sugar to draw out moisture from the plant debris through osmotic pressure. As this happens, plant growth hormones, enzymes, microbes, and some nutrients are extracted from the plant debris, and a serum is left behind that can be strained and collected. The syrupy input is your FPJ or FFJ, depending on what you used. Each of these have unique functions in the garden as well. They're not exactly fertilizers because their primary function is not to impart nutrients, although they do that. Instead, FPJ is used to help boost plants during their vegetative phase, and FFJ is used to help boost plants during their fruiting phase. It's pretty intuitive. Fermented plant juice draws out hormones and microbes that were used to help a plant put on its leaves. This is an important stage of a plant's life, as it's when the plant is trying to photosynthesize as much as possible so that it can store energy. But when a plant is trying to fruit, it's time to stop applying FPJ and then start applying FFJ, since the enzymes and the nutrients from the FFJ are suited to helping plants produce fruit or flowers. So FPJ is always diluted 1 to a 500 at least. It's a very potent spray and should never be applied undiluted. The second KNF anaerobic ferment is made in a very similar process, but with slightly different ingredients. This is FAA, or fermented fish amino acids, and it's made by fermenting fish waste products in brown sugar, equal parts by weight again, and the result is a very powerful fertilizer. So unlike FPJ or FFJ that take a week to ferment, FAA is a much longer process, taking at the very least 3 months, but preferably 6 to even a full 12 months. So during this time, the fish waste will decompose almost entirely, leaving a serum rich with nearly complete spectrum of plant nutrients. And understandably, this fertilizer is even more potent than FPJ, so it's almost always diluted 1 part to 1,000 parts water. FAA is also best applied during the vegetative stage of a plant's life cycle, since it helps with plant leaf, stem, and root development. And then in the last slot in the KNF-based anaerobic ferments belongs to the good old LABS, Labs, lactic acid bacteria serum, sometimes just called LAB. LAB is a collection of diverse anaerobic microbes that, when sprayed on plant leaves, soil, or livestock bedding, act as the law enforcement of the garden against pathogens, meaning that they are really strong, and the main goal is to crowd out and dominate bad bacteria and fungi. LAB is an awesome input to use if you're looking for a relatively easy way to keep plant diseases at bay, or if you're looking for a way to reduce odor in your chicken coop. It performs a number of other functions as well, but those are some of the main ones. It's also a great all-purpose probiotic. It's totally edible, as are all the KNF amendments, and it contains large quantities of diverse lactic acid bacteria strains. To make LAB, you collect and culture rice wash water by letting it sit out in a breathable container for a few days, or until it starts to smell slightly sour, and it gets a light film on the top of the water. Then you add this cultured rice wash water to milk, and you let it sit until the curds and whey have separated. The whey is the LAB serum, and it can be stored indefinitely in the fridge or on the shelf if you supersaturate it with brown sugar. This process just causes the microbes to go into a dormant state so that they stop eating. LAB is often applied 1 to 500 and sometimes 1 to 1,000. Okay, now that we have covered LAB, we are ready to head over to the third type of liquid garden amendments, extracts. Rather than simply collecting runoff from a solid substance or allowing microbes to quickly decompose and transform organic matter, extracts utilize either alcohol or vinegar to slowly draw out nutrients and minerals from particular ingredients. And in the extracts category, we've got 3 amendments that serve some very important and unique purposes. We'll first check out our vinegar extracts, water-soluble calcium acetate and water-soluble calcium phosphate. Both of these extracts are made in virtually identical ways using just slightly different ingredients. For the WCP, animal bones are cooked and charred until thoroughly baked and then soaked in vinegar for 1 to 2 weeks. During this time, the vinegar draws out the minerals and preserves them in the solution. The specific minerals are calcium and phosphorus. These minerals are of critical importance to a plant as it is attempting to develop its flower buds. So WCP is often applied foliarly in the growing season while a plant is growing and forming its flower buds. Once the plant forms its flowers and fruits, you transition to applying water-soluble calcium acetate, or WCA. WCA is made the same way as WCP, only instead of using animal bones, charred eggshells are used. The calcium acetate helps supply the plants with all of the bioavailable calcium that it needs to fully form its fruit, and it can be used as a preventative measure against blossom end rot in tomatoes or other fruit-producing binding plants. And our third and final extract serves an entirely different function in plant health, and it's also created in a much more involved way. Oriental herbal nutrient, or OHN, is made from extracting beneficial compounds from 5 traditional herbs: angelica root, licorice root, cinnamon bark, fresh garlic, and fresh ginger. And we have a lengthy video detailing this entire process, so be sure to check that out. But to put it succinctly, to make OHN, you have to follow a multi-step process. First, you hydrate the dried herbs in a low alcohol content beverage. Next, you ferment these herbs along with the fresh ones in brown sugar for 1 week. And then you begin the extraction process by adding a high alcohol content spirit. Vodka is commonly used here, and then you stir the container every single day for several months, extracting portions of the mixture and replacing with vodka as you go. As a result, you get 1 container of each of the 5 herbs plus 1 additional jar of angelica root extract. To make OHN, you combine each of these equal parts together. OHN is no doubt one of the most time-consuming of the amendments to make, save for liquid IMO, which we'll cover shortly. However, despite taking a good deal of time and a little bit more money than the others, since vodka ain't free, OHN is an incredibly powerful preventative medicine for your plants that will act as both a natural pest deterrent and a fungus inhibitor. OHN is called the medicine of the Korean natural farming core 9 inputs. It's also used in seed soak solutions in making IMO 3 and 4, and it has other uses for keeping healthy livestock. So don't put off making OHN for too long, especially if you're looking to get into KNF. It's well worth the effort. And now that we've finished our tour through the extracts, we have finally arrived to what I consider some of the most rewarding garden amendments to make: aerated liquid ferments. The first of these is the companion liquid amendment to JADAM liquid fertilizer, JADAM microbial solution, or JMS. This solution is similar to JLF in that it utilizes leaf mold soil to culture the amendment, but it's different in that it relies heavily on precise timing to use effectively. It also doesn't supply any real nutrients, and instead it works to make soil nutrients bioavailable to plant roots. It also helps with soil tilth, and it can have an incredible transformative effect in as little as a few weeks of application. And so we're gonna take a pit stop at JADAM Microbial Solution and take a look at our deep dive video on JMS from this past year. We'll also take things a step further in this video and look at how you can upgrade your JMS in 3 distinct ways. JADAM Microbial Solution is a way of culturing wild microbes from your area that get them ready to be applied to your garden or field soil. So the very simple recipe is that you collect some soil from underneath the leaf litter in an undisturbed forest from your area, feed it a simple carbohydrate like white potato and some sea salt, and then you let it brew until it bubbles, of course in water. This is an important process to really get down, and honestly it can take you a really long way just getting this and applying it regularly to your garden. So here's a few more specifics on making JMS. Start by gathering your leaf mold soil from the healthiest parts of the forest in your general area. If you can collect the soil from a higher elevation and from several different places, all the better. You'll be helping to maximize diversity and will gather some of the strongest microbes that have adapted to your local climate. And then back at home, you'll need a 5-gallon bucket or a larger rain barrel. If you've got a bigger piece of land that you're growing on, you'll need a paint strainer or a cheesecloth bag, some sea salt. I use about 10 grams or a healthy pinch, and then your cooked potato. Then fill your bucket with dechlorinated water, strain out your leaf mold soil, salt, and potato through a fine mesh bag. For this, I like to boil my potato and then blend it up with the salt in my blender so that it passes through a little easier, but you can totally just use your hand to work it through. Once your water has really gotten cloudy, the leaf litter microbes and the potato starch are ready to start to ferment. Now, how long this will take is mostly affected by ambient temperatures. So in the 50 to 60 degree range, things are gonna ferment very slowly, if at all. 60 to 80 is kind of the sweet spot in my experience, and this will result in the JMS reaching its
peak fermentation within 48 to 72 hours. Much hotter or sustained higher temps in your brew could be finished in less than 36 hours. The way that you know when your JMS is ready is by the bubbling and the foam that starts to form on the surface of the water. Here's what a typical batch looks like every 12 hours until it was ready. Temps were in the mid-50s at night to upper 70s Fahrenheit or 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. After 12 hours, you can see that it's mostly still debris just floating in cloudy water. 24 hours in, you can see a few really tiny bubbles in the water, so tiny that they don't really show up on the camera. After 36 hours, there were a few more bubbles, some small activity, still harder to pick up on the camera. But then 12 hours later, around the 48-hour mark, we've got this nice thick disc of foam on the top, and that's really what you're looking for. And you can see that it's formed all on its own. It's come off the side of the bucket on the inside a little bit, still intact. If your foam disc starts to break apart and you're losing bubbles, it's a sign that peak fermentation activity is past and your microbes are still there but significantly weaker. They've expended their food source and are starting to go into decline. Timing the JMS is one of the most important parts of getting it to work. So in his book, Young-Sung Cho makes sure that this is clear. The bubbles indicate activity, and when the foam is at its peak, microbial activity is at its peak in the water, and you should water into your garden as soon as possible. Speaking of which, when you water in JMS, you're going to want to dilute it to make sure that you don't burn your plants. 1 part JMS, 10 parts dechlorinated water is the typical dilution rate. But you could start even less, like 1 to 20 or 30 to be safe. If you're using it as a soil drench when there's no plants in the ground, feel free to apply it undiluted. But another one of the things that Young-Sung Cho recommends is to water a lot after applying the JMS, or time it with the rain, because you want these microbes to flow down deep into the soil so they can break up the lower levels and bring tilth to all the different soil layers. You can also apply this foliarly to plant leaves and stems, and if you want to take it up a notch, you can even add some fragrance-free clean soap or some JADAM wetting agent to your sprayer along with the JMS, and then it will spread out and stick to your plant leaves when you apply it foliarly. Make sure to get it on the bottom side of the leaves when you spray. This solution is a mild natural pesticide, natural fungicide, and germicide, and just an all-around microbial health booster. You can also use JMS to soak transplants and bare root plants before putting them in the ground. This is just a super easy way to help get your plants established more quickly and reduce transplant shock. The microbes in the solution are going to help facilitate all sorts of processes for the plants. Just make sure that you dilute this like 1 to 100 to be safe, because you don't want to mess up young plants. Young-Sung Cho says that if you apply JMS undiluted, you run the risk of the microbes going on a feeding frenzy on your plant roots. I've never had that happen, but that's his recommendation. Now I want to tell you about my experience with this stuff, because that's what I have. I don't use a microscope currently, never have actually. This was one of the first, maybe the first homemade soil inoculants that I ever made. It was my first year gardening at our old house. We were trying to figure out how to fix our soil quickly without spending a ton of money that we didn't have. So pretty much just looking for free options. I had the JADAM book on the bookshelf. I hadn't read it, or maybe I had tried and struggled because it doesn't really read the easiest since it's translated from Korean. But I picked it back up and I started forcing myself to just try and understand what this guy was talking about. And all I can say is that I was convinced after reading it. It really changed the way that I thought about soil reading this book. Not that I had really thought about soil much before. I had been primed to be open to alternative approaches to health from my own personal journey, exploring alternative dietary and lifestyle choices, story for another day. But when I read about Cho's experience with indigenous microbes, I was sold. So I went out and I collected some soil from the forest near my house. I brought it back, brewed up a batch of JMS, and at the time I think we were just growing a few veggies and flowers in a hand-dug garden bed behind our house and in a raised bed that I had built. But this solution really helped our soil, I think, because we did virtually nothing else other than spread some lawn clippings on the ground to mulch, and we got some great tomatoes that year. The next project that we tackled was our front yard. We got really ambitious, again, a story for another day. But when we started watering in the JMS into these garden beds that we had made in ground in very compact soil, it was just lawn that had been walked on extensively before, we started to notice almost immediately a loosening effect that the JMS was having. It really shocked us because it only took a few months of applying this stuff every week, a couple times. And that's how JMS really kickstarted our gardening journey. We've used it ever since on every garden that we have started
or have helped people start since then. And it's all from leaf mold, soil, potato, and salt. Now, most people stop there when it comes to JMS, and that is totally okay because this brew works really well. It's simple and effective, but there are 3 ways that we can take it up a notch. And all of these are things that Cho talks about in his book, although he really devotes very little space in the book to them, so it's easy to miss. The first way that we can upgrade our JMS is by swapping out our food source for a more complex carbohydrate. Normally, potato is used to feed the microbes, but for a more diverse JMS, we can feed them some cooked mixed grains with brown rice. Not only is this a way to diversify the brew, it also gives us a way to store the food source for future batches. To make this grain solution, I followed the instructions from the JADAM book, which are quite confusing. Hard to tell exactly how he recommends preparing them and whatnot, so I used intuition based on the instructions provided, and here's what I did. He recommends using a base of brown rice and then adding in some additional mixed grains, making it 7 parts brown rice, 3 parts mixed grains. So I started by weighing out my brown rice, which was about 900 grams, and then I measured out and added 133 grams of each of rye berries, oat groats, and whole millet. These are some grains that I just had from my chicken feed that I use, but I'm gonna say that any whole grains that you got your hands on are probably gonna do the trick. If you're able to grow your own grains and save some for this, you really don't need a ton. I went ahead and mixed this up, and the total weight was right around 1,300 grams, so I added in 1,300 grams of water, cooked it on the stove, kind of like how I would normally cook rice. Just brought it to a boil and then lowered the heat to low and let it simmer, covered for 30 minutes. Until the water had all soaked into the grains and evaporated. Now it's at this point that I reread his recommendations for how much of the mixture that you need for a batch of JMS, and I realized that the quantity that I made is good for about 75-gallon bucket batches of JMS. So if I'm making this once a week during the growing season, this will last me like 3 years. Not sure if that's exactly true, but either way, I needed to store this. And the way that Cho recommends doing this is by adding a ton more water to your cooked grains, blending it and boiling it again, and then transferring it to heat-proof storage vessels. I only added a little bit more water in because I didn't want to make more dishes and my pot was already pretty full. So I brought it to a boil, and then I sort of pseudo canned the mixture in these leftover tomato jars. We'll see how long they last. Be careful with this part of the process if you do transfer them to jars or bottles, because cooked grains are sticky and getting them on your skin could seriously burn you. For using these, I'm just taking a few scoops out of the jar and then popping it in the fridge once I've opened it. I put these scoops in a blender, add some water and salt, blend it up, and then pour it into my fine mesh bag, just like I do with the potatoes. Then same drill, add a handful of leaf mold soil and let it do its thing. What I noticed about the grain-based solution was more rapid foam production. You can see these 2 buckets side by side. The potato JMS is on the left and the grain JMS on the right. Every 12 hours, and then at the 36-hour mark, you can see significant bubblage in the grain solution bucket compared to the potato solution. After another 12 hours, there are even more bubbles, and it's a little hard to tell here because if the bucket got knocked or if it was just the way that the bubbles formed, it sort of looks like the disc was starting to break apart. But the rest of the bubbles looked very strong, so I felt like that was a pretty solid result. I'll definitely be using the grain solution a lot more to make JMS in the future. Seems like a really solid option. And the second way that we can upgrade our JMS is by taking a page out of the JADAM Liquid Fertilizer's book and add an additional ingredient to the bucket, specifically crop residue. Now this is thoroughly detailed in the JADAM book, so feel free to check it out there if you want, or you can watch my free mini course on YouTube here, all about the JADAM Liquid Fertilizer. But essentially what we're doing is we're taking the wild microbes, giving them an easy to digest food source, and then we're giving them an additional food source that refines their palate, specifically so that the microbes multiply and adapt in the presence of a particular crop residue. So if you use tomatoes as your crop residue, the microbes that culture are going to be fine-tuned to digest and therefore impart nutrients that are valuable to tomato plants. You can repeat this process with any plant. This is how to make plant customized JMS. Now I will say making customized fertilizers is a lot easier because they store at room temperature indefinitely. So what I will say about this part of the process is that if you're growing primarily one main crop, like if you have an orchard of apple trees or a field of strawberries, or you're a small scale farmer with a lot of salad greens, this customizable JMS might be something that could really serve you. If you're a home gardener growing a little bit of everything, it might not actually be worth it. However, this next upgrade very well might, and this is one that I'm really excited to share about because I've not seen many people, if any, do this. I'm talking about storable JMS. Not only storable, but further diversified JMS. Those of you who are familiar with IMO cultivation from Korean natural farming will recognize this technique that I'm about to share. This is a method of storage that Cho devotes an entire paragraph to in his book. Basically, the instructions are: pour the JMS onto a pile of rice bran and let it heat up, cool down, and dry, and you're good. Very thorough. So I decided to try to follow a similar protocol as making IMO 3 and 4. When you're adding forest microbes to these materials, you want to keep your pile on the upper end of the mesophilic range, so around 110 Fahrenheit or 45 Celsius, as opposed to the thermophilic temperatures, which can get up to 130 to 160 Fahrenheit or 55 to 70 degrees Celsius. And the only reason is because when you get into those higher temperatures, you really establish good bacterial cultures, and these are great for breaking down organic matter quickly. It's why you shoot for this range when you're doing hot composting. But to maximize microbial diversity, that sub 120 Fahrenheit temp range is kind of what you're looking for. I started by mixing some simple ingredients for my substrate. A substrate is just a material that a culture will grow on. And for that substrate, I'm using wood shavings, some dried leaves, and wheat bran. Not sure if I can give super exact amounts here. Sort of just did this by feel, shooting for equal parts wood shavings to wheat bran. This is not much material, honestly, probably 10 pounds of each. This would also be a great place to add some raw biochar to soak up some of the microbes, but I didn't, mostly because I forgot. Totally optional, but if you have it, you might as well toss in like a few big handfuls. And I used my JMS brews, both my grain solution JMS and my regular potato solution one. For the amount of liquid to add, I'm just trying to get the pile moderately wet, not sopping, just the old classic wrung out sponge dampness. Main thing here is that you don't want to add too much liquid or the pile could go anaerobic, and you don't want to add too little because it could dry out very quickly and not heat up at all. The last thing is I mulched it with a pile of leaves, which I ended up just mixing in because I made my pile in an already very shaded area. Now, I don't know why, but every time that I make one of these tiny piles for IMO 3 or 4, and now for JMS, it just shocks me how quickly it heats up. And honestly, that it heats up at all. I kept this recipe very simple, really just wheat bran, wood shavings, and JMS. And within 11 hours, it heated up from 70 Fahrenheit to 86. 5 hours later, we were looking at 112, and then an hour later, we were just under 120. And this is when I went ahead and turned it up a bit. The main objective here is just to disperse the heat and let the temperature drop a bit before repiling it. As I was feeling the materials and smelling the pile and losing my sandal, I didn't catch any off odors and the moisture levels felt good. So after letting this cool down for about 30 minutes, I repiled it back up and kept monitoring the temperatures. Once it cooled down on its own completely, I bagged it up, actually put it in buckets, and now I've got my own shelf-stable JMS. I suppose you could take this one step further, and honestly, I think I'm gonna do this, and you could actually make a JMS version of IMO 4, where you incorporate this into your native garden soil by pretty much following the exact same protocol as before. This would be a way to pre-integrate the microbes from JMS into the microbes found in your garden already, which in theory means that they stick around a bit longer. Now, at least one of you is going to make some sort of comment about it not being necessary to go through all this trouble to monitor their temperature, or that I really don't understand what all is happening here, and I'm not getting any more diversity than I would just find in my compost pile. And my only response to you is no one's forcing you to do this, but I do appreciate all the comments, because every time that you do comment, it signals engagement to the YouTube algorithm and helps push out the video to more people. And for everyone else who is like me and loves experimenting and trialing and just trying new things, I would encourage you to give this a go. It's pretty cool to have this shelf-stable version of JMS on hand. Although Youngsung Cho doesn't give any real explanation of how to use this in his book, I can only assume that just top dressing your soil and mulching is going to be a good option. I'm adding this to my chicken coop for an added microbe boost. If you wanted to re-aerate this into a liquid form, you could definitely toss some in a bag in a bucket with a bubbler and let it rock for a few days. I've got some other experiments that I'm stoked to try out with this stuff, so stay tuned for that. As far as your regular old liquid JMS, which works wonders on its own without going through all of the trouble making it shelf stable,
you're going to want to apply this stuff regularly for optimal results. Once a week would be ideal, a couple times a week at most. And at the very least, you should blast up your soil once a month with JMS because it's really not hard to make. And in my experience, it really does some work. Now, JMS, unlike Liquid IMO, which is a Korean natural farming version, is going to be primarily bacterial dominant. So with IMO, the goal is fungi. And what does it mean that it's mostly bacteria? Well, it means that the solution is going to get to work really quickly and then it's going to actually die off quickly in the soil. Now that we've covered the ins and outs of JMS, let's hop back into our discussion on aerated microbial brews. JMS also requires hardly any equipment to make, and so it's a great place to start. But if you are interested in investing in some equipment, you might consider purchasing a bubbler, because that is what we're going to be using to make each of our next aerated ferments. The first one being a classic aerated compost tea. ACT is a staple amendment of any hipster garden. Dr. Elaine Ingham is a soil biologist and researcher who has done a lot of work to popularize compost tea. This is an incredibly microbe-rich substance with minimal nutrient content. But that's okay because we're not using this for NPK. We actually want the biology, and biology is what we're getting. So the way we get this biological brew is through a similar method as what we did to make our compost leachate. Take a big handful or two of compost, pop it into a paint strainer, but then instead of just steeping it in the water a few times, we attach it to the side of the bucket like we did with the JMS, and then we insert a bubbler hose into the bucket. And this is going to aerate the water by sending bubbles from the bottom of the bucket toward the top. And this process just keeps the oxygen flowing through the compost even while it stays moist. This is an interesting process here that I don't really fully understand, but essentially in doing this, we're creating the conditions for the microbes in the compost to multiply extensively. The water in the bucket carries the microbes around so that they have access to virtually all of the nutrients in the organic matter in the compost. But with the oxygen, the aerobic microbes that are commonly found in high quality compost are kept alive. Let the bubbler do its thing for between 24 to 48 hours, and then the brew is ready to use. And while we're here, let's talk about worm tea, because it's made in virtually the exact same way, but it results in something slightly different in its microbial composition. Vermicompost, like I mentioned in the leachates section, is kind of like compost, only more. The more that it has specifically relates to the beneficial bacteria. Vermicompost is generally found to be rich in bacteria when compared to compost, which can often be more rich in beneficial fungi. Stay with me here. The reason that this matters is because fungi and bacteria are two microbes that perform unique functions in the garden. Bacteria, on the one hand, serves as fast-acting microbes that boost nitrogen cycling, they reproduce quickly, and are great help in growing veggies and other annuals in the garden. Fungi, on the other hand, are quite a bit slower to develop, and they create longer-lasting underground networks, specifically if they are allowed to stay in the soil undisturbed. Fungi are typically thought of as the ideal microbes for cultivating healthy soil that grows trees, bushes, and other perennial shrubs that aren't going to be coming out of the ground. Now, here's the thing. We want both bacteria and fungi in our gardens. They serve different functions, and diversity is always our friend. But as a general guideline, and I'm probably going to get blown up in the comments from someone who has a hot take on this, nevertheless, my advice would be to give your annuals the worm tea and your perennials the compost tea. A couple things to keep in mind as you're making these. One, some people, my past self included, like to feed their aerated teas a carbohydrate source like molasses. What this does is it helps increase the bacterial content in the brew because bacteria love sugar. However, worm castings already contain enough bacteria to proliferate plenty on their own, so they don't really need any extra help. Additionally, since we're typically trying to cultivate fungi in an aerated compost tea, you want to keep the molasses out so the fungi actually have a chance to get established over the bacteria, otherwise they can take over. What you could feed your compost tea to increase the fungal composition of the tea is either fish hydrolysate or kelp meal. These are two ingredients that fungi feed on, so keep that in mind as you're brewing these up. Another factor in making sure that your compost tea is fungal dominant is by making some compost that is fairly woody. Well-decomposed wood chips are a great addition to homemade compost, and a little goes a long way in getting them packed with fungi. A final point on the teas is that it's worth pointing out that while they are very rich in microbes, they do not contain much in the way of nutrients. Because of this, they should not be considered a fertilizer, and therefore they can be freely applied to plants and soil without much dilution. A 1-to-1 ratio of tea in dechlorinated water will likely not harm your plants, even if you're watering it directly onto them. Of course, always best to do a test when you're getting started with these. It's hard to calculate exactly the exact composition of these and what it's going to be since they're home brews, but generally it's safe to apply a compost or vermicompost tea to soil and plants fairly undiluted. Feel free to apply these once a week or even once a month during the growing season, but don't go too often because you can overwhelm your soil with microbes. And if there's not enough food source in the soil, the microbes can start to become unhelpful. And as you go to apply these, make sure that you use them within a few hours of finishing the brew, if possible. Once you pull the bubbler out of the microbes start running the risk of dying off as they lose access to oxygen. Always do a smell check on these teas. If they smell rotten or putrid, they've gone bad. They should smell earthy and fresh, and they should have formed some nice foam or bubbles on the surface of the water. And now we have one final liquid garden amendment to discuss, and of course it's the king of them all, liquid indigenous microorganisms, or liquid IMO. Now at this point we are going to conclude our journey through the various homemade fertilizer teas and ferments that you can make, and we're going to take a long look at indigenous microorganism cultivation so that you can make this incredible foliar spray. What we're about to walk through is a complex process, similar in some ways to compost making, but it starts out in the forest with collection. Collection of, you guessed it, IMOs. Once we get these, I'll show you how to preserve them through a fancy process of dehydration, and then how to take those wild microbes and build them onto a number of other media. And before we hop in, I just want to say that while it may look like this stuff just works for me, the reality is that this process took me years to get right. And part of the reason is because I didn't have anyone to walk alongside me and tell me to try again, tweak this, tweak that, and don't give up quite yet. So hopefully what I share in this video will shorten the process for you if you've struggled with this in the past, or maybe are brand new to this whole thing, in which case I should probably say I am not the inventor of this technique. In fact, this process of IMO cultivation comes from a decades-old tradition called Korean natural farming. And Korean natural farming draws on the ancestral wisdom and insights from a wide range of ancient growing techniques from different cultures across hundreds, probably thousands of years. So I didn't come up with any of this. I am a beneficiary of the generosity and the hard work of many other growers who have put in the work to discover this stuff in the first place. So with all that said, let's hop into IMO stage 1. Now before we go any further, I'm going to go ahead and highlight our video that we talk about the technique that I use for collecting IMO 1. So I'll show you the box that I use, how to make it, and how I load my boxes with rice. The one caveat I'll make is that while rice is the traditional medium used to catch IMO 1, as you'll see in a moment, I have found it to be less helpful for me in my climate. So more on that in a sec. For now, here's the box. To make this exact box, you will need a 6-foot untreated cedar fence post. You can pick these up at most hardware stores, at least in North America. Can't speak to other countries, but I would love to hear in the comments because I know that a lot of you are watching from outside the US. In addition to the cedar fence post, you're going to want some 1/4-inch hardware cloth. And then for tools, you need something to cut the boards with, a hammer and nails or some screws, 1/4-inch drill bit and a drill, and then a stapler and a paper towel, and that's just what I use to make my boxes. For the dimensions of these boxes, I make 4 9-inch cuts, and then I cut one of the 9-inch pieces in half widthwise so that I have 2 4.5-inch pieces. Then I shave off 1 inch from one of the 9-inch pieces and cut it lengthwise into 3 pieces, 2 of which that are approximately 2 inches wide. And these are going to be the slats that make up the bottom of the collection box. Once I've got all these pieces cut, I assemble them by drilling pilot holes through the ends, and then I hammer in some nails through. The pilot holes are optional, but since the boards are only a 1/2 inch thick, I think it's nice to not have to worry about splitting the boards too much. Once I've got the walls attached, I do the same with the slats at the bottom, and here I'm just trying to space them out relatively easy. You don't want huge gaps in the bottom so that all the rice falls out, but that being said, the rice is sticky, so it'll hold together in there. Once the slats are in, go ahead and drill a few evenly spaced out holes into the side of the box. Specifically on the bottom half, I like to put 7 on the long sides and 5 on the smaller ends. And lastly, you need to measure and cut a piece of your hardware cloth so that it will fit over the top of your box snugly. This is really helpful for keeping out debris and rodents from your box. And then the last piece of your box is a paper towel, which you'll use a new one each time. That's the only part of
the box other than the rice that has a one-time use. There are reasons why I like this box. The cedar contains naturally deterring oils that keep pests away and also help reduce the risk of harmful bacteria. It's a pretty affordable option. This board cost me $4 and I get 2 boxes out of it plus the hardware cloth. And it's durable, a solid option in my opinion. Now we'll get into this later, but I'm gonna strongly recommend for this technique that you go ahead and make at least 4 of these boxes, which you can do with just 2 cedar fence posts. Again, make sure that they're untreated. Now that we've got our boxes, let's talk rice. There's a sort of specific way to cook the rice for IMO Collection, and the simplest way that I can put it is that you're cooking it so that it is just barely inedible on the undercooked side. So you need the rice to be a little bit moist so that the biology can utilize the carbohydrates, but you can't really have this stuff gumming up. I don't have a rice cooker, I just use a 1-gallon Dutch oven. The rice I'm using is the Calrose rice from Costco. It's a short grain white rice. And for every 1 cup of rice, I add just a little bit under 1 cup of water, which is slightly less than what I use to cook rice for eating. For this method of capturing IMO 1, cook 5 cups of dried rice and approximately 4.5 to 5 cups of water. This is gonna vary for each exact climate based on the humidity and other factors. I'm in a pretty dry climate, so this is how I cook my rice. Making this amount of rice makes it so that I have cooked enough rice to fill 4 of my cedar boxes, a little under halfway full. I fluff up the rice to make sure that it's not clumpy, and I don't press it down in the box. I just let it settle naturally. The rice should be spread evenly. You don't want any huge bumps or a high end just flat across without being patted down. The rice should be 2 to 3 inches thick. Any less and it can dry out pretty easily, and much more and you kind of run the risk of it clumping and going anaerobic. And then once the boxes are filled, I take 1 sheet of paper towel and I staple it down to seal it up. This way debris stays out, but microorganisms can get in through the paper. Then I put the hardware cloth over the top of the box for extra protection and stability. Now at this point, we are ready to take our boxes to the forest. But if it's your first time ever collecting IMO, or you just feel like you want a little bit of practice before taking your boxes into the wilderness, you can do a low risk version of this at home using the soil in a really thickly mulched location where mycelium has formed, or near where your compost pile. The microbes you collect here won't be the same as the wild microbes, but it can give you a sense of what you're trying to do without having to leave your land. Again, this does not really replace real IMO, it's just for practice sake. If, however, you're ready to get out into the woods, now's the time.
So here's the thing, as you may have been able to tell, IMO Collection is finicky. And while it's really not the biggest risk in the world to take, it does take time out of the day, intentionality, and for that reason I began to become frustrated with the inconsistency of my white rice collections, even while using this method that I just outlined. It's not that they never worked, but I thought that there might be some better options, and this led me to experiment, as you'll see in this video.
So when it comes to KNF's most important input, IMO, it begs the question, if IMO 1 in Korea grows best on white rice, what does IMO 1 grow on best in North America? And even more specifically in Washington State, even in Eastern Washington State, which is quite a bit different than Western Washington. Now I've been able to capture IMO 1 on white rice in my area, but since rice is primarily, if not completely imported from other countries, is it the most sustainable and readily available option? In other words, if I were to try to grow all of my own inputs, I would not be able to grow rice easily in my dry climate. And so ironically, while most of KNF practitioners swear by rice for everyone, rice is simply not going to be the best natural option for everyone. Earlier this year, I read a book by Renee Redzepi called The Noma Guide to Fermentation, and it talks about making koji, a fungal inoculant used in traditional Japanese cuisine, out of pearl barley rather than the traditional short grain white rice. While they were open, the Noma restaurant focused on utilizing locally grown food while excluding imported crops for creating their dishes. As I looked at the pictures in this book, the process for making koji looked strangely familiar. So it got me thinking, what would happen if I tried a different grain for an IMO collection? Now I'm sure people have tried this, and please comment on this video if you have, but I couldn't find much on the internet about people's experiences trying out different grains for IMO 1. So I ran an experiment. I set up 4 IMO 1 collection boxes with 4 different types of grain. One carried my usual cooked short grain white rice, one carried a long grain white rice, a long grain brown rice, and then in the last one I cooked pearl barley. And I took these boxes to the mountainous region closest to my growing area, found an ideal collection site, lots of visible mycelium, good earthy smells, and away from any potential human disturbance. Left these boxes for 1 week with outdoor temperatures fluctuating between 50 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And after I went to retrieve the boxes, I brought them home and cracked them open. Surprisingly, the most robust biological bloom and the least contaminated collection came from the box carrying pearl barley. In fact, this was one of the best collections I had gotten all season. And to clarify, for a good collection of IMO, I'm looking for clean, mostly white hyphae that holds together the grains and forms a structure that sort of resembles thick cotton candy. What was fascinating to me was that even though I placed the rice boxes in almost the exact same location, the white rices both became contaminated with yellow, green, blue, and pink molds, and the brown rice did second best to the barley. The gray-black that you see on top of the barley and the brown rice collections is not a black mold or a contamination. This is perfectly normal since dust particles will inevitably get in and accumulate a little bit on the surface of the grains in the boxes. So this got me thinking, what would other grains produce? So here I am with another box of barley along with 5 other grains. We've got millet, oats, buckwheat, regular wheat, and rye. We're gonna take these out into the forest. I'm gonna take them out with my friend Tyson, and we're gonna look for some nice collection spots, some good mycelium development in the soil, and other signs of biological activity. We're gonna leave them for probably a little bit shorter time, probably 4 to 5 days because it's a bit hotter now. So here we go. I set off to find a collection site with my good friend Tyson, and we found an incredible collection site crawling with fungal hyphae. We buried our boxes and got out of there quick because we were getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. And then 7 days later, I returned and scooped up my precious cargo and headed back home. Every time you pick up these boxes, it's a bit of an unknown. You don't know exactly what you're gonna get in your collection box. All right, I just got back from the forest with my boxes and I'm gonna crack them open. I'm really interested to see if there's any notable difference between grain to grain for our collections. All right, so starting with box number 1, we've got millet. Whoa. So right away I can tell that we got a collection. It looks black, but it's actually just a gray. You can see there's dust particles on the top. This is a solid collection, looks like very cotton candy-like. There's also some dew that is starting to settle and kind of form on there. So now we'll go on to box number 2, which is containing our wheat berries. Wow, very different collection already. Oh my goodness, that's so cool. That's just wild how different it is. Right away I can tell the grains are clearly inoculated and I see maybe a little bit of blue in there, but otherwise there's less fungal bloomage coming over the top than the millet and it's stayed relatively in there. I think let's move on to box number 3, which is our rye, and I'm expecting this one will be somewhat similar to the farro wheat. Wow, very interesting. Okay, actually completely different than the wheat. That actually looks like a great collection. It's got a great amount of white and gray fuzz over the top. I mean, obviously we'll get a better idea as we dig into each of these. Looks like a solid collection from the rye berries there. Isn't that cool? This is like already a success for me. I'm like, because they all look different. That's wild. Next up, we've got the oats and an incredible collection again. I mean, wow, this is really wild. It's actually really interesting to see how they've peeled away from the edges of the box. And you can see there's fungal bloom just still clinging, or whatever biology it is that's just clinging to the side of the box. Looks like a solid collection. The dew has certainly settled on it. Probably would have been even better if we'd opened it up in the forest and preserved it with brown sugar, but this is totally fine. This is so cool. This is like my favorite video that we've done so far. Okay, next up we've got the toasted buckwheat. Interested to see this one again. Pretty different look. Wow. It's kind of similar to the oats, I guess, but really interesting. It almost looks like snow at first glance. It's like a frosted window. That's crazy. I mean, they smell different. It's an incredible asset to have a documented collection. And last up, we've got our barley, pearl barley, and another just really cool, interesting collection. That is fascinating. How much moisture has condensed. There's like a pool of liquid that's, I'm assuming, just the dew coming off of this. So this is probably the best collection, the barley again, but all very interesting. We're gonna take these out and then we'll get them preserved in brown sugar as soon as possible. It's like so warm. It's crazy. So it does have some contamination in there. That's all right. That's crazy warm. It's like pretty mushy. Well, the oats might actually be the best. It'll all depend on when we crack into it. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of contamination, but like actually not that bad for that. All right, so I've got the best collections after kind of pulling them apart and starting to get the brown sugar to draw out the moisture of the microbes and the grains. I'm gonna jar them up into these jars. I've got my label maker, which is really handy for moments like this. I've got the grain that was used to catch the microorganisms, and then I've got the date that they were collected. After having pulled apart all of the IMO collections, I still think that barley is actually probably the best performer, but oats is going to be a close second. And it honestly, like, I would use them interchangeably probably. It's just if I had the option, maybe barley. But the oats feel very good with. I just pulled out the best bits and I filled up a whole jar of IMO 2. I'm going to jar up the rest of these collections and the moisture is going to come out of them and all of that. Top 4, barley, oats, buckwheat, and millet. Now it's worth mentioning that while I did perform a side-by-side comparison with these grains, this is not really able to be considered a fully legitimate experiment because it's possible that with different ways of preparing the grains, cooking them for different lengths of time, I might get different results. For each of these grains, I just kept the preparation conditions as similar as possible. For each of them, I gave them a thorough rinsing until all the excess starch was washed off, similar to how I prepare white rice for IMO 1. And then I cooked 2 cups of each in 2 cups of water for 20 minutes. The only exception to this was when I cooked the wheat and rye. These were taking a lot longer to absorb the water and cook through, so I let them go for closer to 50 minutes. It's also totally possible and even likely that IMO takes longer or shorter to culture on each of these food sources. So as you're considering which grains you might like to give a go, keep all of that in mind. Start with the grains that are grown in your area already, since these may have the best chance overall of capturing the local IMOs. Okay, I hope that was helpful to you as you consider what grain that you might choose for catching IMO. So I want to show you a few collections that I did to give you a sense of how this works. Before doing that, I want to address something. Inevitably, you start talking about IMO and people are going to just start hopping in with their take, which I welcome. Please make your points in the comments. It's always interesting to hear from people with different opinions and point of views. I am not going to try to cover all my bases here by explaining every detail of why I'm collecting IMO in this specific way. There are a lot of ways that you can do this. This is the method that I have found the most reliable and effective. And there are a couple reasons, main reasons that I want to share for that. First of all, this is a fairly non-invasive approach. I'm essentially disturbing the local ecosystem as little as possible while getting what I consider to be a superior result. Second, I'm allowing the initial colonization to occur in the IMO's natural environment. It's a gentle, gradual sort of coercing the microbes to colonize the grain rather than trying to force nature to bend to my will. And I think doing it this way is really elegant. It's partnering with nature and it's a deeply rewarding process. If you have another way that you like to do it, that's great. This is how I like to do it. And if you'd like to give it a try, that's what this video is for. So it was late summer when I made these collections. It's good to get multiple collections at different times of the year and in different locations so that you can really maximize that full spectrum of diversity. But even a single collection is great if you're able. I have 3 kids under the age of 5 at the time of this video, and Cassidy and I can't quite afford childcare at this point in our lives, nor do we really want to send our kids off so that we can work. So we split our work hours and we get to spend lots of times with our wonderful kids That said, we have very busy lives, and tromping out into the woods to put out a few collection boxes is not something that naturally finds its way into my schedule. So I'm oftentimes bringing my kids along for the ride, which always makes things interesting. As I was filling these 3 boxes, you might be able to hear my 3-year-old in the background. She was pretty upset about something. Mostly, I think she just needed a nap because she ended up taking one and staying home with mom as my 4-year-old and 4-month-old came along with me. And I love getting to include my kids in this process because first of all, they love getting to participate, and also they're learning a really unique skill and honestly a worldview in regard to the way that we treat our soil and seek regenerative growing techniques. So I'm happy being a little bit less efficient with my time if it means that they get to see what I'm up to.
IMO, we make IMO and we put IMO on plants.
For this first collection, I wanted to check out a new location. This is a public park with a fair amount of nature. I perused the area for probably a half hour until I found this nice meadow sort of off the beaten path. And what I'm looking for here is just an area where it looks like no one has been walking around or dropping trash. I'm also looking to see if the leaves have fallen and decomposed underneath the tree's canopy. And crucially, I'm looking for visible mycelium under the leaf litter. Now in this particular spot, it was very dry. It was late summer and we hadn't had any rainfall over the last month. So I really had to check around for quite a bit for any signs of microbial life. I also had our baby in the front pack carrier and my shins were starting to burn from squatting. So in the end, I settled for some less than ideal spots. It's hard to see on camera, but I did end up finding some twigs and leaf litter with a little bit of white covering them, and that's what I decided to place on top of my box and underneath it. After putting the boxes on the ground, I also always make sure to cover them up real nice so that they don't get discovered by a person who happens to be walking in the area. I have had my boxes found before, I'm assuming by a person, because they were just unburied and sitting out in the open. If that happens, or your collection may not be completely ruined, but it's really not the ideal. You want these boxes to be kind of sitting undisturbed as much as possible. Now I left these 3 boxes and I consider this day 0 because you really can't expect anything to happen colonization wise within the first 12 to 24 hours. I like to put out multiple boxes at once so that I can get a good shot at a good collection. And the way that I do this is by collecting 1 box at a time. You can take a sneak peek at your grain a few days in if you'd like to, but you run the risk of compromising the collection once you open the covering. There's yeasts floating around above the rice and the fungi is sensitive to disturbance. If you're going through all the trouble of getting into the woods for a collection like this, you want to do it right, in my opinion. So after a few days, 3 to be exact, I went back to retrieve my first collection box. This time I was solo. I like going in early in the morning before the sun is high, and when I picked up my first box, I was expecting a very mild collection, more immature than what I actually got. Temperatures were in the upper 50s at night to the upper 80s in the day, so it's definitely warm, but you can see here that there was some decent colonization happening. The grains were very lightly covered in fuzz. White and gray is what we're looking for here, and that's what we're seeing. The only thing is that the biological bloomage was not very intense. It hadn't covered the top of the grains to indicate a complete colonization. Typically, I'm looking for it to climb up the sides of the container a bit, and we didn't see that in this collection box. So if I had seen less development, I would have waited a few more days before retrieving the second box. But since we were seeing a good amount of saturation between the grains, it gave me the sense that we needed to go out the next day. I preserved some of the best bits from this collection just to have it. You don't have to use the whole thing. You can remove the contaminated bits like that blue and green mold. Here I just weighed out my 40 grams, about 40 grams, and then I just added brown sugar to mix it up. We'll talk about this a little bit more later on, but this is a crucial step that you want to do as soon as possible after opening your collection box. The next day I went out into the park. Luckily, it only takes me about 20 minutes to get there. And what you can see on this next collection, just about 24 hours later, is that the fuzz is covering quite a bit more of the top. It's clinging to the side of the box, and as I took it out of the container, the grains were quite infused. This was a nice surprise, considering I didn't feel super confident in the spot that I had selected in the first place. And same with the first collection, I weighed out the best parts of this collection and added an equal amount of brown sugar by weight. Now this was a sufficient collection in my opinion, but we obviously still had the third box to retrieve. So the next morning, Cassidy and I both went out to get it. we had the grandparents watch our kiddos. Something kind of random that I'll say about these collections is how warm they get when the grains get colonized. I can literally feel the heat radiating out of the bottom of the box. It's so interesting how warm it is on the bottom. Okay. Now, what's so interesting to me every time that I collect IMO is how fast the IMOs colonize and how rapidly they can develop and multiply. This third collection showed more of the clean white and gray fuzzy forest biology, and also a little bit of contamination around the edges, some yellow bits and blue-green mold. You can see a fair amount of dew and condensation on the top of the collection, and overall, as I tore into it, I felt like it may have gone over a little bit, which is totally fine. Still took out the best bits and went ahead and mixed them up in brown sugar right then and there in the forest. Something that I would highly recommend is to try to engage with your sense of smell. This particular collection smelled like beer to me, like an amber ale, and that's not always what it smells like to me. Sometimes it's garlicky, sometimes it's just really yeasty. This one smelled a little alcoholic. Kind of interesting. It actually smells like beer. You should smell that. Now, as far as the brown sugar, there is a small misconception here I found, and that is that the sugar is not actually being used as a food source exactly. Of course, it might feed the microbes a little bit, but the primary reason that we use sugar to preserve our collections is because of its ability to dehydrate the microorganisms. And this seems odd because what we actually see happen is that it becomes quite moist, almost syrupy. But that's actually the point. The sugar draws moisture out of the colonized grain substance through osmosis, and then it keeps the IMOs locked up, sort of suspended in that syrup, where they're actually unable to multiply because there's not enough air or moisture. I like to compare this to raw honey. If you know about honey, you know that it contains lots of microbes, yeasts, bacteria, enzymes, but those microbes don't ferment the honey because there's not enough moisture, there's not enough water. Once you start adding water though, the microbes can start traveling around and they feed on the sugars in the honey and they start making mead. So that's what's happening here with our IMO, and this stuff is what we call IMO stage 2. Now I wanted to share another collection that I did around this time. Again, I'm getting new collections from a different area than we've gotten them before, and I wanted to get some IMOs from a much higher elevation. So in our area of Spokane, Washington, we have Mount Spokane, and that's where we went to collect. This is a bit out of the way from where we currently reside. So for this collection, I put 4 boxes out and I collected them all at once 4 days later because I didn't want to travel an hour out and an hour back 4 days in a row. So chose to wait 4 days after placing the boxes, which in retrospect, I probably should have waited a little bit longer. Temps were a little colder this week, plus we were at a higher elevation. Another day or two would have been a little bit better, but it was forecasted to rain and I hadn't placed any sort of rain protection over my boxes. So I felt like it would be best to go a little bit earlier. And before we dive into these collection boxes, I will admit that when I drove back up to the mountain, I forgot exactly where I had placed my boxes. I thought I would be able to just wing it, but there was an almost identical looking pull off to the side of the road where I had hopped out the last time. And so I literally started walking up the side of the mountain looking for where I placed my boxes and I couldn't find them. And it was at this moment that I was extremely grateful to have dropped a pin on my Maps app, because when I pulled it up, I came to realize that I had been searching about a quarter mile down the road. And this is something that I always do no matter what, whether I think that I'll remember it or not. I always drop a pin on my map. Mark it on the map, take pictures, and I recommend that you do the same, because even after driving up the road a little bit and finding my actual collection site, it took me a sec to find the boxes. I had apparently disguised them quite well. Anyway, I packed these up, brought them home, and cracked them open, only to find a dissatisfying amount of fungal colonization. Not nothing, mind you, but not the really robust, mature collection that I was hoping for. For these boxes, I had tried out 2 with white rice and 2 with barley. Interestingly, in 2 of the boxes, 1 rice, 1 barley, I caught practically nothing at all, whereas you can see with the other boxes, I got at least some good stuff. So as before, I picked off the fuzzy bits, mixed them up in my brown sugar, and just like that, now I've got 4 new IMO2 collections. And so now to conclude this section, I want to highlight a few of the key takeaways. And the first one being, if you have tried this or are going to try this after watching this video, please respect the environment and the area that you're collecting from by disturbing it as little as possible and leaving the site as close to its original state as possible. scrape back the leaves to cover up the forest floor when you're done. We obviously want to respect nature that we're borrowing from. Second takeaway is to try multiple times, maybe a lot of times, to get collections from different places at different times of the year. Change up the way that you cook your grain, how much water you add, how long you cook it. All of these things matter. Another takeaway is to preserve your collection as soon as possible after removing it from the forest. Add plenty of sugar to keep those microbes on lockdown so that they don't eat themselves to death. Keep them from fermenting just yet. We'll do that when we make IMO stage 3. And one of the most important takeaways that I can recommend is to document. Take pictures, drop a dang pin, because you won't regret it if you do, and you might regret it if you don't. Don't risk it. Save yourself the hassle and heartache. If you would like to send me pictures of your collections, I would greatly appreciate that. I love receiving those from you. You can send them via email to taylor@thegriffinfamilyfarm.com. In case I didn't say it already, or if it wasn't immediately obvious, the purpose of catching and preserving these IMOs is so that we can introduce them to our garden soil. The thing is, we're not quite ready to apply these microbes to the soil yet. And a big question that I get a fair amount is, why can't we just use these right away in our garden? Especially if they're supposedly the best of the best microbes, strong and resilient and adapted to our climate. And there are a few reasons for that. And each additional stage that we take these microbes through is going to serve a certain function that will answer that question. So hang on to it. And let's get into the way that we make IMO stages 3, 4, and 5. And the way that I've really come to understand the thing that we're about to do is by breaking it up into 3 categories of ingredient. So we've got here with our IMO 2 is what we would call an inoculum. And don't let that word scare you off. An inoculum is simply something that we use to inoculate or infect something else. The something else, in this case, we're going to call a substrate. Now, at its core, that's all we need. An inoculum and a substrate mixed together will eventually become an inoculant for our garden soil. So to sum it up, an inoculum plus a substrate equals an inoculant. However, there are other ingredients that we can add that will help create the conditions that will favor the inoculum as it is inoculating the substrate. And these are what I call microbial curators. They're extra added ingredients, food sources, enzymes, hormones, and nutrients that are going to curate the environment of the substrate in which the inoculum will do its thing. I'll get practical here in a sec, but let me conclude by saying that the microbial curators for each of the stages of IMO, 3, 4, and 5, are going to stay the same. What changes is the inoculum and the substrate. To give a different example of something like this would be like sourdough bread. To make sourdough bread, you need a sourdough starter that will inoculate the rest of the dough to make the loaf. To make that starter, you combine yeast, water, and flour. The yeast comes from the air initially, but eventually it's just like the leftover starter that you had from a previous batch. The substrate is the flour, and the water provides the necessary hydration for the yeast to travel through the substrate and inoculate it properly. Once that happens, you've got your inoculant that can be used to make bread. When we make IMO 3, the inoculum, as I've already mentioned, is the IMO 2. That is our leftover yeast. And the substrate for IMO 3 is a combination of carbon-rich material and carbohydrate-rich material. These are the ingredients that we're going to combine and tend to in order to achieve our IMO 3. Now, as we transition to making IMO 4, our IMO 3 becomes our inoculum. Okay, IMO 3 is what we're using to inoculate the IMO 4 substrate, which is native garden soil. Soil that you scoop up from your property, your garden beds, your field, your food forest, wherever you're growing. That soil is the substrate for IMO 4. Once we get our IMO 4, we can either use that as our soil inoculant, or we can use it as an inoculum for yet another stage of IMO, you guessed it, IMO 5. And in this case, the IMO 4 is the inoculum, and the substrate is a compost or an animal manure or collection of crop residue. Each time we take our IMO collection through to another stage, 2 main things are happening. 1, the microorganisms are diversifying, and 2, they're multiplying. This is a very rich soil inoculant that we're making, so each time that we expand the inoculum past IMO 3, we're only going to be doubling it in size. Now, the missing piece to the puzzle is our suite of microbial curators, and for these we have 5 main ingredients that when mixed together in water create something that I like to call IMO water. I came up with that all myself, not the ingredients, the name of the mixture of the ingredients. Yep. So the ingredients are fermented plant juice, vinegar, oriental herbal nutrient, seawater, and humic acid. They're going to perform several functions as we try to get our IMO inoculum to take hold within each of the substrates. Like I said before, these microbial curators are going to be providing nutrients. They're going to help crowd out bad microorganisms. They're going to supply enzymes that will help facilitate the process of inoculation. They're doing work. But if you don't have any of these ingredients, no fret, just adding dechlorinated water alone to hydrate your IMO 3, 4, and 5 piles will do the trick. It's just, if you've got the ingredients, it's going to help them run a little bit smoother. For IMO 3, I like to start by mixing my dry ingredients and my wet ingredients separately, just like baking. For your carbon-rich materials, you've got options. You can go with wood chips, wood shavings, straw, dried leaves, dried grass clippings, shredded cardboard. The main thing, as always, is that you want these materials to be clean. And by clean, I mean you don't want a bunch of ink on your shredded cardboard. You don't want herbicides contaminating your grass clippings or straw. Just play it safe and use what is available in your area and what you know is not going to contain a lot of contaminants, because those are going to kind of throw off the microbes that you're trying to culture. For carbohydrate-rich materials, you've got multiple options. Same rules apply as for the carbon materials, clean and local if possible. Eventually, I would love to be able to grow all my own materials that I use for making IMO 3. But for now, I've got a good source of whole oats and wheat bran. You can use rice bran or spent grains. Look for things that are cheap. You can use flour if you want, but it's not really the most cost effective usually. And then an optional addition is going to be your charcoal. You don't want to overdo it. This won't count as your carbon source because the fungi won't be able to feed on it like they do the leaves and wood chips and stuff. But by adding a little bit of activated charcoal or even just regular charcoal, it's going to give those microbes more space to spread out and multiply. So it's a pretty great addition. Mix these up together. I like to do this in a wheelbarrow so that it's a little higher and easier on the old back muscles. Plus, once I'm done mixing, I can just wheel it over to wherever I'm going to let it ferment. Once I've got the dry materials mixed up, I mix the wet ingredients. And in the case of IMO 3, that includes the inoculum, right? So first things first, I make my humic acid via a very complicated set of processes. First, I take a few handfuls of homemade woody compost, I put it in a paint strainer, and then I take that tea bag and I steep it in my water and gently tap it against the side of the bucket to release the humic acid. If you have store-bought humic acid, you can use 2 ounces or 56 grams worth. I just like to do it this way because I don't have any humic acid right now, and compost contains good amounts of it. After doing this, for 4 gallons of dechlorinated water, I add in an ounce of IMO 2, and you'll notice that I'm using multiple sources of IMO 2. I've got a bit of a collection, and I want to maximize the microbial diversity. Different collection sites are going to contain a slightly different profile of their microbial makeup, so I'm using several of them here. If you've only got one good one, that's all you need. And then I'm adding an ounce or 28 milliliters of FPJ and apple cider vinegar. I'm adding only 1/3 of an ounce or around 10 mils of OHN because OHN becomes more potent as it ages. Mine is a year old, but for less than a year old OHN, you'd add 1/2 ounce. And then for the seawater, I don't live near the ocean or any salty body of water, so I'm using my own homemade salt water made from unrefined sea salt, and I'm adding about 16 ounces of that to this 4-gallon bucket. Once this is all in there, I like to give it a good swirl and I start to hydrate my dry ingredients. Now, I wish I could give you an exact formula that would work every single time the exact same way perfectly with no variation. But the truth is the amount of IMO water that you will need to hydrate your substrate with will entirely depend on the dryness or dampness that your materials are starting out at. It'll depend on what materials you are using or what combination. It'll also depend on your climate and what you find works best for you as you ferment your materials. But as a general rule of thumb, we're shooting for a level of dampness similar to what you'd get the ingredients in a hot compost pile too. Something that clumps when it's squeezed but falls apart when it's tossed. You don't want it crazy sopping wet, but you don't want any dry pockets. Get it hydrated, but not dripping a ton. I like to make mine a tiny bit wetter than what I've seen other people do. That's because the climate that we're growing in is crazy dry, and without that moisture, our piles dry out in moments. It does help when the outdoor temperatures are a little bit more temperate. I made this particular IMO 3 pile when it was still fairly warm out, but just starting to cool down at the end of the summer. Anyway, you'll have to get a feel for it by actually doing it. Don't just watch me do this, experience this for yourself. Now, once I've got this all mixed up and hydrated and dumped out onto its fermentation zone, we want to make sure that this pile is properly oriented, dimensionally speaking. I shoot for between 8 to 16 inches high, give or take a few inches. For this pile, size, the height of the pile is going to dictate how well the materials hang onto the heat, and that's going to start generating. If you're forming your pile in direct sunlight or where it gets hit for a few hours out of the day, you will want to keep your pile mulched with a carbon-rich material like your leaves or straw or whatever you've got. This is going to keep the pile moisture levels managed, and it's going to protect the microbes on the outer edges from getting zapped and killed off by the ball fire in the sky. The spot that I am making my piles in here is fully shaded for 100% of the day, so I'm leaving it uncovered. And y'all, I just have to say, after having made many of these piles, dozens, it still genuinely surprises me and excites me when they heat up. You're most likely going to want to invest in a compost thermometer for this project. You can use a meat thermometer if you want, but compost thermometers are really not that expensive these days. What you're going to see happen as this pile sits is the temperature is going to begin to rise. After a day, you should start to see the pile heat up past 90, maybe higher. Depending on the outdoor temps in your area, the pile might heat up even faster. Whatever happens, I want to encourage you to monitor the crap out of this pile, because the whole point of doing this, making IMO 3, is to diversify and multiply your microbes. You're going to get weird looks from your neighbors, okay, especially if people are like walking by as you film a pile of what looks like dried leaves and wood shavings. But oh boy, they have no idea what is happening there. What is happening there? Well, the IMOs that we caught in the forest and preserved in brown sugar are getting the chance to feast on a new food source. In my case, wheat bran, oats, wood shavings, and leaf mold. And what happens when they start feeding is that they adapt, multiply, and select for new traits that allow them to better digest the materials. Different types of fungi and bacteria are suited to digest different types of food. Now what happens is that while they go into the feeding frenzy, they start generating heat because they're sweating. Literally, they're respirating carbon dioxide, water vapor, and heat. But here's the thing, to maximize and maintain microbial diversity, we need to keep the temperatures of the environment below 120 degrees Fahrenheit or 49 degrees Celsius. And ideally, we get into that above 110 range or 43 C. So the goal here really is to create a pile that heats up to between 110 and stays under 120 for as long as possible. The pile will eventually cool down on its own after the microbes finish their feeding frenzy, but it's likely, very likely, like maybe completely likely, that you will have to manually manage the temperature of your pile. And the reason that I say this is because if you don't, the pile is going to overheat. It's going to kill off those mesophilic microbes, and it's going to start getting dominated by thermophilic bacteria who won't chill out. No pun intended, and they're going to steal the space for themselves. So fungal diversity is greatly limited when this thing creeps much past 120 Fahrenheit, 49 Celsius, and that's why when you notice your pile, whether you're making IMO 3, 4, or 5, you're going to want to spread it out. And I do this literally every time. You're going to spread it out with a rake or a shovel and let the heat dissipate for a good 30 minutes or so. Once the materials have cooled off, you're going to want to repile that so that it can heat back up, and those robust microbes can continue to get established in that mesophilic zone. Now this whole process, watching the pile heat up, seeing the fuzzy biology consume the pile, the whole thing is really exciting to me, even after having done it quite a bit. But you know who also really likes IMO is chickens. These gals are stoked to be a part of it because they know what's up. They're gonna get some of this stuff in their pen before long, but not quite yet. Eventually, like I said, the pile is gonna cool down on its own, and you can bag it up or store it or use it right away to make IMO 4. Make sure that you store all of your IMO 3 and beyond in breathable containers out of direct sunlight. I like burlap because I've got a good source from a local coffee shop owner. Cedar chests are pretty common, so I've heard. I have never owned a cedar chest. Maybe I will one day and I can use that. But for now, I've got burlap sacks. Now, a little summary. The purpose of IMO 3 is to further diversify your IMO collection. IMO 4 is where that diversified set of wild microbes are going to get to know your local garden microbes. It's like you're hosting a mixer so that people can get to know each other. You want the indigenous microorganisms to get to know the garden microorganisms so that they can properly integrate once they're applied to the garden soil. Otherwise, you run the risk of local nematodes and protozoa gobbling them up and not allowing them to establish their new home. They need to integrate prior to being used. So we're gonna do the same thing that we did with our IMO 3. We're gonna mix up our dry ingredients first. This time, it just so happens that our inoculum is one of the dry ingredients, AKA IMO 3. So we're gonna mix these up equal parts, and then we'll prepare our IMO water, this time sans IMO 2, because it's already in there. And then we're gonna hydrate. Same as before, mix it up really good, make sure that there's no dry spots if possible. I find that sometimes I need to wait a little bit, give it some time, mix it again, give it some more time and feel it with my hands, how damp or dry the materials are. It can take time for the dry materials to soak up the water, but once you've got a good consistency, it's time, same as before, to make a pile. Stick the thermometer in there, let it rock. Now for this pile, I made it toward the middle of our fall season where temps were just starting to creep downward into the upper 30s. And so it took a little bit for the temperatures to rise. In cases like this, and I found this especially relevant for IMO 4 since soil is pretty dense material, it can help to do some light aeration by just sticking a pitchfork into the pile and lifting up some chunks to help incorporate air into the pile. This helps it to not go anaerobic also. I'm not trying to mix up the pile too much here, and I want to keep these chunks intact. You can see there's tons of inoculation happening, great microbial development. It is so fun to see this happen in real time. Anyway, after aerating the pile a bit, I let it sit for a few more hours, and sure enough, it heated right up to about 119. Now at this point, it was approaching sundown, and I was about to go to bed in a few hours, so I went ahead and preemptively mixed up and spread out the pile so that it was just a tad shorter. This is what I typically do for young piles so that they don't overheat in the middle of the night. But I didn't have to worry about this one because I came out the next morning and we were looking at about 96 degrees. The next day I went to aerate it a bit more and show you some of these fungal aggregates that are forming. And again, leave these be. Don't break them up if you can. I just wanted to show you guys what you can look for. Now, same as IMO 3, this pile came down temperature-wise all on its own. And at this point, it pretty much looks like soil. But this substance right here is what we can use to top dress our garden beds with. We can use it for a variety of different purposes as an inoculant. But as promised, we can also use it as the inoculum for IMO stage 5. And that's what we did here. For our IMO 5, our dry ingredients are IMO 4, our inoculum, and homemade compost, which is our substrate. We mixed them together, hydrated them with our IMO water, and piled it up. Now, beyond further diversifying the microbes from IMO 4, we're also expanding the actual volume of our inoculant by doing this. So making IMO 5 is another way that we can double it, make it go a little bit further. Of course, if you've got finished IMO 4 and you've managed to keep the temperatures controlled and it's your first batch ever, you may not want risking overheating it just to make IMO 5. So if you just barely made it to IMO 4, feel free to use that. IMO 5 is not a necessary step. I'm just doing it because I feel relatively confident in managing my pile. So before we conclude this video, I want to add a few personal comments and observations that I've made about this stuff. First of all, much like getting a good IMO 1 collection, IMO 3, 4, and 5 can be tricky. It took me quite a while to figure out how to get the ratios and hydration just right for my exact environment, my climate. And while I was figuring that out, it was really hard for me to manage the temperatures of the piles. I kept spiking way past 120, which isn't the end of the world if it goes above 120 for 30 minutes, but I was like losing control of it for long periods of time. And it just felt like I was never quite gonna be able to get it right. And even after I successfully managed my first pile, subsequent piles I made still overheated. And I had to keep working on it. Until now, I feel pretty confident about my ratios, my sense of how the piles are gonna do. And I know this sounds odd, but I can literally walk outside and smell my IMO 3 pile, and based on how it smells, I kind of know if it's overheated or not, even without looking at it. It has a very pleasant, comforting, but distinct smell to me. Point is, this is both a very unique skill, not one that you necessarily want to brag about to your coworkers, but it is nonetheless a valuable one because making IMO 4 and 5 yields you a crazy powerful soil inoculant that is impossible to purchase anywhere unless someone in your area is willing to make some for you using your own soil. If you are struggling to keep your pile maintained temperature-wise, there are a few factors that you'll want to look for, and those are hydration, height, and ratios. For the ratios, I'm referring to the carbon to carbohydrate source ratio in IMO 3, and in my opinion and experience, IMO 3 is the one that is most likely to overheat due to an excess of carbohydrates or not enough carbon material. If your pile keeps heating up super quickly and seems like it's out of control, try adding more carbon material to your next pile to keep it cooler. On the other hand, if your pile struggles to heat up, it could be due to a lack of carbohydrate. Moisture is another key factor. If a pile isn't properly hydrated, it can struggle to heat up, and if a pile is overhydrated, it can start to smell ammonia-like, and that could be a sign that the pile is going anaerobic and the less favorable bacteria are taking over the pile. If that happens, flip it, spread it out so you can dry out a little bit, and you might be able to salvage the pile. Height is also a critical factor when it comes to a pile under or overheating, and basically if you want to try to get your pile to heat up faster, pile your materials higher, and if you want it to keep your temps controlled and a bit lower, try spreading out your pile a little bit thinner. Overall, make sure that you don't compress your piles. You want them to be fluffed up and aerated while also holding on to moisture. It's kind of one of those interesting balances. And once we've arrived at the point where we have got our finished IMO 4 or 5, we're ready to start applying it. Application can happen any time of year, but the most helpful and maybe convenient times seem to be right at the beginning of the season and toward the end. Typically, it's recommended to apply IMO 4 or 5 at a rate of around 1/4 pound per 100 square feet, 15 kilograms per 100 square meters. But you can also just try to eyeball it by kind of doing a light top dressing over the soil so that just covering the soil surface in most areas. A great time to apply IMO 4 is right before cover crop termination. If you can spread it out over the soil and then chop and drop your cover crop to mulch over the top, this is a great way to either mid-season or at the end of the season to get the IMOs established in your soil. They can feed on the cover crop and on any other carbon mulch that you spread over these beds. The main thing is that we want to keep them covered whenever we apply IMO. We don't want the sun scorching this stuff. We want to cover it up, and also preferably we're trying to water it into the soil so that the microbes can let gravity carry them downward. Don't till it into the soil. The best way to get them into the soil, in my opinion, is just to water them in and cover them up. If you want to take it a step further, you can also do a little double application by making this additional IMO stage called liquid IMO, where, shocker, we create a liquid form of IMO that can then be sprayed across the soil or on plants directly. To make liquid IMO, real simple, we're just going to whip up a batch of our IMO water. So we add our ingredients, our vinegar, fermented plant juice, our humic acid, seawater, and oriental herbal nutrient, and then the finishing touch, our IMO 4 or 5. For this, I recommend a 1/2 cup approximately of IMO 4 per gallon of IMO water. And the way we want to add this to the water is by placing it in a paint strainer or another type of fine mesh bag and then steeping it in our IMO water. Now, just steeping it is not going to be quite enough. This technique is a sort of riff on the classic aerated compost tea technique. So we're going to need a bubbler. You can use a heavy-duty fish tank bubbler or a compost tea aerator, just some way to keep the microorganisms in the water from going anaerobic. If they get stinky and smell a little putrid through this process, it might mean that the brew has gone anaerobic, and that's going to limit a lot of the microbial diversity that we worked so hard to achieve. I like to pop one of the bubbler hoses directly into the fine mesh bag with the IMO 4, just to make sure that it gets blasted with air, and then you want to just make sure that the bottom of the bucket gets airflow from the bubbler hoses, because the IMO can settle at the bottom, and you don't want sediment really building up there. Aerate this bucket of liquid IMO for between 24 to 48 hours and then pour it into your sprayer. I use a backpack sprayer because I got tired of applying it manually, but pump sprayers totally work. And if you're growing on a smaller scale or you just want to do some spot treatment, you can totally just bottle this up, put it in a spray bottle. Main thing is you need to use it ASAP, because once you pull out those tubes, it's going to start its trajectory downward toward going anaerobic. You want to apply it while those aerobic microbes are still alive. And this is a really great way, as I already said, to apply IMO to the foliage of your plants, but it's also as an addition to the soil, as a way to wet down your recent IMO 4 application in solid form. Just helps the microbes get established. Now, generally, you want to apply your IMO 4 liberally in the early years. That said, a little goes a long way. Remember, this is just like a soil inoculant, so it's going to expand its influence over time and over repeated applications, but you can also use your IMO 4 as a chicken bedding inoculant or for your chicken coop or pen. It's a really great way to keep down the odors. You can use it as a culture to kickstart your chicken feed if you're into fermenting your chicken feed, which I highly recommend if you've got chickens. Just a handful of this stuff in a bucket of feed, mixed up, adding water is going to get you some really nice fermented feed after a day or two. You can also add in other nutrients from the IMO water if you have them. And just to reiterate again, if you don't have any of these extra ingredients, don't fret, still make it. This is really just a use it if you got it sort of situation. There are not too many videos on this platform, resources when it comes to IMO, but every part of this process, from the collection to the diversification and application, something that I always want to remind viewers of, first of all, is that this isn't a smooth process. It's not as smooth as you might be led to believe if you're just watching this or for the first time, or if maybe you've watched other videos, or if you haven't tried this yourself. The reality is that most of you who end up actually doing this or have done it, tried it, and struggled will find yourself saying it's not worth the effort. There's got to be easier ways to get the same results. Maybe you're saying this is just a way that people can feel smart about themselves and make other people feel bad. Or maybe, this whole technique is just a bit over the top and unnecessary. And I wrestle with this because, both sides of the story could be true here. And by that, I just mean it's possible that this is just not going to be necessary or even helpful for your garden. And I also think that there's a bit of a danger of consuming so much gardening advice or just internet advice in general without stopping and trying the thing for yourself. It's dangerous kind of going through the cycle of not slowing down and taking the time to learn the process of whatever it is fully. This approach to soil building is a really unique one. And what I actually want to showcase more often is my failures within this process. I wasn't able to show it fully in this video because with all the reps under my belt, I've kind of got my methods fine-tuned, but that doesn't mean that I still don't make mistakes in the process. And you're just less likely to see that. I just don't think about sharing a lot of that. And that's actually, I think, from the feedback and the comments that I've received, I think that was a lot of the appeal of the beginner's guide to IMO video that we released last year. That video, I'll just repeat, was not necessarily intended on teaching beginners how to do IMO as much as it was just documenting my experience as a beginner learning how to do the whole IMO thing. And I made way more mistakes along the way, even in that video where the whole point was just to showcase the mistakes. I had to really focus and iterate leading up to that video, kind of documenting my experience. But a lot of that didn't even make it into the video in the end. Same with this video. You're not seeing the struggle and the journey of discovery in real time. And the reason that I say that is because I really don't want you to get the impression that this is easy. Maybe you don't get that impression after having watched the whole video. But if you find yourself thinking after watching this that you could give this thing a try and maybe get it perfect on your first try, it's probably going to be important to temper your expectations. This just requires trial and error. This almost requires you to get bad collections of IMO, to overheat your IMO 3 pile, to underheat your IMO 4 pile, to make a batch of liquid IMO that goes anaerobic. This whole thing is technical and precise and a little bit fragile, and honestly, it's not for everyone. I want to speak to those of you who do want to make this work for you. Is it worth it? This is a question that I ask in my book, A Home Gardener's Guide to Korean Natural Farming. This is a question that I have asked a lot as I explored IMO cultivation. Is it actually worth it? And unfortunately, I can't show you a side-by-side comparison of 5 years using IMO 4 in one garden plot and 5 years of only using compost in a nearby plot. I do hope to be able to do that on this channel over the next 5 to 10 years. But for the time being, I only have what I can see with my own eyes and the scientific theory to back it up. So what I've been able to see with my own eyes is that through using IMO to start 5 gardens over the past few years, it appears to be a major kickstarter in the process, especially where perennials are grown. I've seen healthy and persistent fungal cultures in the soil. I've seen disease be stifled and not take hold. I've seen soil tilth be transformed rapidly, and by rapidly, I mean change from one season to the next. Real change. And so, let's talk about why this might be, because I think there's a lot of potential rebuttals to IMO. First, you might get someone like Garden Myths legend Robert Pavlis saying microbes don't really matter. And I don't want to speak for him. Maybe he just means that microbes aren't something we can really understand and prove. They have a legitimate role in gardening. But then you got people saying, microbes matter, but we can get all we need from sources like compost, worm castings, worm tea, or these special aerated blends. One step closer to IMO believers, you might get someone saying that a JADAM microbial solution does the trick, and there's no need for IMO 4. And the thing is here, each of these people could have it right. It's very hard to know and hard to wade through all of the abundant gardening advice on YouTube. You could find that compost is the input that gets you pretty much all the soil remediation results that you need. And if that's the case, feel free to stop there. I think for a lot of people, that's probably the case. And the reason for that, especially if you are mostly growing veggies and annual flowers year after year, you probably can get away with the bacterial dominant cultures present in compost. And I've discussed why this is quite a bit on this channel, but I'll just share a little bit again. Bacteria is one of the categories of microorganisms that acts very quickly. Springs to life quickly in disturbed soil. It performs a ton of different functions across species and subspecies of bacteria, and multiplies itself very quickly. And what do you know? It dies off really quickly. So persistent bacterial cultures are hard to track from the research that I've done. It seems like they may really need to be regularly reapplied season after season, maybe more frequently even. And there's probably more nuance to it than just that, but by and large, bacteria are the fast-acting workers in our garden that help fix nitrogen in the soil, help plants sequester carbon, defend plants from disease, deliver plant nutrients to root systems, and much, much more. Beneficial bacteria are a really great thing to have in your garden soil and on your plants. And to a certain extent, you can't really help it. Populations can diminish if you're applying herbicides and synthetic fertilizers, but overall, these guys are going to find their way back into your soil, especially if you're top dressing your garden beds with compost or spraying your plants with aerated compost or worm tea, or incorporating worm castings into your soil. For this reason, bacteria can spring to action quickly when a seed germinates in the ground, can do all of its stuff, and then it'll back off when the growing season is done. Now, the other big microorganism that we've got in our gardens, at least some of us, is fungi, right? Fungi are sort of an inverse of sorts of bacteria, generally speaking. Fungi take a while to get established in recently disturbed soil. A lot of fungi also require a plant host to survive, especially those in the mycorrhizal category. And you may have heard of this. Mycorrhizal fungi is a bit of a buzzword in eco-conscious gardening circles, and it refers to the fungi that tap into plant root systems and connect plants to a broader, larger network of plants. It's sort of like connecting your computer to the internet. Your computer could do a whole bunch of stuff all on its own, but now it's got a whole lot more resources and connections because it's connected to every other computer connected to the internet. Mycorrhizal fungi networks connect plants to each other, allowing them to share nutrients, receive immune support, and all sorts of signals from the other plants in their area. Now, without a plant host, the mycorrhizal fungi go away. They're symbiotic creatures. Now, this is great news for gardeners majoring on perennials because that symbiotic relationship is maintained month to month, year to year. And what that means for the mycorrhizal cultures is that they are able to persist in the soil. Now, without a plant host, they aren't necessarily dead in the water. These cultures will create spores and leave behind remnants that can spring back to action the next season when they sense plants are back in the ground. But for permaculturalists looking to establish a food forest or just folks looking to get an orchard started, these fungal cultures can be kind of a game changer. And this stuff will establish itself naturally in these kinds of systems. But so where does IMO come in? IMO is a collection of both fungi and bacteria and other organisms, as I mentioned earlier. But both of these cultures fit largely into the decomposition category of microorganism. And this is one that I haven't mentioned a ton yet. Decomposer microbes largely rely on organic matter for their food source, and a lot of what they do is break down this organic matter into bioavailable plant nutrients. They also really help foster healthy soil conditions, such as soil tilth and immune health. They're acidifying the environment as they decompose the materials. They help break up soil compaction and all sorts of other things that make the environment hospitable for plants and other microorganisms to exist. This is both really complex and also my explanation is super simple description of all that's happening there. You don't really need to understand most of that if you can just get that the plant-soil microbe dynamic is symbiotic. The whole process is interdependent and relies on each other, which is really cool. IMO 1 collections are going to contain some mycorrhizal spores, but the majority of what they're containing is those saprophytic fungi and lactic acid bacteria that have lived in the soil, feeding on the leaf litter and other organic material for season after season after season. They've evolved and adapted and fine-tuned themselves to the point where the symbiotic relationships just work. The decomposers are doing great work to create the environmental conditions for the other microorganisms and the plant roots to engage in their exchanges and seek mutual health. They're all mutually benefiting each other. That's why we carefully preserve the fungi and bacteria that we caught from the forest in IMO 1. Why we gradually expand it across new substrates and multiply it slowly. It's to keep those cultures alive until they're ready to be introduced to their new home. And the thing with microorganisms is that they are constantly adapting to their conditions and seeking to bring equilibrium. They're at work to both survive their conditions and support the other functions at work. If you'd like to learn more about this, I recommend that you check out the book, several books actually, Teaming with Microbes and The Hidden Half of Nature, which we'll drop links to if you're interested in those. All of that is to say, that at a certain point, I think the best way to learn about this stuff is just to do it, apply it, see how it works in and for your garden and your other growing endeavors.
And there is one liquid input that I didn't cover in our overview of liquid inputs, and that is vinegar, which is a crucial piece of the KNF puzzle. So here's our video on that.
As far as making vinegar, it's honestly not as complicated as a process as you might think. Essentially, we're going to perform a two-stage fermentation process. The first stage where we convert sugar into alcohol, and a second stage where we convert the alcohol into acetic acid or vinegar. And I was going to demonstrate this with a few different types of ingredients so that I could highlight different options, but I didn't have the chance to get all of the stuff that I needed, and I wanted to make this video so that you could all get started. Right now, we're releasing this video toward the end of fall, starting to approach winter, which is a great time to do it. So I'm just going to show you how to make a simple apple cider vinegar, and you can replicate this with pretty much any fruit that you have, to my knowledge. Of course, there may be some exceptions there, but generally speaking, this will work with any sweet fruit or berry. So here's our ingredient, the humble apple. This is going to make a classic vinegar known as, you guessed it, apple cider vinegar. Apples contain just about the right amount of sugar to properly ferment all on their own. When we mash this up, we break that protective seal of the skin, and the natural yeasts and bacteria on the outside of the apple start feeding on the sugars found inside the apple. Now, ordinarily, you would use a cider press or a juicer or maybe something to liquefy your apples. But if you're like me and you don't have one, you can use this simple trick to skip the line. You just need a freezer and a blender. So pop your apples in the freezer overnight. They're going to freeze solid, and then thaw them out the next day. And what do you know? Grody apples. But the good news is these blend beautifully. And believe it or not, for making apple cider vinegar, that is literally all you need. That's technically the only ingredient that's required. There are additional things that you could add to speed up the process, which we'll get into in a little bit, but this would work to make vinegar all on its own. You could also just buy a no sugar added apple cider, totally up to you how you want to do it. If you grow apples, or if you know someone who grows apples, you can take the bruised ones and use those. They don't have to be spiffy clean if you're using them in your garden. Up to you, but that's gonna make apple cider vinegar. So after mashing this up, peels and all, we are going to put this in our fermentation vessel, which in this case is a half-gallon glass jar. You could use a food-grade plastic container or a bucket if you're making a lot of it, up to you. You just don't wanna use cheap plastic or metal other than stainless steel, because that is going to react with the alcohol and the acidity coming from the vinegar, and the plastics can leach when that happens, and metal will react and corrode and rust and contaminate your vinegar. Ceramic, glass, food grade plastic, stainless steel, those are pretty much your options. And if you have a large ceramic crock or a high quality stainless steel brewing vessel that you don't need for a while, I'd say that those are going to be really solid options, because you need to keep your vinegar out of direct sunlight. So for my glass jar, I'm just going to put this up in the cupboard above the stove. It's a warm spot and out of direct sunlight, and then every day for the next week to 10 days, I'm going to stir it and make sure that the natural yeasts are getting properly established. Now, if you want to, you can add a commercial yeast or a champagne yeast strain or something to increase the alcohol content and make sure that the culture sets. I prefer to just let the natural yeasts do their thing. But if you're using store-bought juice that's pasteurized, that could really help the process start, since it won't have the natural yeasts from the peel. And what's going to happen here is that as they get established, they're going to feed on the sugars in the apple, the yeasts, and poop out carbon dioxide, just like any ferment. If colorful mold appears on the surface of this, we got to toss it, because it's a sign that contamination has occurred and it's best to just start over. That's why we're going to stir it, to make sure that all of the mash is getting evenly fermented and to release a bit of the built up carbon dioxide. You can also do a little taste test each day as the process begins to get a sense of how the fermentation is going. You'll notice that over time it becomes less and less sweet and more cider-like, and a little bit alcoholic. And then once it's reached its maturity, it should taste minimally sweet and fairly alcoholic. So at this point, you're going to go ahead and strain out all of the solids and reserve the liquid, and then you're ready to begin stage 2, which is converting the ethanol into acetic acid or the alcohol into vinegar. And here's the crazy thing, with a little aeration and a good whisk to get things started, this process will happen all on its own. The main things that you need here are a decent surface area within your fermentation vessel, and in the first few days, a good vigorous whisking. You want to aerate the cider and allow it to be exposed to oxygen because acetic acid bacteria requires oxygen to multiply. And I should say at this point that for both fermentation stages, you can either seal the fermentation container or you can cover it with a breathable lid. The only thing is if you seal it up tight, you need to either have an airlock that allows gas to escape, or you need to burp it every day because the carbon dioxide will build up. And if you did nothing else, you just let the natural acetic acid bacteria that are already present in very small amounts to convert the ethanol into acetic acid, you would have vinegar in 3 to 4 months. However, if you are impatient like me and want some results way sooner, we've got options. First, and probably the easiest option that I would recommend for everyone, is to do this simple step called backslopping. And despite having a slightly bizarre name, the term backslopping refers to the process of introducing a microbial strain from a previous batch. So if you have a raw vinegar on hand, or you know where you can get one, you can go ahead and add a good old slop of that into your cider. I'd recommend adding at least a cup's worth per gallon of vinegar. Here for this container, I've got around 1/3 of a gallon, so I should be adding about 1/3 of a cup once it's ready for that is. And just doing this is gonna speed up the process dramatically. Hard to say exact numbers, but a lot of people would probably say that this is gonna reduce your acetic acid fermentation conversion process by 50%. So if it was about to take 4 months, you could hypothetically get finished vinegar in 2. Not bad for such a simple addition. Now, if you want to take this one step further, you can bring in a special piece of equipment, a fish tank bubbler. And what this is going to do, as may be immediately obvious, is that it's going to aerate the cider. The reason this is such a good upgrade is because of what I said about acetic acid bacteria needing oxygen. If you can keep this brew continuously aerated, the acetic acid bacteria is going to have a much easier time converting the ethanol into acetic acid. And by keeping my ciders continuously aerated, I've been able to reduce the secondary fermentation stage down to 1 week, which is pretty insane, especially considering without doing these 2 things, it takes like 3 months on the lower end. To do this effectively, there's sort of a balancing act. The dilemma here is that you have to keep a breathable lid on, such as a kitchen towel and a rubber band, or a piece of string. And you're going to run the tube underneath the rubber band and the towel to make sure that airstone sits at the bottom of the container, because you want the whole batch to get aerated evenly. The trick here is that you need to keep it sealed and closed off, because vinegar flies are going to be attracted to this and they will find it wherever you put it. But you can't have the seal so tight that it cuts airflow through the tube. So that's the balance that you kind of want to strike. Plug this in, keep it plugged in, and keep your vinegar out of direct sunlight, and it should be ready in 1 to 2 weeks. I recommend taste testing this after the first few days just to get a sense of how it's progressing. You'll taste the cider become less and less alcoholic and the vinegar more and more prominent. And your sense of taste is going to be the best to judge for when it's ready. You don't want to stop the second ferment until all of the alcohol flavor is gone and it tastes nice and sour like vinegar. Now this stuff probably will taste a little bit more muted in flavor than your regular store-bought industrial scale produced vinegar, but that's also what's going to make this stuff perfect for the garden. If you want to check the exact acidity with a pH test strip, you totally can. You're just looking for anything below 3.5 or maybe even 3 on the pH scale. Now, if all that made sense and you're ready to make your own vinegar, that's great, and I'm glad I could help. But if you're still wondering exactly how this is going to be of use to you in the garden, that's what this next part is going to cover. Why would I use vinegar in my garden? If you Google that question, the first 2 reasons the AI summary gives you are to kill weeds and to deter pests. It goes on to say that you can use it to improve soil acidity and control fungal diseases like powdery mildew. Only thing is that you got to use it cautiously, as its acidity can harm desired plants and temporarily alter soil pH. Wise words from Google. Now, if you're appropriately sketched out by Roundup, but you still want to get those pesky weeds out without pulling them by hand, you may have been told that vinegar is a good low-risk alternative to the harsh and dangerous chemicals found in commercial herbicides. But that is not the reason that we are looking at vinegar today. It's also not primarily so that we can deter pests, although you can use it for that if you'd like. Believe it or not, we are going to be spraying this directly on our plants, the ones that we want to grow. And this is where Google gets it kind of right. Vinegar is a great natural cleanser of fungal disease. The acidity, similar to something like lactic acid bacteria, which is another Korean natural farming input, is going to help crowd out the surface of the plant leaves where fungal and bacterial diseases can emerge. The pathogens really don't do well in these acidic conditions, and so vinegar can be a great way to manage those. But it also does a whole lot more, and I'll clarify right now before we go any further and say that we are never going to be applying vinegar to our plants at a dilution rate more concentrated than 1 to 500. And that's a very small amount, about 1.5 tablespoons in a gallon of water, or 2 milliliters of vinegar in a liter of water, for my metric folks out there. So as far as crowding out the space on our plants and also in the soil, vinegar, as we've been talking about, contains a good amount of live acetic acid bacteria. And one way that I like to think about this is when it comes to vinegar is in the context of our other Korean natural farming inputs. Lactic acid bacteria, oriental herbal nutrient, and vinegar are all sort of playing a role in crowding out bad bacteria and fungi in the garden. And they all achieve that in slightly different ways, but they're all working together. Now you can use vinegar on its own, fully diluted of course, but I'd recommend combining it with the other natural farming inputs if you've got them, because they work in tandem. Another thing the vinegar does for our plants is that when applied at large amounts, it's gonna cause a major stress response and likely dehydrate them. But at these smaller amounts, diluted 1 to 500, it provides more of a gentle nudge, and that nudge stimulates a minor stress response, one that's just enough to really get the plant to snap into defense mode and protect itself. So by applying vinegar at these low doses, we're actually encouraging the plant to defend itself from pathogens and pests. And it does this by generating a mild wax coating on its leaves, its stem, and fruit. And it also does this by communicating with and signaling for help to the beneficial microorganisms in the soil. Just like all of the natural farming inputs, we're stimulating what I like to call biomimicking responses. That's not a term that I invented, by the way. I just like it because the whole goal is to coax our plants into doing what they already have in them to do, just at a faster and maybe a little bit more effective pace and quality. With proper microbial populations in the soil, we can rest assured that our soil pH is not going to get thrown out of whack by applying vinegar, especially at these low doses. In fact, our soil microbiomes will likely respond in similar ways, helping to clear out pathogens and stimulate healthy biological activity. And it's worth saying that you don't have to make your own vinegar to use vinegar in your garden. You can totally just buy it from the store. You just don't want to use the commercial grade vinegar because the acidity is going to be too strong and it's not going to have the balanced nutritional components and live cultures of a high quality raw vinegar. Something like Bragg's or the Kirkland Signature brand works great. So you can use vinegar on the soil as a part of a soil drench. You can use it as a part of your foliar spray applications, and you can use it as a part of your seed soak solutions when you're starting seeds or getting your bare root plants off to the races. A simple soak in some heavily diluted vinegar along with some fermented plant juice, oriental herbal nutrient, and lactic acid bacteria is a great way to up germination rates for your seeds and give them the chance to start off on a healthy foot without potential pathogens interfering. You can check out our video on our seed soak solution if you want to learn more about that. Vinegar is also used in other Korean natural farming recipes like making water-soluble calcium acetate and phosphate. It draws out minerals from eggshells, oyster shells, and animal bones. And beyond strictly garden uses, vinegar, especially high quality homemade stuff, is a great natural cleaner. It's not a harsh chemical, so it's super safe to use for cleaning counters, tables, and other surfaces. It's great for cleaning garden tools like snips and loppers. And of course, you can use it to cook with. And a little pro tip here, if you do want to primarily cook with your homemade vinegar, I suggest starting the secondary fermentation process a little bit sooner than you might otherwise. Let a little bit more of the residual sugars remain before converting it all into alcohol, and then backslop and aerate your slightly sweeter vinegar in a vinegar from there. And that's just going to give you more of a sweetness to balance out the tart. Great for pickling things or balancing out a rich dish. And vinegar lasts forever when you keep it out of direct sunlight.
Now that we've covered that massive amount of information, tutorials, and explanations, I want to take a step back and answer the question, where should I start? Specifically, if you have barely begun to dip your toes into much of this, because there are 5 inputs that I'll showcase in this next video that will honestly get you much of the way toward restoring your soil naturally. And those inputs are the JADAM liquid fertilizer, fermented fish amino acids, water-soluble calcium acetate and phosphate, Compost, and JADAM microbial solution. All of which, with one exception, we covered in the last section of this compilation, and that exception is compost. So I'm going to showcase this simple approach that I take to making high quality compost at home with materials that may be readily available to you as well.
For the next natural homemade input that's going to help restore our soil, I want to talk about compost. And the reason for this is because this is something that, with a little bit of intentionality and effort, is well within reach of most home gardeners and costs very little to make yourself, especially when it compares to buying it. Not only that, but it's my firm belief that almost any compost that you make at home, unless you accidentally contaminate your pile with something strange, is going to be a higher quality compost than you're likely able to find readily available to you. So let's take a look at this very simple formula for hot compost making. This is going to play a multifaceted role in restoring your soil. So if you make one thing for your garden, I would say that this should be it. For my compost pile ingredients, I'm using some freshly raked autumn leaves, some leftover yarrow that hasn't turned black and nasty yet, still bright green. I've got some nasty sludgy weed liquid fertilizer, about 1.5 buckets of Bokashi fermented food scraps that have fully fermented, and then I've got some straw, wood shavings, and chicken poo. Now this chicken bedding, the straw, wood shavings, and manure is enough to make a compost all on its own, because by this point, the chickens have properly saturated the carbon-rich straw and wood shavings with their nitrogen-rich manure. Chicken manure is really high in nitrogen because the turd bombs are actually a combination of urine and poop. So all that needs to happen is to increase the moisture content and then pile it up. And that would heat up all on its own. Because I've got these other ingredients though, we're gonna add them to the pile. And the only thing that we gotta keep in mind is that when you add some nitrogen-rich material, you got to balance it out with carbon-rich material. And if you're just hearing these terms and you're confused, it's really not that complicated. Carbons are sometimes called browns and nitrogens are called greens. And this is slightly misleading, but it'll kind of get us some of the way there. Our straw, wood shavings, dried leaves are brown materials, carbon-rich. The yarrow clippings are green. You can use lawn clippings or any other green foliage from your plants. The reason that browns and greens language is misleading is because carbons will always be brown, more or less, but nitrogens aren't exclusively green. So animal manure, coffee grounds, fruit peels, Bokashi food scraps, these are not green, but they contain a lot of nitrogen. And if you're only getting more confused, as I explain this, you can download our compost pile checklist that contains easy to understand visuals and even gives you the chance to track your pile a bit. You can download that if you would like the extra visual aid. For reference, ordinarily I would build this compost pile in a compost bay or wrap it in some fencing, but I'm making this at my in-laws' house and I don't have either of those. So I'm making a freestanding pile. For this pile, I just want to show you how simple and easy this can be to make. You want your materials to get properly mixed up so that you don't have any huge clumps of carbon and nitrogen that aren't mixed. And the main way that I accomplish that is by layering my carbons and nitrogens. So, put down some leaves and yarrow on top of that, and then add some straw and some food scraps on top. But for this pile, the straw and chicken manure are already very mixed up together. So I just spread out that pile that came out of my chicken coop, and I spread out my other ingredients as evenly as I could over the top. Then once I added them all to the chicken bedding, I just sort of went around the sides of the pile and lifted up the edges, trying to get in deeper into the pile as much as I can. And I'm really just trying to let the pitchfork mix these materials for me. Pitchforks are great for this because straw and leaves and yarrow and all of that just kind of sifts and mixes itself as it falls through the tines. So once I had piled that up nice and tall, I gave it a good rake around the edges, and we're looking at a pretty decent 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot pile. And those are the general dimensions that you're shooting for to get the pile to heat up and retain heat. Then I covered it on up with a tarp to keep the rain from oversaturating the pile. And then all I had to do was find the obligatory hole that exists in every tarp, and that's where my compost thermometer probe goes. If you don't have a compost thermometer, no sweat. We will put a link to one that we use in the description, but if you don't want to get one yet, you can totally just use your hand to assess if your pile is heating up. If you stick your hand in the pile and it isn't burning the flesh off of your bones, it's not hot enough. And you either want to wait a little bit longer or give it a flip, which just means that we're basically going to do the same thing that we just did, rake out the pile thin and then repile it, trying to further mix up the ingredient. And this is going to give you the chance to assess the moisture content. And if you need to add more water, it'll also aerate the pile a bit in case the materials were too damp or compressed. And if you generally got a right balance of carbon to nitrogens in your pile, it should heat up, and those materials will be well on their way to becoming soil. One other thing that you can add to the pile if you've got it is compost from a previous batch. I always add a little bit of mature homemade compost as a way to kickstart the microbial activity in the pile, but it's not necessary unless you've got it. You can think of it sort of as a mother culture, like your sourdough starter or kombucha SCOBY or raw vinegar culture. And then another thing that I'm adding here actually is charcoal. Charcoal is a great thing to add to any compost pile. It soaks up nutrients and microbes and acts as a sort of permanent compost that never dies. There's lots of reasons it's amazing, but if you don't have it, don't sweat it. And I should also say, if you're a beginner and you don't know what Bokashi is, don't sweat that one either. Bokashi, fermented food scraps, is food waste that has been preserved and almost pickled so that it becomes more ready to decompose in compost. You don't need it to make a compost pile. I'm just using it as one of my sources of nitrogen in this case. And I just want to point out, especially if you have never done this before, it can maybe feel a little intimidating or like a lot of work. But once you have your materials assembled, this really doesn't take that long to make. I spent 10 minutes mixing up the ingredients and piling them to get this heap made. It'll probably take me another 10 minutes each time that I go to flip the pile. This is a nice, easy workout. You're breathing fresh air, making something with your hands and from stuff that you've already got, hopefully. And if you don't have chicken manure and you need some, look on Facebook Marketplace. Also, just drive out of the country a little bit and see if anyone has got horses or goats, because they are more than likely, they'll let you fill up a few buckets or bags of manure. I've done this so many times for many different people, and people have always been more than happy to share. They might deliver some to your house if they're desperate to unload. Always make sure that you ask the awkward question of, has this animal eaten any feed or grass that has been sprayed with herbicides? Because some of those pass through the digestive tract, and if you don't check, you could potentially be contaminating your compost and therefore your garden, so always ask. Now, if this whole compost process, gathering materials and piling them up, watering them down, flipping it to keep it aerated, still feels like a bit much, there are other options that could work as well, such as a compost tumbler like this. Especially if you're trying to make just a little bit of compost to top dress a raised bed or two, this can do the trick pretty well. It's obviously just not really going to get you much compost. If you do use this, you want to make sure that you add the same general combination of carbon-rich materials to nitrogen-rich materials to keep the compost microbially balanced.
And so now that you have that understanding of how hot compost works, let's talk about how each of these inputs work together to restore soil. If you watch the soil biology portion of this video near the beginning, you'll recognize a bit of this.
What is healthy soil? Well, it comes down to three main components: the physical composition, the nutritional composition, and the biological composition. So for the physical part, we're talking about structure and material makeup. Is the soil tilthy enough for plants so that they can actually send their roots down deep? Is it properly aerated? Does it have pockets and gaps where plant roots can squeeze their way through? Or is it dense and compacted? For the materials in the soil, we're asking how much sand, silt, clay, and organic matter is there in the soil. And each of these components are found in most soils. It's more a matter of percentages that need to be either slightly amended or balanced. The ideal ratio for what is considered healthy soil is 40% sand, 40% silt, and 20% clay. And within that, an estimated 5 to 10% could be given to organic matter. Now, as riveting as this information is, I tend to find myself spacing out when people start trying to pull fancy math on me. So let's make this a little bit more concrete. Physically, healthy soil is going to manage water and allow plants entry most effectively when it's got a good balance of sand, silt, and clay. But just because a plant is able to send its roots down, it doesn't mean that it's going to find anything. And that's where the nutritional composition comes into play. And this is actually a pretty misleading concept for most home gardeners, because there's good news and there's bad news on this. The good news is that most likely your soil contains all of the essential nutrients that your plants need to be able to grow already without you doing much of anything. And this is great news until you hear the bad news. And to illustrate this, I'll throw you a scenario and see if you can come up with a solution before I get to the answer. Let's say you need money to pay your bills or something, and you're in luck because you happen to have a bank account with $1 billion in it. There's just a few roadblocks. One is that there are no ATMs and you don't have a debit card, so you have to go in person to the bank to collect your money. And this bank only employs one teller. So you have to go up to the counter, ask for your desired amount of funds, and they go into the vault to retrieve it for you. But plot twist, they are only able to pick up $1 bill at a time and hand deliver it to you before they can go back and get you another one. All of the money is there. It's just that the mode of delivery is not feasible for your survival. And so in this crazy scenario, is the solution to the problem to get more money in your bank account? Obviously not, because you have virtually no access to it. The solution is more like get the bank to hire more tellers or change the policy on how much money they can carry at one time. This is a little bit like what is happening with most of the soil that you might be trying to grow in. A lot of companies will tell you that the reason that your plants aren't growing well is because your soil is deficient in certain minerals. And soil tests can be deceptive here because they may show that you have good amounts of minerals or low amounts of minerals. What most of them won't tell you is that your soil bank isn't employing enough tellers, which is where the biological composition of the soil comes into play. Soil microbes are the bank tellers in this particular metaphor, and your plants would be you trying to get money if you missed that. Now, a lot of home gardening companies would have you believing that back when plants first started popping out of the ground, human beings were there dumping polymer-coated urea to fertilize them. Obviously a ridiculous notion, but it kind of begs the question, how did plants grow all on their own originally? And obviously, if you're a regular visitor of this channel, you know that they didn't and don't grow on their own. They have a bunch of generous buddies helping them out. Fungi and bacteria mostly, not to mention the occasional protozoan and nematode. So here's the thing. I'm not saying that we shouldn't care about our soil nutrient composition at all, but if we put as much care into managing the biological quality of the soil as we put into addressing nutrient deficiencies, I actually think that a lot of these problems would sort themselves out without needing to supply specific doses of trace minerals and micronutrients. But before I repeat myself anymore, let's just briefly talk through some ways that you can test all on your own for these components. For the physical quality, there's a few things that you can do. If you want to test for compaction, you can take a spade or a piece of rebar and press it into the ground somewhere that you know that there is heavy compaction. This is somewhere like vehicles have driven or lots of foot traffic has occurred, and just sort of get a feel for how it responds to the pressure that you're putting into it. You can put a little body weight into it and just see how deep your spade or rebar goes. Then go to a space that you're hoping to convert into a growing space, or maybe are currently trying to grow in and do the same thing. You can sort of get a rough comparison between the two soils. And if you're hitting a wall in the ground at any point, you're going to have to do something about that before planting. If your spade sinks down pretty easily, then you're probably good to plant there. If you're interested in checking the material composition of your soil in this area, you can scoop up some soil and pop it into a glass jar and then fill up that jar with water and add a few drops of soap. Shake it real good so that all the clumps break up, and then let that sit for a day or so. And what you'll find is that the sand, silt, clay, and organic matter accumulate in layers in that order, bottom to top. And then you can sort of eyeball the percentages that you see. So for super sandy soil, your issue is going to be that water drains maybe too quickly. And for super clayey soil, you're going to have water pooling issues. Don't worry if your soil leans one way or the other, because loam is hard to stumble upon, but it might be easier than you think to actually create. And we're going to get how to do that in a moment. For testing the nutritional composition of your soil, it's unlikely that you have the equipment to be able to do this at home. You can purchase a capsule-based soil test kit, and you can get a sense of the general macronutrient makeup of your soil, so the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But as I've already alluded to, I don't think that nutritional imbalances are most gardeners' problems. Not saying that this applies to everyone. I'm also not saying that you should just assume that your soil has all the nutrients that your plants need. What I'll reiterate is that it's my belief that if the biological deficiencies were addressed, there's a good chance that the locked up nutrients would become available to your plants. And if you're skeptical about this, you can check out our Soil Biology 101 video that goes pretty deep into the intricate way that soil microbes interact with and support plants. But the gist of it is that the microbes in your soil are going to chelate minerals and make them water soluble for plant roots. They're going to exchange minerals with plant roots and almost hand deliver what those plants need. So this is going to bring us to assessing the microbial quality of your soil. But again, without sending in samples to a lab, it might be a little bit tricky for most home gardeners to officially diagnose biological deficiencies. Even with a microscope, if you happen to have one, you still need to know how to use it properly and know what you're looking for. So instead, there are a few visible signs that you can look for, and these are not going to cover all your bases, but it will get you started in getting a sense. When you scoop up soil from your garden, you want to look for a few things. First of all, are there any earthworms or arthropods in there? Insects and creepy crawlies are actually a good sign of healthy soil biology because it indicates that there is organic matter present that is providing a food source for the worms and the other microfauna, and that organic matter is also food for bacteria and fungi in the soil. Bacteria and fungi, by the way, are also food for earthworms, so if your soil is teeming with worms, you're probably in good shape. Another sign visible to the naked eye is white strands and clumps within the soil. And these could be a variety of microbes, but the most likely thing that you're looking at are your mycorrhizal fungi and your actinobacteria. Both of these reveal themselves through thin white strands that form aggregates or clumps of soil. And so if you're seeing any of that in or on your soil or underneath the mulch on your soil, you've at least got some good biology present. If you see none of that, no worms, no spiders, centipedes, insects, white strands, you might be in trouble. But fret not if that is the case, because with our 5 homemade inputs, we have the ability to address not only the potential biological deficiencies in your soil, but even the physical composition. As I've already mentioned, the fertilizers that we made aren't exactly meant to deliver huge amounts of nutrients to the soil. The goal here is actually more to nudge the microbes and the plant hormones in the right direction. Each of these fertilizers are things that you can spray over your soil directly in anticipation of getting plants in the ground, but they're also great for foliar applications during the growing season. The main reason that we want to start these as soon as possible is because they take time to make and they're nice to have on hand when you need them. That said, I recommend applying the JADAM liquid fertilizer gradually all through the off season if you're able, because as you do so, you're training and adapting the microbial populations at work down there. Apply it right before rain and let the rain carry the nutrients and the microbes down into the soil where plant roots can access them once you're ready to plant in the spring. Now, I said that if you were to make only one of these inputs, I would recommend that you make compost. And the reason for that is because it's the most versatile. Compost contains a healthy amount of organic matter and microbes. And when you top dress your garden beds with compost, it just seems to find its way into the soil all on its own, likely with a good deal of help from the worms and arthropods it's going to attract once it's there. You really want to get this stuff on your soil as quickly as possible because it's going to break down further, it's going to feed soil biology and turn into soil by the time that you're ready to plant into it. And simply by top dressing your established garden beds with compost, you can improve all 3 components of your soil. If you're able to make enough, you can even start brand new garden beds pretty much anywhere simply by layering cardboard on the ground and then piling compost 6 inches high on top. Again, you want to do this in the late fall or winter if possible, because all the rain and snow and freezing thawing processes, this stuff is going to decompose and turn into soil more quickly. Finished compost is something that you can plant directly into so long as it's piled high enough. And it really takes a good amount of compost to do this with. And I've estimated that a compost pile about this size, around a cubic yard of unfinished compost, is going to shrink down by about 50%, leaving you with approximately 13.5 cubic feet of finished compost. If you spread that out 6 inches thick, that means that you can cover around 27 square feet of brand new growing space, which is a decent sized garden bed. If you were using this to top dress an established garden bed and you spread that 2 inches thick over the top, obviously it's going to go a bit further, around 81 square feet. Now, if you feel brave and you want to try out the shelf-stable microbial solution, you're basically supplying the soil with an infusion of really, really strong microbial activity. These microbes, in my experience, do some crazy work. We've long used it and seen it decompact soil. The microbes help break up compaction. They attract more earthworms. They break down minerals and organic matter into plant available nutrients. And as I mentioned before, the compost and the liquid inputs are going to supply microbes, but the microbial solution and the media that's being inoculated results in a much more robust and useful set of diverse microorganisms. With compost, the goal is primarily to use the thermophilic bacteria to speed up decomposition of the materials. So thermophilic means heat-loving, and so the bacteria in the compost is going to generate a lot of heat, and this is by design. When you get your materials up to these high temperatures of between 130 and 160 Fahrenheit, you're killing off the weed seeds in the materials. You're killing the potential pathogens in the materials. If you're composting diseased crop residue or fresh animal manure, you can kill off the bad guys and result in a usable compost. But you're also going to limit the potential for biodiversity. Keeping the JADAM microbial solution bran below 120 is going to help the robust bacteria and fungi to establish. And those microbes that are being borrowed from the natural forest environment are going to crush it in your garden. We call these mesophilic bacteria and fungi. Now, if you want to, you can be really obnoxious to other gardeners and use words like thermophilic and mesophilic microorganisms. Great way to make friends. Anyway, these are mesophilic microbes. They're really going to help unlock those precious nutrients that are likely already present in your soil to a certain extent. And if you can get this stuff on your soil a few months in advance of planting, you're giving that biology the chance to get more and more established. This is going to prepare the environment for when you do go to plant your seeds and starts in the spring. It really helps defend against transplant shock. We dump microbial solution on our soil every year in large amounts leading up to planting, and we apply it all throughout the growing season. But this shelf-stable version is a wonderful thing to have on hand. You can also incorporate this into your potting mix by incorporating a few handfuls in your homemade or store-bought blend. The thing to keep in mind with it is that it's moisture activated once it's dried out. So you don't want to let it get wet until you put it on your soil or you use it in your potting mix or your raised beds. Okay, this video has gone on a bit. My goal here was to give those of you who are just starting out or maybe turning toward natural growing techniques a few steps that you can take at any time of the year, but especially if you're coming off of the growing season and are now waiting for the next one. All of these inputs are nice to get started early because they can take a little while to finish. That said, hopefully you found these doable and hopefully you know how to use them once you make them.
Now, as we approach the end of this massive journey through a year's worth of videos, I want to highlight some of the ways that the inputs that we make and use in KNF actually integrate into other gardening tools that you might already use. And so to get started, we'll take a look at how we use some of these in our seed starting operations, beginning with our potting mix.
Most gardeners that I've talked to don't know how easy it is to make their own potting mix and save tons of money. Not only that, but when you make your own mix, you are getting to control exactly what goes into the pot and then into your garden. So in this video, we're taking a look at what goes into one of the most popular brands of potting mix, and then we're going to compare it to our homemade recipe. Now, I went in expecting things to shake out a certain way, but I'll say when I actually compared the quality and the price of these two options, I was shocked at what I found. So in this video, I'm going to talk about what you're getting when you buy one of these bags of store-bought potting mixes, the upsides and the downsides, and then we'll go into making your own and what that can look like. I'll talk you through the 3 basic ingredients that will give you a great starting place. They work on their own perfectly well. But then we'll talk through some ways that you can start to add in some bonus ingredients and start to upgrade your potting mix game. First of all, so that we get our definition straight, what is potting soil? Potting soil or potting mix is a substrate or growing medium that is specifically tuned to grow plants from seed. It usually contains materials that aid in water retention and materials that aid in proper drainage. Potting soil is all about balancing those two factors, water retention and drainage. Beyond that, a good potting soil will have a robust microbial community and a few nutrients that help the seedling along after it's used up all of the nutrients stored in the plant seed. The ingredients that are typically used to accomplish this are something like peat moss or a high carbon shredded wood product for moisture retention, and then a lightweight rock like vermiculite or perlite that give the mix its structure and help with drainage. You need your potting mix to be able to hold onto water, but not so much that algae and undesirable bacteria and fungi start to grow. So let's talk about what you're getting with one of these bags of store-bought potting mix. There are a ton of varieties and brands and options out there, but there's one brand that you're almost guaranteed to see. And maybe you've bought this in the past, or you have some now, or you plan on getting some for this season. It's Miracle-Gro. Now, there are plenty of options out there other than this one. But because this is kind of hands down the largest supplier of home gardener fertilizer, compost, herbicides, potting mix, this is what we're going to look at. So just a cursory look at the labels and the text on the bag communicates, grows plants twice as big, feeds them for up to 6 months, more blooms for more color. And as far as the ingredients, we have a little variety depending on what state you're buying this in. But essentially, we've got processed forest products, peat, coir, and other composts, sphagnum, peat moss, perlite, fertilizer, and a wetting agent. So is there a problem with buying a bag of this stuff to start your plants? I'm going to say yes. First and foremost, the thing that caught my eye immediately was this guy right here. It says, we recommend wearing gardening gloves when using this or other planting materials. You just got to ask why. It doesn't say anywhere on the bag exactly why. It doesn't say why they recommend using gloves for this material or any other planting materials. So I went ahead and did some research on what could possibly be in here that warrants skin protection. And I found a few things that you'll probably want to be aware of. First, there's this material safety data sheet for the Miracle-Gro potting mix that I found online. And on here they say, may irritate skin and eyes. If ingested, may cause vomiting, diarrhea, or mucous membrane irritation. Under the potential health side effects, in the ingestion category, it says practically non-toxic. Practically. It's a little bit toxic. A little later on, under the first aid measures, they actually say if it gets on your bare skin, take off your clothing, rinse your skin immediately with plenty of water for 15 to 20 minutes. Seems a bit excessive for something that's practically non-toxic. If swallowed, the advice is to immediately call a poison control center for treatment advice. For handling and storage, they recommend avoiding inhalation, contact with skin, eyes, or clothing. Keep it out of lakes, streams, or ponds, and then in all caps, it says keep out of reach of children. Now, you could say that they are just trying to cover their bases here. They don't want people suing, for sure. Maybe they're just playing it safe. But there was an ingredient that caught my eye, the wetting agent. Now, we make a wetting agent that kind of binds all of our natural fertilizers and fungicides together, but ours is fully biodegradable. We have a video on how to make it if you'd like to see. If it's only got a few ingredients, it's perfectly safe for humans and plants, soil, etc. I looked into what the wetting agent the Miracle-Gro potting mix contains, and it's something called polyacrylamide. Now, poly means many, and acrylamide refers to a substance that has been linked to neurotoxicity and is classified as a probable human carcinogen. It's also been definitively linked to increased tumor incidences in animal studies. As far as environmental risks, I mean, does this sound like something that would benefit your local ecology? I'll admit, I am very sensitive to this kind of thing. I probably err on the safe side of overly cautious. But if you are trying to reduce the overall toxic load that your body is exposed to, you will really want to consider if this is worth it. The bag doesn't say specifically what percentage of the constitution is wetting agent. From what I found, the most conservative estimates say that a 0.5 percentage point of this could be devoted to the wetting agent. That would mean that at the very least, this 6.5 pound bag contains a little over an ounce of polyacrylamide, or 14 grams. Now, if you're rubbing your hands through this stuff for any length of time, handling the soil blocks or potted soil, putting this in your garden, you're being exposed to dangerous levels of this toxic substance. I could not find any appropriate level of exposure when it comes to contact with the skin, because skin is highly absorbent. You have to think of your skin as a sponge, especially when you're getting this stuff wet. Finally, in my research, I found that agricultural grade polyacrylamide can contain between 1,000 and 5,000 times more acrylamide than personal care products, which begs the question, how is this stuff even legal to sell? Well, it's no big mystery when you look at the practices and partnerships of the company Scott's Miracle-Gro. They are the primary seller of the ubiquitous and thoroughly poisonous herbicide known as Roundup, the household name for glyphosate, which is among the worst of all chemical herbicides. So does this company care about your health or the health of your plants or about the health of our planet? You can decide. Now, as far as the other ingredients, we've got processed forest products, sphagnum peat moss, perlite, compost, fertilizer, and the wetting agent. This makes up 45 to 55% of the materials in the bag. The numbers 0.21, 0.11, and 0.16 refer to the NPK ratio. Total fertilizer content only amounts to about 0.5% of the bag. Again, we're looking at around an ounce or 0.5 ounce or 14 grams. But these are synthetic fertilizers that were really never meant to support long-term plant health. They give the plant a temporary boost, and then they stifle microbial health in the soil so that plants end up becoming reliant on fertilizer from Miracle-Gro cells, which means that you have to go back and buy more to keep your plants producing year after year. Incredible business model, honestly. Now, for this bag of goodies, on sale, I got this for $4.99. I think the pre-sale was like $6. This amount of soil will probably fill a single tray of soil blocks, which is what we plant in. Now, if you're starting a few plants this year and you don't want to put in a ton of work into making your own potting mix, find a bag that actually contains good ingredients and leaves out the chemicals, and there you go. But if you're trying to grow all of your own food and flowers, you're starting hundreds, even thousands of plants from seed like us, it's gonna be well worth it to make your own potting mix. So for our potting mix, we use compost, cocoa coir, and vermiculite as our base growing medium. 2 parts compost, 2 parts cocoa coir, and 1 part vermiculite is the basic recipe. 2 parts cocoa coir and 1 part vermiculite. And that is our base growing medium. Mix it up, and there you go. Now for our compost, we use our homemade stuff. This has been heated up to 160 degrees, brought back down, and then aged for a few more months. We incorporate worms into our piles once they've cooled down, and so this has some level of worm castings in it already. You could totally toss in some worm castings to supplement your compost, especially if you're buying a store-bought or bulk compost. Because we're using homemade, we know exactly what's in it. This is cow manure, leaves, straw, crop residue, Bokashi material, and biochar. Pretty straightforward compost, nothing in there contaminating it. The one downside to using your own compost is that you'll most likely have a few weed seeds. A few usually slip through the high temperatures, and you'll avoid those if you buy in compost. What we're also getting from our homemade stuff is guaranteed microbial activity. You may or may not get that from the stuff that you buy because companies that make it don't always monitor their temperatures closely enough, and those windrows that they're making can get up to 170, 180, even up to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. And they're just burning off most of the microbes. So the compost runs the risk of being a little dead. Plus, you don't really know everything that is necessarily going into it. Even from organic composts, I've picked out plastic pieces, stuff that I've had delivered. I've bought bags of compost that are super woody, not very well broken down. So be particular about what you're using. You can totally shell out for some really nice quality compost, but it's gonna cost you a little bit. It might just be worth it if you're making only a few trays worth of soil blocks. Regardless of whether you buy or make your compost, we're going to want to sift this stuff. We use a 1/2-inch hardware cloth sifter that we made out of some 2x4s, and this gets us a decently fine material. This could probably work in our medium soil blocks or in pots, but we like to take it one step further just to be safe, and we sift it again through a 1/4 incher. This just gives us a really nice fine compost that matches the consistency of our other main ingredient, which is cocoa coir. The reason we went with cocoa coir this year is that it's the best option for us at the scale that we're growing at. We're starting thousands of plants this year, and we wanted something that is going to be good for the plants, easy for us to use, and at least somewhat sustainable. Cocoa coir is a waste product. It's made from the fibers and shells of coconuts that would otherwise be tossed. It's not a perfect product because coconut production and processing and shipping, it's not a perfect system, but it's a better option in our opinion than peat moss because peat moss is widely considered an unsustainable option. Peat bogs are not a renewable source. In the past, we've also used things like sheep's wool, which we really liked and would recommend, but we found that we're kind of finding some difficulty getting it to work perfectly with our soil blocker, especially the mini, which we're using a lot this year. I think for potted plants, sheep's wool would actually be a great, maybe ideal option. And finally, we're using vermiculite. Again, this is not a perfect option because of sustainability issues, but it's kind of one of the only options that we're aware of right now, and it's pretty affordable, non-toxic. There used to be concerns about asbestos and vermiculite, but any company that sells it is going to test for asbestos now that we know how dangerous it is. You can also use perlite as a draining component for your potting mix, but we opt for vermiculite because it seems to work best in our climate. So there you go. Those are the 3 ingredients that we use in our potting mix. Now, especially if you've got a nice quality compost, you can stop here. You don't need to add anything else. And I did the math on this one. The thumbnail didn't lie. This stuff runs you pennies. To make 8 quarts of this potting mix costs us $1.70. Even if you choose to buy in compost, this stuff will run you only a few dollars more in the long run. So no matter what, you're gonna be saving money by making your own. Here's what it looks like to make this mix. First, we sift the compost through the 1/2-inch and the 1/4 inch sifters. Then we hydrate the cocoa coir and let it expand. This stuff expands to like 5 times its compacted size. So we just cut or shave off some pieces into our bin, and then we hydrate it with warm filtered water. Make sure that all the water you use is dechlorinated. We use reverse osmosis filter, which is probably overkill, but hey, we've got it, might as well use it. Once the cocoa coir has fully hydrated, we measure out our ingredients. We just use a scoop or a bowl and do rough measurements. 2 scoops of compost, 2 scoops of cocoa coir, 1 scoop of vermiculite. Mix it together while it's still relatively dry, and there you have it. A beautiful potting mix that is ready to be used. This stuff just feels great. Now, I said I'd share some upgrades that you can make to your potting mix. So if you have already mastered this stuff and you want to make it better, or if you just want to tinker right from the get-go, here's some extra goodies that we're experimenting with this year. The main thing that we're adding to every batch of potting mix this year is azomite. Azomite is a natural soil conditioner, contains rock dust and trace minerals. It's totally safe to use, OMRI listed, and a little goes a long way. You can find the chart on our recipe sheet, but we apply approximately 2 tablespoons of azomite to 5 quarts of potting mix. Definitely incorporate this stuff while your material is still dry so that you can mix it up more easily. And we'll come back to another dry ingredient that you can add, but let's take a look at some liquid amendments that you might want to add with the water. So to start, I'll give all the amounts in terms of 1 gallon of water. So to a gallon of water, you could add 1 tablespoon of lactic acid bacteria, or LAB, which is a natural farming input made by culturing rice wash, water, and milk. You've really got a nice group of healthy bacteria kind of acting as the bouncers that protect the soil and the plant from bad bacteria and fungi. So to use this, like I said, just add a tablespoon of LAB to the water that you're using to hydrate your potting mix before making your soil blocks or filling up a pot that you're going to plant some seeds into. You only need a tiny bit of this stuff. Another natural farming amendment that we recommend using is brown rice vinegar or apple cider vinegar. This stuff you probably have around the house. It's just going to help facilitate vegetative growth. It contains high levels of acetic acid, which provide another layer of defense against the unwanted pathogens. We add 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar per gallon of water. Fermented plant juice, or FPJ, is something that you also add 2 tablespoons of to your water. This is an input made from comfrey or nettles or some other high nutrient plant debris. You just add brown sugar in equal parts by weight to the plant debris, wait a week for the nutrients and growth hormones to get extracted, and there you go. And finally, to round out the liquid inputs, we are also using a tiny bit of OHN, Oriental Herbal Nutrient, again found in the suite of Korean natural farming amendments. Check out our video on how to make it, but this one is one of the most time intensive. It essentially is a tincture of some of the best herbs that contain immune supportive compounds. It's made of ginger, garlic, angelica root, cinnamon bark, and licorice root. Really good stuff. We are only adding a tablespoon to the gallon of water. And if your OHN is over a year old, then you'll want to add even less because the potency increases as it ages. Now back to the dry ingredients, something that we're just starting to experiment with, so we can't fully endorse this yet, but we are testing out incorporating IMO 4 made from our potting soil and IMO 3 that we made last fall. IMO stands for Indigenous Microorganisms. These are the bacteria, fungi, and yeasts that exist in the most robust soils in your local area. You start by collecting IMO 1 from the forest using a box of cooked rice. You preserve it with brown sugar, and then you diversify the microbes using a high carbohydrate substrate like wheat bran or oats to make IMO 3, which is shelf stable for 6 months to a year. To make IMO 4, you add equal parts native soil, or in our case potting mix, to IMO 3, wet it down a bit, and let it culture for about a week. This is what ours looked like when it was finished. Pretty intense fungal bloomage. We're adding a single quart of this mix, sifted of course, to 5 quarts of potting mix. And we'll see how it goes. We're going to be fine-tuning this over the next few years and seeing what really works for us, so stay tuned.
Now that you've got some ideas about making your potting mix, I'm going to highlight this video that we made last season as we began starting seeds. And at the time of this video, we hadn't really had the chance to say for certain how effective the seed soak solution would be, but in hindsight, I can say that it worked wonders. So it's very worth having these inputs in your arsenal if you're able.
Wouldn't it be nice if every single seed that you ever planted actually germinated? Or what if it was possible to just avoid plant disease right from the get-go? Well, with this seed soaking solution, you not only give your seeds the greatest chance to germinate and fight disease, you're also setting up your plants to develop stronger root systems that will make them more drought tolerant and disease resistant for the rest of their lives all the way through harvest. So in this video, I'm going to cover the 3 main ingredients that go into this solution, how they contribute to the plant's overall health as it's beginning its post-germination journey, and a few practical tips on how to make the solution and how long to soak different types of seeds. Whichever of the ingredients you have, you're going to want to start to dilute them in their standard amounts. So each of the KNF inputs is always diluted at a specific rate. For FPJ and vinegar, you're going to dilute it 1 to 500, which for a gallon of water, dechlorinated, as always, you're going to add 1.5 teaspoons of each of these inputs, or 2 mils to a liter. If that seems like a small amount, just wait till we get to OHN, which we'll do right now. For OHN, you're going to dilute it at a rate of 1 to 1,000 in water, meaning 3/4 of a teaspoon of OHN in a gallon of water, or 1 mil to a liter. Now my advice is just to make a gallon of the seed soak solution because you can keep it in a cool, dark place and it's shelf stable for the growing season. But if you have smaller measuring tools, obviously you can make a smaller batch because you really don't need that much of the solution. The seeds don't even need to soak up too much of it. Which brings us to the actual soak. To use this stuff, set out a tray or a shallow cup and then fill it up with your solution, and then just put whatever seeds you want to start germinating in the solution and then wait. The size of the seed is what's going to dictate or indicate how long you let them soak for. So for small seeds like lettuce and basil, you're only going to let these soak for 10 to 30 minutes. Medium-sized seeds like cucumbers, peppers, tomatoes, you can go for 30 minutes to a few hours. Larger seeds like your pumpkins, beans, squash, you can go for 2 to 4 hours. And then really big, slow germinating ones can go 8 hours or overnight, depending on the time of day that you're doing it. If you're gonna be direct sowing any of these seeds, you can let them dry out after soaking them a little bit before planting, since you might be putting them through your seeder or sifting them through your fingers, and you don't want them sticking together or to your hand. For planting indoors, go ahead and just plant the seed while it's still damp. Now, I'm always skeptical about big claims like raise your germination rates by 50% with this simple hack. But the way this stuff works is actually fascinating. To understand it a bit better, we actually need to know how a seed transitions from dormancy to actively growing. So when a seed absorbs water, its cells are rehydrated and the enzymes are activated that initiate the seed's metabolism. This is the phase that transitions the seed through chemical reactions out of its state of dormancy. Once this has happened, the seed starts to access its stored macronutrient reserves. These are the same ones that we use to get energy. We've got carbs, protein, and fats. As its metabolism comes online, it starts to break down these macronutrients into smaller, simple molecules via specific pathways that generate ATP and other metabolites that are essential for seedling growth. Finally, the energy in the materials produced fuel cell division and elongation, leading to the protrusion of the embryonic root, marking the completion of germination. Thanks for hanging in there. I know that's a lot. So let's talk about how this seed soak solution comes alongside these biochemical and physiological processes. First, the most basic thing that a soak will do is provide the water for the seed coat to soften and start to germinate. This is going to allow all the KNF inputs to get absorbed and utilized for the metabolic functions. The first ingredient, FPJ, contains natural growth hormones, enzymes, and sugars that stimulate cellular activity and energy mobilization. So as it gets absorbed by the seed, all the metabolic processes are basically lubricated. The whole process is going to run smoothly. And this is far from the only thing that FPJ does for the seed, so we'll come back to it in a second. The second ingredient, brown rice vinegar or apple cider vinegar, is going to balance the pH just enough and enhance nutrient uptake by creating a more optimal biochemical environment. The third ingredient, Oriental Herbal Nutrients, or OHN, is going to contribute antimicrobial properties which protect the seeds in their vulnerable germination state. In essence, all of the natural processes of seed germination are aided by these three ingredients, giving your seeds the best chance at not only germination, but also once the seed has been established, all of these processes or versions of them continue after the seed has sprouted and the seedling has begun to grow. And this is where we can look at what the microbes in the FPJ are up to. As you might know, if you've been following our channel for any length of time, microbes are key to nearly every process in gardening and making sure that it all works. So as you introduce bacteria and yeast from your fermented plant juice to the seed is being colonized by a million little helpers that facilitate all of the processes that I've already described. They engage in getting the seed the nutrients that it needs, in breaking down nutrients into bioavailable compounds. They protect the seed from pathogenic microbes, and a whole lot more. Now you may be wondering if you can use this after you've planted your seeds. Definitely. In fact, you can water your plants with the seed soak solution. Just be certain that you have your dilution rates correct, and consider even diluting them a little bit further to play it safe. You don't want to wipe out your whole collection of plant starts by throwing them off balance with an undiluted solution. Another use for this stuff is if you have bare root perennials like fruit bushes or trees or shrubs or anything else like that, you can make a big batch of the seed soak solution and then let these bare root plants soak it up for a full day. You want the bare roots to be a little dehydrated before giving them the solution because you want them to absorb a lot of the water and actually get the nutrients. But this is a way to give your perennials a great initial microbial boost before they go in the ground.
Now the last component that I would be remiss if we excluded is our journey into the wonderful world of biochar. So as you're considering ways that you can prepare your KNF inputs going into the upcoming growing season, or whenever you're watching this video will highlight several of the ways that they can be used to prepare microbe hotels for your garden.
In 1966, Dutch soil scientist Wim Sombruk made a bold claim that shook the world of agriculture. The Amazon rainforest was cultivated over the course of nearly 1,500 years by ancient people groups who unlocked fertility in an unprecedented way using pottery shards, compost, bones, and a diverse set of organic inputs. But one ingredient within the black gold soil they were able to generate stands out from the rest: biochar. However, it wouldn't be for another 40 years, in 2006, that the International Biochar Initiative would be formed during the World Soil Science Congress, that a new world of agricultural potential would be opened up for home growers and large-scale farmers. Now, it's worth mentioning that the indigenous Amazonian people were far from the only ones who were experimenting with charcoal in their growing operations. Dozens of other cultures throughout the African and Asian continents have been discovered having added charcoal to their soils, and it begs the question, why? So in this video, I'm going to detail how biochar works, the simplest way to make it, and some crucial mistakes that you need to avoid before adding it to your garden. And then we'll conclude with several examples of ways that you can take your biochar to the next level by curating the nutritional and microbial populations within this source of pure carbon. This video is going to get a little technical at times, so if you'd like to skip over to the exact recipes that I'll be showcasing, we'll have everything timestamped. You can feel free to do so. That said, I did a fair bit of research and prep for this video, largely so that I could feel really confident about my understanding of this incredible soil amendment. So if you want to get that deep dive, I think you might walk away with a better understanding of why we treat charcoal the way we do and how it really works to maximize fertility in the garden, the food forest, the meadow, wherever you plan on using it. So how does biochar actually work? Because you can get this wrong. Not in a way that will permanently damage your garden, but you could skip some pain if you make sure to get it right. Biochar is a pure carbon source that contains a huge number of nutrients and microbes housed within its porous structure. There is a wide range of numbers that I could give here based on the quality of the material and how it was made, but at the lowest estimates, a single gram of raw charcoal contains between 20 and 50 square feet, or 2 to 5 square meters, of internal surface area. And on the upper end of estimates regarding activated charcoal, the surface area can surpass 20,000 square feet, or 2,000 square meters per gram. And what that allows you to do, in essence, is really maximize nutrient and microbe housing capacity of a given space within your garden, perhaps your entire garden. So if you're growing in pots on the patio, this may help you to get some substantially larger yields. As plants have more sustainable access to microbes housed within the biochar, you might be able to plant more densely than you would otherwise with your regular compost or raised bed mix. For larger scale gardeners, it really gives us the opportunity to bank long-term stores of nutrients and beneficial microbes that, in theory, will struggle to die off, or to put it in the affirmative, will be enabled to survive season to season. Now, applying empty or raw biochar to the garden is going to do something unfavorable for your garden. See, with pre-loaded biochar, when applied to the soil, plant roots and microbes engage in their nutrient exchange, business as usual. But raw biochar is going to soak up the nutrients and microbes in the area that it's introduced. And the reason for this is because fresh biochar is made of carbon skeletons with lots of negatively charged sites, meaning that all of the positively charged soil nutrients like ammonium, potassium, calcium, magnesium, they're all going to be super attracted to the biochar, chemically speaking. You might remember from high school chem that there are anions and cations. Anions are negatively charged, which confusingly means that they have gained electrons. Cations, on the other hand, have lost electrons and carry a positive charge. And so through electrostatic forces, electrical charges are pulled together through what's called ionic bonding. And this is the principle that underlies how biochar interacts with chemical nutrients, retaining and exchanging ions to support plant health. When raw biochar, or just what we would call charcoal, is made, it goes through the process called pyrolysis, which we'll come back to a little bit later. During pyrolysis, though, the non-carbon parts of the original material are burned up, leaving behind some oxygen atoms that are bound with hydrogen and carbon. As these groups are exposed to water and as they interact with soil minerals, they leave behind a negatively charged site, which is basically a parking spot for cations. Now, because biochar contains so many parking spots, so to speak, there's virtually no limit to the amount of nutrients that it can adsorb from the soil, leaving the soil temporarily depleted of those nutrients. And I'll pause briefly and mention this distinction between absorption and adsorption, because in my preparation for this video, I realized that I had them a little bit confused. Absorption is what happens when a sponge soaks up water, whereas adsorption occurs when the absorbed substance accumulates only on the surface of a solid or a liquid. Charcoal adsorbs nutrients, which allows it to carry all that it does. It also absorbs water, meaning that it retains moisture within its porous matrix. Now back to raw biochar, while applying it to the soil directly without loading it up with nutrients does soak up nutrients from the soil. It doesn't mean that every nutrient is locked up, but it will inevitably cause temporary nutrient imbalances. This also means that the microbes migrate in the direction all their food went, taking up residence in the charged up biochar. Now here's the thing. Over the course of a few months after applying raw biochar to the ground, the negatively charged sites will get saturated with the positively charged nutrients. Microbes will have had the chance to colonize the pores and the surfaces and will re-engage with the plant nutrient exchange and start decomposing organic matter as food. They'll also start to die off naturally, and their microscopic decomposing bodies will re-impart nitrogen and other nutrients back into the soil food web. And honestly, beyond this, I don't think I'm really able to explain how it all works. But what many people have found is that give it a season and a field where raw biochar was applied will recover. Plant roots can start tapping directly into pieces of biochar and getting nutrients from them. It's a beautiful thing. But as you may already know or may have guessed, thankfully, there are plenty of workarounds for this process. We don't have to kill our gardens for a season in order to get this stuff to work. Instead, we can preload it with nutrients and microbes and then apply it to the soil. Now, there are many ways to make this raw form of biochar. Some people say that you need to use a very precise type of kiln that limits oxygen and has multiple chambers and collects the wood vinegar and sap that it produces and produces zero smoke and single-handedly saves the planet. And then I've also heard people say you can just buy briquettes from the dollar store and use those. Quite the range of opinions on this one. We've got a video on how we make our charcoal, but I'll reiterate our approach and share a bit about why we do it this way. The goal here is to burn the wood at a very high temperature while limiting oxidation and reducing smoke production. To do this, I use a version of what's called the Kontiki method, which is just where you dig a cone-shaped hole in the ground that is a few feet deep. Mine is typically 2 to 3 feet deep and then 3 feet across. So 3 feet across, and then it slopes down so that the center of the bottom of the hole is 2 to 3 feet deep, forming a cone shape. Since I am typically burning in a suburban environment, this is the extent of the size of the fire pit that I'm allowed to burn in. But if you're in the country or a more rural part, there might be some different rules, and you can make bigger trenches or holes. If you're not allowed to burn at all, then there certainly are a number of sources that you can purchase properly made biochar from. We'll link to a few of them in the description if you'd like to just bypass the DIY approach. But if you do want to make this, whenever you burn anything, of course, be as safe as possible. Keep a water source ready at all times. Don't leave the fire unattended, etc., etc. Please be careful also not to burn yourself. This can get really, really hot. The general approach here is to start the fire and to add layers of material to the top of the fire before the lower pieces of wood turn to ash. So as it's burning, the moment that I see the white ash films start to appear on the surface of the wood, I'm adding more feed in a thin layer, just enough to cover the flames. And as that new layer ignites and burns at the surface, the lower layer is deprived of oxygen and chars instead of turning to ash. The reason that the cone shape helps facilitate this process is because the sloping walls reflect and concentrate radiant heat back into the pit. So if you were burning a pile on the flat ground, all the heat would escape out the sides. Here, it's hitting the sloped walls and retaining the heat, which keeps the combustion zone hotter. The wide opening at the top of the cone hole enables a really strong flame zone to form across the surface, which consumes oxygen that is trying to enter from above, limiting oxygen in the lower levels of the pit. This means that at the very top, there's lots of oxygen, it's burning really hot, and gases are completely combusted. Just below the flames, there's little oxygen, and this is where the process called pyrolysis occurs. All of this results in a clean burn, meaning that there is little smoke being produced because the volatile gases are being burned and carbon is being retained. Again, like a lot of stuff when it comes to biochar, this is just slightly over my head, and I could probably explain this a bit better. So, comment below if you have a better explanation of how the process of pyrolysis works. The main thing here is that I want to demonstrate a middle ground approach that hopefully is just that, approachable. For home gardeners or folks living in suburban or urban environments, of course you got to check with your local regulations and burn as safely as possible. The thing is with the super technical modified burn barrel setups is that it feels unrealistic to me that the indigenous people groups that we learned a lot of this from actually even had that technology or those pieces of technology. I'm more interested in replicating something closer to a method that they may have used to actually make charcoal, like the Kontiki approach. There's evidence of Amazonian peoples, African, Asian, Scandinavian, and other European people groups using similar methods throughout the centuries, so kind of worldwide. I just think for most people, using a double kiln with an inner chamber to carbonize the materials and an outer chamber to provide the heat might be a little bit out of reach. Not saying it's not effective, it probably is a more efficient way to make high quality activated charcoal. But again, for now, I'm content using a steam activation method where once I'm done burning my Kontiki pit, I dump lots of water onto it all at once, and when the water heats up super fast, it produces steam that widens the pores within the charcoal. Again, this is not the most effective or efficient way to do it. It's the most realistic for me, and it gets the job done. I wouldn't recommend buying dollar store charcoal or other stuff that has really anything added to it. You're just really looking for a pure source of carbon, and a lot of those store-bought charcoals have stuff added to give extra flavor to your food or to burn better, longer. Don't recommend going that route. If you can find something clean at the store, feel free to use that, like some lump hardwood charcoal from barbecue suppliers, or like I said, we'll link to some specific charcoal options that you can buy online. But this method that I outlined is a fairly doable one for most home gardeners, I think. One simple check that you can make to test your material to see if it's carbonized cleanly is to crush the charcoal up and rub it on your hands. It'll turn them black. But then try washing it off with only water, no soap, and if it comes off and your hands are clean, you know that all the oils and the impurities and stuff were burned off properly. You also really want to check and make sure that the wood itself is all burned up fully. You don't want unburned chunks of wood going into your garden. Unlike biochar, those won't sort themselves out after a year in the soil, so it's important that whatever you apply to the soil is actual biochar, not just singed wood chunks. A few aren't going to hurt, obviously, but best to just try to take those out before charging it. The last piece of the puzzle here too is crushing the charcoal. This is an interesting one as well that I've heard people from all sides of the fence weigh in on. Some people say that you want to make it into a powder, and then others say that it's okay to not crush it almost at all. I land somewhere in the middle. A little powder is probably fine, but it seems logical that there's not really much in the way of structure if you've made black dust out of the material. And on the other hand, if you don't crush it up at all, it's going to be harder to disperse throughout the garden bed, and it'll be a lot harder for worms and arthropods to incorporate the biochar into the lower layers of the soil. So I like to crush it up and sift it through a 1/2-inch hardware cloth sifter, and then that's ready to use in the garden after we've loaded it, of course. But if I'm going to put in the worm bin, for instance, I usually will run it through a 1/4-inch sifter. May not be necessary, but I do it anyway. Point is, you don't need to stress about this. If you're doing it on a small scale, especially if you don't need fancy tools, just your shoes. You can use a concrete tamper like this and it'll work great. You could run it over in burlap bags or something with your car, but typically I'm just crushing it with my shovel and my feet. Now, I hear a lot of people use the terms charge, load, inoculate, prime, condition, infuse, and many others. So for the sake of this video, and hopefully going forward I can stay consistent on this language, I'll use the terms charge and inoculate. And the reason for those two is that there are really two processes happening here when we prepare our biochar for soil application. The first one, as I already mentioned, is when we add nutrients to the charcoal. And the second one is when we add microbes. For nutrient loading, I'm going to use the term charge, and for microbe loading, I'm going to use the term inoculate. Generally speaking, the idea is to do these things either simultaneously or to charge your biochar and then inoculate. And we'll discuss why and how in a second. As for the simultaneous charging and inoculating, the simplest and probably most effective way or efficient way of preparing biochar is simply by incorporating it into a compost pile. We'll go over a lot more ways to charge it up and inoculate your biochar. But one last thing in this area before we continue is that in addition to charging and inoculating charcoal, we also need to make sure that we're helping it transition to a hydrophilic state. And again, this is easy to do simultaneously with the other steps, but I wanted to mention it in case you wanted to just try mixing it with dry ingredients. If you were expecting them to soak it up, whoops. Charcoal is highly porous, as we already talked about. This means that its water holding capacity is extensive, much like a sponge. It can draw in and retain lots of water, but unlike a sponge, because of its chemical and physical structure, charcoal is initially what we call hydrophobic, or deathly afraid of water. or more accurately, perhaps, it doesn't initially do the whole sponge thing well. And there are some really specific sciencey words that I could use here, but the shortcut version is it takes water a while to find its way into all those pores. So most of it will sort of bead off because initially the surface structure is unaccommodating. If you were to toss a piece of charcoal onto the surface of some water, it would float, but hold a piece of charcoal underwater for a while and it will gradually soak it up. This process ranges in length of time. My general advice would be to give it at least a few hours or more, likely a day or two. With pre-soaking your biochar, again, it's not as though you will ruin your garden forever, but you won't be able to charge and inoculate it very effectively until it's undergone that absorption process. Additionally, and this may feel like a bit much, but there are some studies that have shown that up to 5 wetting and then drying cycles performed over the course of several weeks have shown to greatly improve the hydrophilicity, or the water carrying capacity, of biochar. So to reiterate and summarize, in order for charcoal, activated or otherwise, to be ready for usage in the garden, it needs to be treated in several ways. It needs to be converted to a hydrophilic or a water-loving substance rather than staying hydrophobic. It needs to be charged or loaded up with nutrients, and it needs to be inoculated with microorganisms. All of this will occur naturally in the soil on its own, but it will take time, and we also lose some opportunities potentially to set it in a specific direction, which we'll cover another section in this video. Now that we've defined how charcoal needs to be treated in order to get to the point where it can be added to garden soil, let's start by going over some of the easiest ways to do this. Again, we're trying to speed up the process so that we can use it more quickly and start reaping the benefits sooner. But a fairly passive way to charge and inoculate biochar is by giving it to your chickens or other livestock to snack on and poop on. Chickens will intuitively peck at chunks of charcoal to help with their digestion, helps them sort out gut imbalances. I like to incorporate a very small amount in my chicken feed for them to just chew on. And then when it comes out the other side, it's preloaded with nutrients, especially nitrogen. Of course, just incorporating it in their bedding is a great way to passively load it up, but it also does the double duty of soaking up odors and reducing smells from your chicken pen or coop. Highly recommend giving this stuff to your livestock in some form. Of course, if you have larger animals that are producing large amounts of manure, or you know someone who wants to offload some of theirs, you can pile the manure up and layer in charcoal, wetting it down as you go, and this helps add nutrients and microbes. We've already mentioned probably the easiest and most often usage for biochar that I work into my system at least, which is using it as an ingredient in compost. Charcoal is a carbon material, obviously, so you need to be a little careful of that so that if you're making hot compost, you don't skew your ratios. But a little goes a long way, and even just layering it in small amounts is going to help soak up water, soak up nutrients, and soak up thermophilic microbes. Another little tip there is if you're making hot compost, a lot of that heat causes ammonia to off-gas, meaning that you're losing those nutrients. But adding biochar, a thin layer even at the top of the pile, can actually catch and trap the off-gassing ammonia, helping you to reduce those emissions, which is pretty cool. Now, if you don't want to go through the trouble of making a hot compost pile, you can also just soak your raw biochar in nutrients that you've mixed up or dissolved in water. You obviously need a bucket or a barrel or a container, depending on how much you're trying to soak up at one time. But this is where things get interesting for a variety of reasons, because we have an interesting opportunity here, as well as a few easy mistakes that we could make. So I said earlier that we either want to charge and inoculate our biochar at the same time, or we want to charge and then inoculate. And why might that be? Well, without a food source, microbes are going to die off. To my knowledge, there aren't many, if any, that can digest pure carbon. Microbes need a wide spectrum of nutrients, and if they don't have them, they can diminish as a result. Now, most sources that I've found or read about will say that soaking charcoal in a compost or worm tea is one of the best ways to charge it. But there's a couple problems that I see with this approach. One is that these aerated compost teas that you can make are specifically and intentionally rich in microbes and lacking in nutrients. They're not really used to impart nutrients, just biology. To make an aerated compost tea, we usually add some food sources, but again, that's food for the microbes, not for the garden, meaning it seems like it wouldn't be enough for the highly porous, high carrying capacity of charcoal. Now, you may be able to avoid this by feeding your aerated tea a molasses food source and some extra minerals, But the other issue here is that since the compost tea is aerated, you can't exactly soak the charcoal in it for a long period of time because the culture would start to favor anaerobic microorganisms. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not what we're going for when we're culturing an aerated compost tea set of microbes with a bubbler. You could add a bunch of charcoal to the bucket that you're aerating the tea in, but then you would hypothetically have to keep adding nutrient-rich ingredients to keep the microbes fed. The interesting thing about charcoal is that because of its structure, it really has the ability to house both anaerobes and aerobes. Anaerobes, by the way, are microorganisms that thrive in an oxygen-scarce environment, and aerobes are microorganisms that need oxygen to survive. Charcoal contains both macropores and micropores, and nanopores. The macropores are what allow airflow, keep water moving through. It's where the plant roots will enter. These are the oxygenated zones within the charcoal where aerobic microbes can live. In micro and nanopores, however, it's too tight for oxygen to diffuse quickly, so these little anaerobic zones get created, and beneficial or facultative anaerobes, such as lactic acid bacteria, can inhabit these spaces. But if the entire piece of charcoal is submerged in liquid, those aerobic pockets get filled up and aerobic microbes go bye-bye. This is the same with our garden soil, by the way. When water pools in a poor drainage spot of the garden or yard, it starts to smell funky because anaerobes have taken over in that spot. But generally, healthy soil contains both aerobic and anaerobic microbes. This is one of the things that I learned from Young-Sung Cho in his book, JADAM Organic Farming. Soil aggregates contain anaerobic microbes. It's not like our soil is just 100% fully and constantly aerated. There's both down there. So when it comes to biochar, we've got ways that we can keep it that way. First of all, the easiest way to charge and inoculate your biochar is by making a batch of JADAM liquid fertilizer and then just using that to soak the charcoal in. This is probably the most common way that I've done it. I will usually take that stuff and run it through my compost system. But you could also apply JADAM liquid fertilizer soaked charcoal directly to your garden beds. To make it, you just add leaf mold soil, crop residue, and water to a bucket and let it ferment for a few weeks or years. Soaking your biochar in this stuff is actually a really great way to get those nutrients to hang out in your soil and to keep them from leaching away. You could also take it a step further and make a customizable JADAM liquid fertilizer charged biochar. This would maybe mostly make sense if you're trying to only grow one or a few types of crops. The idea is that you use a single crop residue to make a plant-specific liquid fertilizer. So if you had a strawberry farm, for instance, you could collect all the leftover or diseased or gross-looking strawberries that you didn't want to eat or sell, toss them in a bucket with the leaf mold soil, and let them soak for a few months. Then you could use this to charge up your charcoal and make a strawberry specialized biochar that would re-impart beneficial nutrients and microbes specifically designed to help facilitate better strawberry production the next season. Of course, you could create an all-purpose version of this by just making an all-purpose fertilizer out of grass clippings or comfrey or purslane or whatever, and then using that to charge your charcoal. It's up to you. What really interests me is actually the potential for creating a different kind of customized biochar soil amendment, specifically ones that might favor bacterial or fungal inhabitants. And if this feels like a strange distinction, bear with me for now. The thing is, generally speaking, depending on what kind of plants that you're trying to grow and what kind of growing space that you're hoping to cultivate can determine the preferential inclusion of either bacteria or fungi in that soil. For example, in annual garden beds where you're growing a lot of veggies and maybe you're doing succession plantings, taking plants out of the ground, poking holes in there for new starts to go in mid-season, this kind of soil is going to benefit from bacteria and will house it perhaps a bit better and more reliably than fungi. Not saying that we don't want to let fungi in, just that it's not going to do quite as well season to season. Healthy bacteria, generally speaking, is what will help your annual veggie and flower patches to thrive. On the other hand, perennial systems like fruit bushes, trees, shrubs, permaculture, landscapes are all really going to benefit from healthy fungal cultures, especially those mycelial networks that get established in the soil and become more robust season to season. Mycorrhizae specifically needs plant roots in the ground to feed it and stay alive. So depending on what plants that you're trying to cultivate in various areas of your yard, or in your raised beds or pots, can determine what kind of inoculant that you use for your biochar. Are you with me? This means we might want to think about what we're using to inoculate our biochar with, and that means that we need to think about what we're using to charge our biochar with so that we can provide the proper food source for said inoculant. Of course, you might be asking the question, why not both? And of course, yes, we're always going to have bacteria and fungi in our soil. Why focus on cultivating one versus the other in biochar? And the basic reasoning there is because of the way that bacteria increase and the speed at which they do so when compared to fungi. Bacteria reproduce every 20 to 60 minutes. They exude polysaccharides and form biofilms on the interior of the biochar surfaces, and they produce antibiotics, organic acids, and other reactive compounds that, when produced in large amounts, can inhibit fungal development. Compared with fungi, who take hours or even days to build hyphae, bacteria are going to move in, if given the opportunity, and crowd out the space a little bit. They're also faster at ingesting simple compound nutrients, which can starve fungi who rely on a steady carbon source to build hyphae. Again, bacteria aren't really bad for garden soil. They're essential and super helpful, especially when we're cultivating annuals. But as we consider how we inoculate our biochar, we might want to think more specifically about what nutrients that we're charging it with prior to that inoculation, depending on our goal. And this isn't to say that bacteria-rich biochar will forever stay in your garden as a bacteria-dominant material. Again, we're giving things a head start. We're tipping the scales in one direction to kick things off. In the end, your soil will sort itself out based on its needs. We're just looking at a way that we can speed up the process. So for the rest of the video, I want to give you a starting place for how you might create a bacteria-dominant biochar versus a fungi-rich biochar. And then you can decide which sort of input that you'd like to make based on your goals in your garden. By the way, if you're growing in the northern hemisphere like me, we're just coming into autumn, depending on when you're watching this video, which is starting to conclude the growing season. Now is an excellent time to amend your soil and prepare for next season. So if you're thinking that it's too late for you to make something like this, think again, because now is actually an amazing time to get this stuff on your soil. Of course, if you're watching this from the southern hemisphere, you also have the opportunity to bless your garden with one of these, whatever you decide to make. Overall, gardening and soil building is just a long-term effort. We got to be thinking of this as a long-term investment, not a short-term cash in, cash out operation. Let's go over the ingredients that we're going to look at that will feed our microbes, and then we will take a look at our microbial inoculants that I'm going to use. First things first, let's talk through the very high-tech equipment setup that we're going to need. In order to do this particular way that I show you, I apologize, you will need a 5-gallon bucket. You'll need something to mix the ingredients in, like a jar, and you'll need a shovel. Again, I realize that's a pretty tall order, but you won't get too far without these 3 tools. Next up, we've got our ingredients. Now for this, there is no set of specific ingredients that you have to use. There are tons of options, of course. I'm just going to show you the ones that I'm using. For my bacteria food brew, I'm going to keep things simple, and I'm going to charge my charcoal with some fermented fish amino acids, some fermented plant juice, some unrefined non-iodized sea salt, and some water-soluble calcium acetate. Now, why these ingredients? Well, first of all, I have them. That's a big reason. Second of all, these are pretty high-quality food sources for bacteria, in my opinion. The fermented fish amino acids I've got here are a long, gently extracted source of free amino acids, peptides, and nitrogen. It contains some residual sugars from the fermentation stage. The way to make this is by mixing fish waste with brown sugar and letting it ferment and extract the nutrients over the course of many months. And then the fermented plant juice is just the plant version of that, made out of comfrey in this case, which is a very nutrient and enzyme rich product. Ordinarily, this is applied to plants foliarly in very diluted amounts, so its main job isn't to supply the plant with nutrients, but here I'm adding a bit more to provide some food for the bacteria. And then the salt is going to provide my bacteria with some more trace minerals and is going to keep the brew balanced. The water-soluble calcium acetate is a vinegar-extracted mineral source made by soaking eggshells in apple cider vinegar or brown rice vinegar. And that positively charged calcium is going to find a home in the negatively charged charcoal. The residual acid from the vinegar isn't enough to really lower the pH of the alkaline charcoal too much. Bacteria prefer neutral to slightly alkaline soil. You can use whatever you've got on hand. I only would not recommend adding synthetic fertilizers, really because they don't typically feed biology. They're only water soluble and don't need to be processed by microbes prior to becoming available to plants. If that sounds like it would be a good thing, just check out my soil biology explained video and you can learn more about the way that microbes feed plants, and vice versa. For my fungal food, I'm going to be adding some fermented fish amino acids. That residual sugar is candy for bacteria, but with the inoculant that I'm using, that'll be fine. If you don't have fermented fish amino acids, by the way, you can feel free to use something like fish hydrolysate or fish meal here. And then I'm adding kelp meal and humic acid that I collected just by straining water through my compost in a fine mesh bag. Humic acid and kelp meal are great fungal foods. I'm also adding a bit of apple cider vinegar to bring the pH down, since fungi are more sensitive and prefer slightly acidic soils. Again, we're just trying to sort of tip the scales here, not curate the whole experience. The microbes should know what to do. And then finally, I'm adding in some of my herbal extract. This is another Korean natural farming input called Oriental Herbal Nutrient, or OHN. And this is going to help create the environment that our fungal inoculant is going to live in. For both of these, I'm starting by mixing them up a little bit in water to get them dissolving before incorporating them into a 5-gallon bucket, sort of like mixing a roux in cooking. You don't want clumps of flour in the soup if you can help it. And here I've got my filtered water. You don't want chlorine and chloramine in there. That's going to mess with the conditions, in my opinion. So filter that out or let it off gas overnight, or you can use a bubbler to do it very quickly. And now that we've mixed it all up, we can add our charcoal. This is going to soak for at least a week. If you've got more time, you can go longer. Basically, we just want to give the charcoal the chance to soak up as much of the nutrients in the water as possible so that it's all ready to receive the inoculants. Now, why wait to add the inoculants? Well, this goes back to what I was talking about with aerobic and anaerobic microbes. We've got the ability to house both in the biochar, but if we were to inoculate now, the microbes, I believe, would largely skew toward the anaerobic, since all of our biochar is submerged. And fungi, especially, is pretty particular about its moisture levels. Can't be too wet, too dry, as we're getting these to multiply and inhabit. So we're going to go through the whole charging stage first before moving on to inoculation. I've got a couple of these that I started a few weeks ago, and they should be ready to inoculate now. Both are hypothetically charged up with nutrients that are in tune with their inoculant's food preferences. So now we're going to introduce the inoculating microbes to their new home. And for our bacterial inoculant, we're using the JADAM microbial solution. This is something that I make quite often. I've demonstrated a lot on this channel how to make it. Couldn't be simpler. Basically, you're taking leaf mold soil from the forest, feeding it cooked potato by straining both through a fine mesh bag like a paint strainer into water, adding a big pinch of sea salt, and then letting it brew at room temperature for a few days or until you see bubbles forming. There will be a thick disc of foam on the top of the water in the bucket, and then you're just trying to wait and use it until the bubbles are most active. Wait too long and the microbes will start to die off, and don't wait long enough and they won't have proliferated enough. It generally takes me 48 to 72 hours to finish a batch of JMS in the summer. Temps 60 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 16 to 27 Celsius. I started this a few days ago, and it's about ready to use to inoculate my biochar. Now, the reason that I'm using this particular inoculant is because the bacteria in here are going to be some of the strongest, most robust, and tuned in bacteria from my local region, hypothetically speaking. The reason that we collect soil from the forest is because it hasn't been disturbed by people or contaminated by agricultural byproducts. It's just been allowed to hang out and thrive out in nature. So those are the microbes. Again, largely bacteria that we're getting in this homemade inoculant. Now, there are tons of other inoculants that you could use here. You could use a lactic acid bacteria serum made out of fermented milk. In fact, I'm going to add some of mine in here as well, just to bring in a little bit more diversity. You could also use something like EM1, Effective Microorganisms 1. You could honestly use a lot of different bacterial inoculants. JMS is just one of the simplest and easy to make. Doesn't take long at all. For our fungal inoculant, I'm of course going to use JMS's cousin, IMO4. And this, if you're unfamiliar, is another way of culturing forest microbes, but in such a way that we collect and preserve a lot of the fungal cultures, keeping them intact, and then we diversify them by taking them through a number of additional steps to grow them out. You can check out our videos on that if you'd like to make this stuff. Point is, IMO4 is going to be really good as a fungal inoculant for our fungal biochar. If you wanted to use something else, you could use just some of that leaf mold soil that we used to culture JMS with. It's a little riskier and less stable than IMO4, but with the fungal foods that we're feeding it, it could tip the scales to establish a fungal dominant inoculation. All of this is very hard to know exactly if and how it will all work, right? Unless we had some fancy microscopes. We're really going to have to wait and see with regard to how we see the fungi forming in the soil where we applied the fungal dominant biochar and how our perennials do in that curated environment. Now, in addition to the IMO4, I'm going to add in some leaf mold and some wood shavings to this charged biochar because that's going to give the fungi in the IMO4 an additional food source to slowly consume. Now, what's tricky here is that I want to soak my biochar in the microbial solution, but I don't want the microbes to die off or to go anaerobic. I also need moisture to wet down my IMO4 and carbon materials, but again, I'm trying to keep the materials from going anaerobic. So here's my idea for how to really do this best. For my bacteria-based biochar, I'm going to use my bubbler to aerate the JMS biochar mixture for 24 hours. Now, if you don't have a bubbler, you could very likely just pour the JMS into a bucket of charged biochar and then stir it up periodically a few times over the course of the day. And then I'm just going to strain it out so that it doesn't go bad. I'll use the leftovers to water into my garden. Then to keep the bacteria char moist until I'm ready to apply it to my garden beds, I'm just going to store it in this burlap sack that I use to strain out microbial solution. It's going to stay aerated and it allows drainage as needed, but the material is going to keep moisture from evaporating off too much. For the fungi char, I'm going to mix up the charcoal with the wood shavings, the decomposed leaves, and IMO4, and then I'll wet it down with some dechlorinated water to make sure that everything stays properly moist. This I'm going to also store in a burlap sack just to keep it transportable and aerated while staying covered until I'm ready to put it on my perennial garden beds. Now, this, I will admit, is a little over the top and probably isn't entirely necessary. If you've followed the channel for any length of time, you might know that I am a bit of an experimenter. I like trying things out, especially if they're done the hardest possible way. But that might not be you, and that's totally okay. And the fact is, while we have substantial evidence of ancient people groups using this material intentionally, what there is even more substantial evidence of is that charcoal plays a crucial role in the natural world in ecological systems. Wildfires, terrible and destructive as they are, especially when caused by careless humans, in nature occur as a way for the earth to bring balance to local ecosystems. Many plants and animals have evolved adaptations that allow them to survive or even benefit from periodic fires, and fire can create new habitats that support different species. So it might be fair to say that while we as modern growers are mimicking ancient human agricultural practices, we could also likely say that those ancient humans were mimicking processes that they saw at work in the natural world already. And that's what many, myself included, build their framework for agriculture off of, the natural world. So all that is to say, if you want to try this stuff out the way that I outlined it, sweet. If you'd rather be a bit more casual about it, you're probably all right doing that. You don't have to make either of these biochars, but hopefully you could walk away with a few ideas on how you might go about charging and inoculating your biochar to best enhance and amend your garden soil. And there are a few specific takeaways that I hope that you'll take with you and think about as you think about applying this. One is that you need to make sure that you're finding a way to give your microbes, aka your inoculant, a food source, so that they can actually stay alive and thrive in the charcoal. You gotta go for both. Another thing I hope that you can appreciate is the need to keep your biochar aerated once it's been charged up with nutrients. If you want your inoculating culture to stay alive, you can't just let it hang out submerged underwater and expect the aerobic microbes to stay alive. To my knowledge, this stuff will eventually sort itself out over the course of time spent in your soil. But again, what are we doing charging and inoculating our biochar in advance in the first place? We're saving ourselves time. The time that it would otherwise take away from us after applying it raw to the garden. Again, to reiterate, charcoal is generally considered a net positive in the long run. Your soil will just suffer in that first season of application. That said, if you are breaking ground on a new spot on your property next year or in a few years, you could hypothetically just dump raw biochar on that area. That said, there is a point of diminishing return with biochar, kind of like with worm castings or really anything. You typically don't want to add biochar to the soil too much too quickly. Better adding a little bit gradually over the years. At least that's what the actual experts say. Remember, the people groups who applied biochar to the Amazon rainforest were estimated to having done so over the course of a millennia and a half. Take your time and add as you go, growing season to growing season. I think that the benefits really start to peak after a few applications per year, And overall, experts generally recommend applying biochar to garden soil at rates ranging between 5 to 10% within the first 4 to 6 inches of the soil, which roughly translates to 3 to 6 cubic feet per 100 square feet of growing space, or 1 to 2 kilos per square meter. Again, probably no need to go weighing out ingredients with extreme precision. Just don't go dumping biochar, sky high, piled up on your garden beds at the beginning of the growing season and expect things to go very well. Start by top dressing a thin layer and mulching over top. Over time, it'll work its way into the soil with the help of microscopic animals. At the same time, if you're just starting out and breaking new ground, like I said before, maybe with a first-time till, you might want to be a bit more precise with how much you use so that you can take advantage of that initial tillage to work the biochar into the lower layers of your soil. All of our videos are intended on giving you ideas for ways that you can explore bringing fertility and resilience to your garden. Something like this is really maybe way beyond anything that you actually need to try. But maybe it got you thinking about something else. I'd love to hear in the comments what you're up to or going to try.
Now I'm going to end things with one of our more popular videos from this past year. We actually released it toward the end of this past growing season. And this is a sort of plea from me for home gardeners to actually face some of the hard truths about where our societal norms, practices, and ideologies may be actually deceiving us.
I can remember my grandma, who has since passed away, speak about soil as though it were something that you were stuck with. And this is an older way of thinking, but there are kind of some remnants in the way that we categorize soil as sandy, clay, or loamy. It sort of draws from a fixed perspective. Let's say that you move into a new house or you break ground on a new field and you find that the soil is really, really good and needs virtually no amendment. First of all, I would say the odds of that happening are incredibly low, especially if you're growing in a suburban or an urban environment where any sort of construction has happened. Likely, your soil is not going to be just ready to plant into. But let's say that it was. The only way that that would be the case realistically would either be if the soil had hardly been disturbed for decades, maybe longer, or if someone had put in a ton of work getting the soil to the good condition that it's in now. And this is a pretty accepted reality. Most of us know that soil is not something that you're stuck with. It can be improved. The hard truth is that it takes time to repair. And this grinds against the gears of kind of our instant fix culture. We've got a fixer-upper TV shows, right, that show a house going from rotting trash heap to magazine quality home in a matter of weeks. And there are a ton of things in our culture that condition us to have those expectations towards soil repair. But the reality is, at a bare minimum, I feel pretty confident saying that soil takes at least 1 year's worth of intentional remediation to be repaired, and then even then it'll take years more to get to an ideal state. A lot of the techniques that we teach on this channel are actually geared toward getting you results as quickly as possible. But the fact is, gardening is just a slow process all around. It's a huge multifaceted skill set. Soil health is not something we're really taught about in school growing up, at least I wasn't. And it's not always intuitive. And it certainly is not as intuitive as a lot of modern notions of soil repair would lead you to believe. Probably the most obvious sign of our instant gratification culture encroaching on the nuanced topic of soil health is the repeated usage of mechanical tillage. Tilling the soil is an act of impatience. And I don't say this as a one-size-fits-all statement. Oftentimes tillage is required to start out a previously compacted growing space. I've used it, I probably will use it again. But hitting the reset button on your soil year after year after year so that you can easily just bury the weeds and break up the clumps of earth matter is not going to lead to long-term soil health. It's a quick fix that needs to be followed up on with long-term building techniques. Something that modern soil science has just barely recently begun to appreciate is the biological component of healthy soil. Conventional wisdom is pretty adamant that soil health is all about chemistry. And that's why we're sold chemicals in the store. Synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides. The goal of a lot of conventional approaches is to manually balance out the chemicals in your growing space. But what we've just started to realize really over the past few decades is the undeniable role and importance of microorganisms as far as creating healthy soil. And truthfully, from my perspective, microbes are the most promising path forward to amending soil that I see. One of the main objectives of this channel is to highlight the various options that you have when it comes to nurturing the microbial conditions of your growing space. And I really appreciate the mantra that Jesse Frost uses in his book, The Living Soil Handbook, where he says disturb the soil as little as possible, keep the soil covered as much as possible, and keep the soil planted as much as possible. And I really appreciate those words, as much as possible, because there's a grace that we need to extend to ourselves whenever we're doing something so broad as caring for the earth. There's really no reality where we're just going to achieve a perfect practice overnight, but it gives us a good framework for where to start. And so to break these down a little bit further, I'll say that disturbing the soil as little as possible means avoiding repeated mechanical tillage. It also means avoiding driving heavy equipment and limiting foot traffic in growing spaces. Something that still surprises me is when I see someone stepping directly onto soil that is clearly being used to grow plants. I've had people step directly onto my garden beds without a care, and I think that this is actually a learned skill to avoid stepping on plants and garden soil, because we've taught our children to find the pathway. I've literally seen our typically uncontrollable 2-year-old, now 3-year-old, run at breakneck speed toward one of our garden beds and stop herself just before stepping on the soil, stepping to the side, and course correcting onto the wood chip path. I'm getting a little bit off topic. Disturb the soil as little as possible. Keep the soil covered as much as possible. This just means use a mulch. Try to limit the amount of spaces in your garden where the soil is left bare. And this can mean spreading an organic mulch as a carbon-rich material, or leaves or straw. This can also mean planting a bit more densely. In my experience, spacing guidelines are pretty arbitrary and seem to encourage wide open spaces in a planted garden bed, which brings us to keep the soil planted as much as possible. And the reason this results in soil remediation is because when the plants send their roots into the soil to look for nutrients, they're actually looking for microbes that they can exchange nutrients with. Microorganisms in the soil are responsible for processing and delivering plant available nutrients, while plants provide them with root exudates, which come in the form of sugary liquids that provide the microbes with energy. Pretty much anywhere that a plant is growing, that exchange is occurring. But even by following these 3 tenets, it takes probably more time than you'd prefer to see change in your soil conditions. And that said, a few things that you can do to speed the process along involve saturating your undisturbed, covered, planted soil with beneficial microbes. And I'm always going to be an advocate for homemade solid form and liquid microbial inoculants. Dr. Elaine Ingham has really popularized the aerated compost and worm casting teas that are designed to rapidly multiply microbes found in your compost and then spray them out onto plants and on the soil as a way to spread them far and wide. And these are just made by putting compost or worm castings in a paint strainer, steeping that in a bucket of water, feeding it some extra nutrients, and using a bubbler to aerate the tea for a few days. But if you don't have a bubbler yet, you can make an even simpler and potentially even more effective microbial tea by using some leaf mold soil in place of compost or worm castings, and then feeding it a carbohydrate source like mashed potato or blended mixed grains and sea salt. This is something out of the JADAM Organic Farming playbook, which is a subset of Korean natural farming. And it's a really fast and easy way to get the microbes in your soil going. We make this stuff pretty much year round and have been really impressed with what it's capable of in terms of breaking up soil compaction and providing plants with microbes to exchange for that nutrient exchange. You can check out our video on how to make that if you want to go a bit more in depth, or you can download our free homemade microbial solution recipe PDF linked in the description. So to recap, soil quality absolutely can be improved, but the hard truth is that it takes time. And that's not something that we're always comfortable with. This channel is all about exploring solutions for problems that we face as growers. And if you would like to get weekly gardening insights that help you do that, the best way is to sign up for my email newsletter. I provide ideas, tips, and tricks, introduce you to hopefully new gardening techniques each week, and give direction for tangible steps that you can take. And as we continue into our next hard truth, we're gonna get a little bit more uncomfortable because we're venturing into territory that involves our daily lives and personal responsibility. So the second hard truth that I want to discuss is that our current system of importing soil and exporting waste is unsustainable at a level so unprecedented, it's hard to wrap my mind around. In the United States alone, an estimated 60 million tons, that's 120 billion pounds of food waste is generated and largely ends up in landfills every year. An estimated 90 million tons of municipal yard waste is generated each year, which largely ends up in the landfills. So that's a combined 150 million tons or 300 billion pounds of waste, all coming from homes. In the meantime, we can estimate that the US home gardening sector likely brings in several tens of millions of tons of soil from off-site sources each year. And it's hard to get exact estimates here. I'll link in the description some of the sources that I used to figure out this data. But even if a small amount of this is true, the hard truth is that we're stuck in a pretty harmful cycle of importing soil to our home gardens and exporting what could be used to turn into soil to the landfill. And in case you didn't know, landfills are not giant compost heaps. They're more like toxic waste sites that stop decomposition from occurring. The way that waste is compressed and mixed and pressed into the earth, it doesn't allow for the kind of delicate conditions required for real decomposition. This is far from a novel insight, and I was going to say that I'm not really trying to make anyone feel guilty about this, but honestly, we probably should feel a little bit guilty about it. I feel it, and it's not like a wallowing in self-hate guilt that leads to nothing. We actually need to let that guilt just turn into ownership. Now, our governments are going to make vast sweeping plans that may or may not make a dent in this problem. Either way, I don't really think that we can afford to wait and see if those are going to work. Instead, I'm really pretty interested in the many techniques that are currently available for home gardeners to actually keep their waste products and generate their own soil. One of which is a solution to food waste that we just covered in our last video using a simple ingredient, lactic acid bacteria, which you can culture at home. Within 1 week, you can prepare your food waste, meat, dairy, and uncooked foods included, into nutrient-rich compost or just high-quality garden soil. Rather than tossing weeds into the yard waste bin, you could toss them into a bucket, add some leaf mold, soil, and water, and brew your very own liquid fertilizer. Then once those weeds have decomposed a bit and drowned the seeds, you could compost them along with your fallen leaves and lawn clippings. If you've got sticks and logs, rather than shipping those away, you could use them to build hugelkultur garden beds or make biochar out of them. The point that I'm trying to make here is that with a little bit of intentionality, we actually can stop thinking of things as strictly waste products and start taking responsibility to process them into soil. Yeah, it takes a little additional effort and a few steps, but that waste has to go somewhere. And if you're buying in compost and potting mix every year, why not make a bit of that yourself with what you have on hand? It's more than likely you're not using your waste to its fullest potential. None of us probably are. Now, this is a hard mindset to change because it's pretty baked into the systems that we've inherited. It's very normal in this day and age to generate waste as humans and to then to send it somewhere for someone else to deal with. I don't claim to be above this, by the way. This is totally something that I'm working on to improve for our lives, but making this simple shift of asking the question, what could I do with this other than throw it away, is a pretty simple task that most of us can at least try. And for our last hard truth though, I want to address something that is potentially one of the most challenging to accept because it's so thoroughly baked into the culture, at least here in America. And it has to do with the way that we think about and use our space. And again, I want to make this clear that I am a part of this problem as much as anyone else. I'm not saying this because I know that I'm right or that I've figured it all out here. But the hard truth that I want to share here is that as people, and especially as home gardeners, we really need to start recognizing the harm that lawns are doing. And this is strangely one of the most sensitive topics that I've encountered when it comes to talking with homeowners especially. And there are a lot of reasons for that, I think. But one of the main reasons is because of actually why we have lawns in the first place. There's a really fascinating history. And by fascinating, I mean mildly disturbing history when it comes to how we got to the point where the home lawn was normalized. Lawns have a long history stretching back to the 12th century or maybe even earlier. For centuries, these grass patches were largely considered food for livestock. Goats, sheep, cows, and other ruminants were the lawnmower. But I think that most of the lawns that we would see if we could go back in time would not resemble what we see today. It wouldn't be until the 17th and 18th centuries that European manor houses began flaunting their wealth and expressing their dominance over nature by maintaining enormous green expanses throughout their properties. Since there weren't sprinkler systems in the way that we have them now, at least, possessing a lawn was a sign that you had extreme wealth because it meant that you could employ servants to hand water and cut your grass. Grass that no longer was being used as food strictly for animals, it was just grown for aesthetic appeal. And I'm painting with broad strokes here and skipping through many historical events, but over the course of several centuries, lawns gained a considerable amount of popularity amongst the Western cultural elite. And as the suburbs were being pioneered in the mid-1800s, various individuals began propagating a vision for the American landscape that largely involved installing grass patches in the front and behind newly built homes. There's a dude named Frank J. Scott who published a book called The Art of Beautifying Suburban Home Grounds. And in this book, he really pushed this idea that a genuine expression of democracy in America meant giving the average citizen the opportunity to taste what only the elite could previously afford. And with the invention of the push mower, this became possible for many Americans. So while there is some functionality to a lawn, it provides a comfortable space to stand barefoot outdoors, it keeps dirt and mud somewhat subdued, and it sort of looks nice. At its core, it's a way that at least American suburbanites can express their status. Ironically, at least in my opinion, lawns go against another American value, which is individualism. Lawns are kind of the definition of conformity. And perhaps you've felt that pressure to maintain appearances for the sake of staying friends with your neighbors, or maybe you haven't. You haven't felt any pressure and you've just got a lawn because you haven't thought about it until right now. But just understanding the origins of the democratized lawn doesn't really cause ongoing concern, which might lead you to ask, are lawns really that bad? So to answer that, I want to point out the 4 things that define a perfect lawn, and then we'll look at what it takes to achieve those. Generally speaking, a perfect lawn, from what I can tell, is one that is free of pests, free of weeds, cut to a short height, maybe between 2 to 3 inches, and is consistently green. And so to achieve that, we're going to need a way to keep pests away, weeds out, regular cutting, and continuous watering, at least in warm weather. So let's get specific, starting with water needs. It's estimated that 9 billion gallons of water are used to maintain lawns in the US every day. That's over 10,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools being filled and emptied out every day. That's 3 trillion gallons of water a year so that we can have green grass for people to admire. When it comes to cutting, gas-powered lawnmowers and weed whackers are polluting the air, and that short grass is actually part of the reason that it takes so much water to keep it green. The sun evaporates moisture really fast when there's little blocking its rays. Short grass also greatly limits the bugs and insects by virtually removing their habitat. And even if lawns were growing longer, native pollinators and other beneficial wildlife don't really get much out of grass because most of it is non-native and it doesn't serve as a legitimate source of food for them. As far as other ways to get rid of pests and weeds, we need to dip briefly back into some history, specifically the First and Second World Wars. And this is pretty sketchy, in my opinion. After the First World War, the American Chemical Warfare Service was facing irrelevance, but they still had tons of toxic chemicals on hand. So they conveniently rebranded themselves from the Chemical Warfare Service to the Chemical Peace Service. And they began marketing their chemicals, in part to homeowners who would use them to control pests and disease. DDT was a commonly used chemical that was great for protecting soldiers from disease-carrying insects overseas, but when the Second World War ended, again, the Chemical Corps started selling it to civilians for garden and lawn care purposes. Now, DDT was quickly discovered to be responsible for driving various birds into extinction and causing cancer in humans, so we stopped using it. But many other toxic chemicals are used to this day to keep weeds down and pest control, all of which, in my opinion, are harmful to everyone involved, but most notoriously being glyphosate, or as you might know it, Roundup. So let's recap a little bit. We've got this staple of American life, the suburban lawn, that covers nearly 40 million acres of land, making it the single largest irrigated crop in the country. Except that it's not a crop in most cases, unless you're letting your backyard chickens graze on it. Not only that, but it's providing no legitimate habitat for native wildlife. It consumes an estimated 9 billion gallons of water a day to keep green, and it needs to be meticulously maintained by cutting it once or twice a week with machines that pollute the air, and by eradicating any potential for biodiversity by engaging in chemical warfare. It's fascinating, really, the obsession with control when it comes to lawns. Weeds are widely considered a sign of damaged soil. The earth utilizes weeds as a self-defense mechanism. Oftentimes, weeds will sprout in compact and nutrient-depleted soils, and as a way to break up compaction and remineralize the soil. And obviously, I don't mean that the earth is sentient and deploys weeds to recover soil health. Weeds are a part of an infinitely complex set of symbiotic processes that have developed over billions of years to protect the soil, from which pretty much all life originates. So as frustrating as weeds can be, it's troubling that our gut instinct to a weed's appearance is not to ask why it's there, but instead to ask, how can I get this thing out of my sight as quickly as possible? It's worth asking, why is the soil trying to repair or even defend itself? And it's worth acknowledging at some level the abuse that's being done to the planet. Now, I'm coming down hard on this topic, and again, I realize that it's a sensitive one for many of us, myself included. In a sense, it's inescapable because it's such a deeply ingrained expectation of society that we have perfect lawns. But there are legitimate solutions, and one that I want to emphasize is that at some level, whereas in recent history turfgrass has been celebrated, I think it's actually well past time to move the needle in the opposite direction. And since visual cultural expectations are what got us in this mess in the first place, we kind of need a grassroots movement, pardon the expression, to take hold and begin to reclaim a more ecologically sustainable approach to modern suburban landscape. I don't expect this video to be the sole catalyst for that change, or even really a substantial one. This is just something that's near and dear to my heart, and I wanted to talk about. But I want to offer a few suggestions for those of you who might be wondering on how we might move toward that ecologically sustainable approach to our yards. And the first one is pretty basic, but I think that the function of a lawn being a place that you can stand on comfortably without getting your shoes or bare feet too dirty can be achieved by replacing your lawn with, or even incorporating into your lawn, different ground cover plants. Clover is a classic choice that helps fix nitrogen in the soil. It supports pollinators and it stands up to foot traffic. Creeping thyme is a great perennial that provides flowers and forms a mat that can be walked on occasionally. Also smells great. Native prairie grasses can be incorporated to add texture and provide habitats while naturally integrating with turf. I've seen pretty decent looking yarrow lawns as well. Basically, they're options if you'd really like to retain the look and the feel of your grass patch. Another relatively easy addition that as home gardeners you're probably already doing is growing pollinator islands that provide food sources for the native insects in your area and break up the terrain a little bit. If you're not doing this yet, you might consider native flowers and beneficial plants that you could incorporate into your landscape and even break up the lawn space a bit. On a more expansive scale, something that has become increasingly popular, at least in my area, is replacing lawn with wood chips. And the basic way to do this is to cover grass with a tarp long enough to kill it, which might take a few years, or maybe better yet, to cover it with cardboard and place wood chips directly on the top to keep it weighed down. Wood chips help the soil to retain moisture, and they break down slowly, feeding beneficial fungi in the soil, making it great for establishing a drought-tolerant perennial garden. In the major city that we live near, Spokane, Washington, we've observed more and more homeowners making this shift to actually ditching their lawns and spreading cardboard and wood chips over the top. And one of the reasons that this is the case is actually because the city of Spokane started offering a rebate to residential water customers to replace their lawns with water conserving landscape. And I'd say that over the past few years, I've seen a significant shift in the number of homes that contain a turf grass covered yard to a wood chipped yard. And you can tell me which you think looks better. Now, obviously this is a lot of work, both physically and psychologically. So I don't mean to send this message out to you so you can feel ashamed if you have a lawn. Lawns are the expectation for suburbanites right now in the US. I'm just doing a really small part in ringing the alarm bell a little bit that we kind of need to make a shift and start adopting some better practices. And maybe one of the things that we need to allow ourselves to do is to adopt a slightly messier standard of yard appearance. Nature is not straight lines and spiffy clean. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. I'm not saying that aesthetics don't matter at all, but that perfectly manicured, looks like no one lives here look is a pretty high bar to reach, considering many of the natural processes at play are working against you. All right, I am gonna wrap things up there. Hopefully we are still friends. I say none of these truths from a pedestal speaking downward. I actually am speaking firstly to myself because I know that I am a part of these unsustainable practices and perspectives as much as anyone else.
Okay, friends, comment I watched the whole thing if you watched the whole thing. Guys, this was a great year for the channel. I feel very proud of the work that Cassidy and I put into these videos and getting this information out there. Hope that this was something that felt very empowering rather than overwhelming. Please share this video with someone that you know who would benefit from hearing about this stuff. It would really help our channel. and help our work as we continue to showcase all of these wonderful practices. If you intend on getting started with Korean natural farming this coming growing season, and you are the type of person who enjoys having information all in one simplified, readable, and hopefully practical format, you can check out my book, A Home Gardener's Guide to Korean Natural Farming. We are excited to get into this next year of the channel. Thanks for joining us on this journey, and blessings to you and your garden.